After Ding Meiying moved in, Meng Haixing couldn't feel at peace. After teaching at school every day, no matter whether he was busy or not, he would find an excuse to go home for a walk. In the first few days, Ding Meiying was quite well behaved. She lived next to the garage, pretending to look for a job during the day, and then pasted paper boxes with Aunt Tung at the gate of the yard after returning home. Meng Haixing came back several times and saw that she was very busy. He almost believed that she really just wanted to live a quiet life. But Lin Muching is not him, and women's intuition is too sharp. After dinner, as soon as she entered the house, she said that Ding Meiying's eyes were not right. She kept looking into the yard, as if she was thinking about something at home. Meng Haixing was stunned. He had never noticed this before. As a married man, he always avoided suspicion and did not see Ding Meiying often. But Lin Muching was different. She had chatted with Ding Meiying several times, and they had worked together at the entrance of the yard. Her observation would not be wrong. The wall is so high. Can she fly in? Meng Haixing was thinking at the time. Lin Muching rolled his eyes and said bluntly, "They're not trying to climb over the wall. They're trying to sneak in. Instead of living in fear every day, it is better to give her a chance and see what she really wants to do." So, Lin Muching dug a hole with his own hands, sent his 4 children and the nanny away early in the morning, and emptied the house. Before leaving, Meng Haixing drove his car and sent people to the Lin family one by one, making it seem like the whole family was going on a long journey. Ding Meiying lay by the door and watched the car drive away, muttering sourly that Haixing was really lucky to marry an educated youth who had gone to the countryside. She expressed envy, but her heart was already in turmoil. Of course, she remembered that many educated youth came to the village back then. And it wasn't that she didn't have the opportunity to choose someone, but she was blind and fell in love with Meng Changwei. Now that she has fallen to this point, it would be a lie for her to say that she doesn't hate him, but what qualifications does she have to say that she hates him? Everything she ate and wore was paid for by Meng Changwei, and the child in her belly was also his. The man said that as long as she gave birth to the child obediently, he would give her an identity in the future. She believed it and got on board the pirate ship. Now, she can't jump off even if she wants to. As soon as Meng Haixing's family left, there was only the cook left at home, and Ding Meiying immediately became excited. She ran out and bought a few large apples, and when she came back, every surface of them was smeared with medicine. "Mrs. Chun, I bought some fresh apples. Let's have one together." She handed one to Aunt Tung and ate it herself as if nothing had happened, with a smile on her face. The 3 of them sat at the door, basking in the sun and eating apples, like a picture of harmonious neighborhood. Half an hour later, Mrs. Chun began to yawn and said she would clean up the kitchen and then go take a rest. Aunt Ting also stood up and rubbed her waist, saying that she was tired from doing manual work. Everything happened as she expected. The drug took effect. She waited and waited, and when she saw that the 2 of them were motionless, she sneaked into the backyard. She had long been coveting the Meng family's main house. Normally, she tried her best, but couldn't get in, but today she finally found a loophole. She first looked at Mrs. Chun, who was sleeping like the dead. Then she went straight to the desk in the master bedroom and rummaged through the drawers. But what she was looking for was not money, but photos. She had to get a photo of Meng Haixing when he was a child. She had to. After searching through all the books, I only found some photos of the children, and my disappointment was beyond words. She didn't give up and searched the bedside table again. And sure enough, she found a wad of cash and some gold jewelry. She stared at the stack of money and reached out her hand almost subconsciously, since she had already done it. It wouldn't hurt to take some more. Just as I was about to stop, a familiar voice suddenly came from my ears. "What are you looking for?" She turned her head suddenly and saw Meng Haixing, Lin Muching, Aunt Tung, and Mrs. Chun, who should have been asleep long ago, and 2 police officers standing in front of her. At that moment, she was completely dumbfounded. She was the one who drugged them, so why did they suddenly wake up? She struggled and shouted. Meng Haixing had set a trap for her. But Meng Haixing just sneered. He had seen that she was short of money recently. How could she afford to buy sedatives? He just took advantage of the situation and gave her a push. She fell into the pit herself, so she couldn't blame others. As for the money and jewelry, just show the police the evidence she stole, and there's no need to cross-examine them. Meng Haixing didn't waste any time and followed the police to the bureau. After taking the statement, he got the things back. When he returned home, Lin Muching was sitting in the living room, anxiously waiting for him to come in. "How's it going at the Public Security Bureau? Did they find anything?" Lin Muching stood in the living room with a nervous look on his face. Meng Haixing stuffed the money into the drawer, slowly pulled out the sewing box, and took out a yellowed old photo from the red thread spool. The photo shows him when he was just 1 year old. He was wearing open crotch pants with his little butt deliberately exposed. He stared at the photo in a daze, a question running through his mind. What secrets does this tattered photo hide that is worth Meng Changyue sending people to steal it? Lin Mucheng came over to take a look, covering his mouth and laughing. Little Stone looks exactly like you when you were a child. When Meng Haisheng heard her laugh, he leaned close to her ear and whispered, "If you really want to see it, I'll show you now." Lin Mucheng rolled his eyes at him and replied, "You are so shameless in broad daylight." There was no one to take care of the child at home, so the two of them played around all afternoon until it was almost dark, and then they went to Lin's house to pick up the child. But Meng Haisheng lay in bed, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. A person like Meng Changyue would never give up easily. The next morning, he pulled Teng Zhe out of the house and headed straight for the landlord's house that Ding Meiying had mentioned last time. As soon as we got there and asked, the lie was immediately exposed. She did live here with me, but later on she became rich and moved to the compound in front. Meng Haisheng immediately asked Teng Zhe to check whether she had any connection with Meng Changyue. Half an hour later, Teng Zhe came back panting and said that he had found out that the small courtyard was indeed rented by Meng Changyue to Ding Meiying, and the neighbors have seen him coming. Meng Haisheng sneered in his heart. This was right. Then let Tao Miling see what kind of person her man is. Soon, Ding Meiying's case went to trial, and as the victim, he naturally had to be present. Besides him and Lin Mucheng, there was another man in the gallery who looked like Ding Meiying's suitor. As soon as the judge finished reading out the charge of theft, Ding Meiying suddenly cried like crazy. She said that she was raped by Meng Haisheng and is now 1 month pregnant. She stole things because she was angry. This sentence shocked the whole audience. Even Lin Mucheng was so shocked that his mouth opened. What's even more ridiculous is that someone came out and said that there was evidence proving that they had an improper relationship and that the house was rented by Meng Haisheng. Meng Haisheng laughed on the spot. Isn't that the courtyard that Meng Changyue paid for her to rent? He stood up and said that Ding Meiying was slandering him. He had a vasectomy a long time ago and couldn't even have children, so how could he get her pregnant? Ding Meiying froze. She never expected that the man had already used a knife. Meng Haisheng continued to fire, saying that the house was rented by Meng Changyue and the time could be checked. He hadn't even come to the capital at that time. He stared at Ding Meiying coldly and said that Meng Changyue was the mortal enemy of his restaurant, and now he was not in a clear mind and actually did this kind of thing to frame him. Anyone with a bit of brains wouldn't do such a thing. As soon as these words came out, Ding Meiying's face changed drastically and she began to lose her composure. The judge was also confused for a moment and could only announce a temporary adjournment of the court. Meng Haisheng entered the small conference room and handed all his surgical wounds and relevant certificates to the judge. "I'm already like this, and her saying I'm pregnant is just nonsense." After a 2-day recess, the court resumed the session and Ding Meiying was sentenced to 1 year in prison. As soon as he received the verdict, Meng Haisheng went straight to the Shure family. He chose the weekend noon when his family would be there. He wanted to give his gift out in front of everyone. At the door, Uncle Feng stopped him and said he wanted to go in and inform them. Meng Changyue stood behind the French window on the second floor and saw Meng Haisheng standing at the door talking to Feng Bo. His face changed instantly. He didn't expect that Meng Haisheng would actually dare to come and kill him. This courage was much greater than he thought. For a moment, his heart skipped a beat, and a cruel look flashed in his eyes. He knew that he had underestimated the enemy. If I had known that this kid was difficult to deal with, I should have dealt with all the clues earlier and suppressed the matter of the Shure family. But it's too late now. He hurried downstairs and stopped Uncle Feng directly, saying that Meng Haisheng was his mortal enemy who had ruined his restaurant, and that he must have come today to cause trouble. Meng Changyue pretended to be aggrieved and asked Uncle Feng not to let Meng Haisheng in, so as not to ruin the good atmosphere of the Shure family dinner. Uncle Feng was skeptical, but he still agreed. But when he turned around, Meng Changyue didn't move. He lit a cigarette and leaned against the pillar, smoking slowly. He wanted to see how capable Meng Haisheng was and whether he dared to break into the Shure family. Time passed minute by minute, and Meng Haisheng stood at the door for 5 minutes. The door wasn't open, no one came, and the atmosphere was just wrong. This is not the Shure family style. Even if they're not allowed to enter, at least someone will come out and say something. He vaguely sensed that someone was deliberately trying to stop him. Just as I was about to ring the doorbell again, I heard the sound of a car behind me. He turned around and saw Shure Rongjin. Haisheng, why are you here? Meng Haisheng said simply that he came to talk to the old man about something, and the housekeeper had already gone to inform him. Shure Rongjin didn't ask any more questions and led him indirectly. As the two walked, Meng Haisheng explained his purpose. He suppressed his anger and brought up everything about Ding Meiying's theft, trial, pregnancy, and sentencing. Shure Rongjin was originally smiling, but when he heard the word pregnant, he stopped, and his face darkened. He asked bluntly, Meng Changyue has been giving money to his first love, and they live together? Meng Haisheng answered calmly, yes, we even have a child. Shure Rongjin shook his head helplessly. No wonder Meng Changyue had been so rampant recently, when Tao Miling was on a business trip. In the corridor, Meng Changyue saw the two people walking side by side, chatting and laughing, and his face almost turned green. That was Shure Rongjin, someone he'd been trying to get close to for several years, but hadn't been able to do so. He tried his best to get close to him, but couldn't get a single extra word from him, while Meng Haisheng was invited in with just one Haisheng. He couldn't swallow this. He rushed out, emotionally broken, yelling that Meng Haisheng hadn't heard him enough, and now he dared to come to the Shure family to make trouble. Meng Haisheng stood still, his expression calm, but his tone was pressing. He said that Meng Changyue was the best at taking advantage of others' power, and that he came to the Shure family today just to let the Shure family hear what he had done outside. As soon as he finished speaking, the Shure family ran out of the house and stood in the corridor watching the two people confront each other. In desperation, Meng Changyue turned around and accused Meng Haisheng of being the mastermind behind Wang Xian's downfall, and that the drug dealer's medicine was kept in Meng Haisheng's warehouse. Meng Haisheng was disdainful and asked in return, can't the warehouse be rented out if it's empty? He had no intention of playing verbal games with this person. While everyone was still in shock, he strode into the house and headed straight for the main hall. He knew that as long as he met the old man of the Shure family, Meng Changyue, this snake would be unable to cause any trouble. Meng Changyue shouted angrily, stop right there. This is the Shure family, not a place for you to run wild. Just as Meng Haisheng was about to speak, Shure Rongjin spoke coldly. He said that Meng Haisheng was his guest, so why couldn't he come in? Meng Changyue still wanted to argue and said that Meng Haisheng was full of lies. But Shure Rongjin stopped him with one sentence. I know what is true and what is false. There was such a loud noise downstairs that Mr. Shure naturally heard it. He walked out of the study steadily and saw Meng Haisheng, the most conspicuous person in the crowd. Meng Haisheng took the initiative to step forward and said in a sincere tone that his name was Meng Haisheng. It was unintentional for him to visit today, but he had something to say. Old man Shure stared at him for a few seconds and recognized him as Lin Jianchuan's son-in-law. He waved his hand to tell everyone not to block the door and turned into the living room. He sat down and pointed to the seat next to him for Meng Haisheng to sit down, while Shure Rongjin sat on the other side. The Shure family was never vague when it came to entertaining guests. As soon as the tea was served, Meng Haisheng got straight to the point. He didn't waste time and directly told the whole process of how Meng Changyue framed him. From Ding Meiying's theft to her fake pregnancy and framing others, every detail was clearly explained. He even took out Ding Meiying's rental contract and a copy of the court judgment and handed them to Mr. Shure. Meng Haisheng looked calm and said that if it was just a competition in the restaurant business, he would never be afraid of losing. But it is disgusting that they use these dirty tricks in private. Old Master Shure stared at the verdict for a long time, holding his breath in his chest, and his face instantly turned colder. Meng Changyue quickly opened his mouth to argue that these were all slanders and that he and Ding Ming had broken up long ago. But the old man directly retorted and said that if they cut off contact, how could she get pregnant with his child? Do you want to call all of Ding Meiying's neighbors before you admit it? He knew that this little trick could not fool the old fox in front of him. The old man asked Tao Miling if she knew about it, and Meng Changyue said she was still on a business trip. Old Master Shure immediately ordered that when she came back, the eldest daughter-in-law should go to the Tao family in person to explain the matter clearly, so as to avoid this mess being brought up again after the marriage and bringing shame to both families. Having said that, the old man turned to look at Meng Haisheng and said, if you have anything else to say, just tell me. Meng Haisheng's eyes darkened, and he said that he almost had his reputation ruined, and he couldn't swallow this. He wanted Meng Changyue to apologize publicly. Old Master Shure nodded and said, you're right. It was Meng Changyue who was wrong in this matter. Meng Changyue gritted his teeth and opened his mouth several times before uttering a sentence. Meng Haisheng, I'm sorry. I was blinded by jealousy. I hope you can forgive me. But Meng Haisheng just smiled with a cold tone. I'm sorry, I can't forgive you. He paused and glanced at everyone present. Besides this, he also did something even more disgusting. He once forged my cousin's college entrance examination results. These words were like a knife, stabbing Meng Changyue's face so pale. Meng Haisheng continued, saying that his cousin was first in the class and the entire grade that year. If he hadn't tried hard to uncover the truth, Jinfeng's life might have been ruined. Although Meng Changyue was not found to be responsible back then, he always felt that someone was behind this. Now he wanted to ask if anyone in the Shure family had helped with this. Meng Changyue became anxious and jumped up, shouting that Meng Haisheng was talking nonsense. Meng Haisheng did not give in and replied coldly, "Shut up first and wait for Grandpa to speak." After he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to the old man on the sofa. Old Master Shure's face instantly fell, and his eyes were fixed on Shure Ronglan. He asked coldly, "Ronglan, you have a classmate who works in the Education Bureau. Did you intervene back then?" When he said this, there was no emotion on his face, but his fingers were shaking slightly. Shure Ronglan immediately became intimidated, his lips trembling. "Dad, it was Changyu who asked me to help him. He was alone and helpless, and I was soft-hearted." Bang! Before he could finish his words, Mr. Shure stood up and slapped him. "You still know how to be soft-hearted? Our Shure family is being watched by so many people in the capital. Do you think we can tolerate such stupidity from you?" Shure Ronglan was beaten so hard that he lowered his head and dared not say a word. Uncle Feng quickly offered the old man some tea to calm him down, but he was still very angry. He said that the foundation our Shure family had worked so hard to build was being held back by a bunch of scum like you who just live off the fat of the land. After scolding his son, he didn't say a word to Meng Changyue. Meng Changyue stood aside, his face pale. He understood that the old man scolded Ronglan because he was his own son, and he was an outsider from beginning to end. Old man sure turned to look at Meng Haisheng, and his voice softened a bit. "Haisheng, if you have anything else to say, just say it. My old bones can handle it." Meng Haisheng stared at Meng Changyue, smiling calmly, but his eyes hit a sharp knife. He said, "Grandpa Shure, do you know that Meng Changyue has a younger brother named Meng Changshi who was in jail for theft?" Old man Shure nodded. He knew about this matter and had specially asked Meng Changyue to send some money over there. But Meng Haisheng then changed the subject and said that Meng Changshi was sent in by him personally. He said that this man did not come to steal once, but broke into his house several times, and not for ordinary property. When Meng Changyue heard this, his face instantly tensed, and he subconsciously took a step forward, as if he was going to pounce on him and cover his mouth. "Are you crazy? You're the one who committed hooliganism? I'm going to beat you to death today." Before he could finish his words, Meng Hai suddenly punched him in the face, knocking him to the ground with a heavy blow. "Why are you in such a hurry? It's not as simple as stealing the necklace." He took out Lin Muqing's necklace from his pocket and held it in front of the old man. "This belongs to my wife." Meng Changyue used his brother to steal this necklace, because someone told him that there is a prescription for longevity hidden here. As for what he wants to do with the prescription, I think Grandpa already knows it. These words were like thunder, silencing the entire living room. Meng Haisheng's move shocked everyone in the Shure family into silence. Old Master Shure calmed down and immediately asked Meng Haisheng and Shure Rongjin to go to the study together. Meng Changyue knew things were getting out of control, so he quickly got up from the ground, blood at the corner of his mouth, and forced out a sentence. "Grandpa, I have to go in too. I can't let him slander me." Mr. Shure was silent for a moment and finally nodded. Shure Ronglan wanted to follow, but was glared back by Old Man Shure. After entering the study, Meng Haisheng didn't hide anything. He opened the necklace and took out the note. "This is the so-called prescription." He handed the yellowed slip to the old man. On it were densely written numbers and letters, arranged in a messy pattern with no discernible pattern. Meng Haisheng said coldly, "My father-in-law and mother-in-law are both famous doctors. They also said that this doesn't look like a prescription. This was something my brother-in-law scribbled down a few years ago. How old was he then? How could he have come up with a recipe for immortality?" Meng Changyue believed the lies. How many shameful things did he do for this little thing? Old man Shure stared at the paper. His face turned from pale to blue, and his fingers trembled slightly. Meng Haixing has sharp eyes and has seen too much of this kind of anger. The old man was not angry about the necklace, but was furious with Meng Changyue, the cancer. Not long after they entered the study, Shure Ronglan was pacing back and forth outside like a madman, like a mouse with nails stuck in it. As soon as the study door was closed, he felt confused. He felt guilty and knew that he was definitely involved. In less than 10 minutes, he finally couldn't bear it anymore and kicked the door open and rushed in. Dad, you can't listen to an outsider like him. Even though Chanyue's last name isn't Shure, he's still a family member. You can't. Before he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the study completely exploded. Meng Chanyue froze in place. This intrusion completely exposed the conspiracy between the two. He never expected Shure Ronglan to be so stupid. Old Master Shure sat behind the desk, his face ashen and anger almost burning from his eyes. He forced himself to suppress his anger and looked at Meng Haixing. Haixing, go back first. I'll come to your house in person someday and explain this matter to your father-in-law. Meng Haixing was tactful and didn't say a word. He stood up to say goodbye, and before turning around, he glanced at Meng Changyue and said lightly, I haven't even made my final move yet, and you're already out of breath. As he stepped out of the study, he heard a loud bang behind him, followed by Shure Ronglan's scream. Meng Haixing didn't look back and walked out of the Shure family steadily. In the evening, Lin Jiangchun called personally. You did a good job today, but the old man was so angry about you that he was sent to the hospital. Shure Ronglan also came in, and his face was swollen. Meng Haixing took the phone and just laughed lightly. Dad, don't worry. This is just the first step. Lin Jiangchun didn't ask much, just told him. Meng Changyue has been under house arrest and can only move between home and a laboratory. Old Master Shure even sent someone to keep an eye on them, and anyone who left without permission would be expelled from the Shure family. After hearing this, Meng Haixing just smiled faintly. Chapter 3:03. When Mr. Shure was hospitalized, Lin Jiangchun and Meng Haixing naturally went to visit him together. After the two came out of the hospital, Meng Haixing finally asked the doubts in his heart. Dad, what kind of magic potion did Meng Changyue give to old Master Shure? Even though things have come to this point, he still wants to keep Meng Changyue in the Shure family. He's not afraid that Meng Changyue will one day make the Shure family lose everything. This question lingered in Meng Haixing's mind for a long time. The Shure family had never made Meng Changyue's identity very clear to the outside world. They only said that he was a child of the Shure family. As for where he came from, it was vague. In the past, Meng Haixing only thought that Meng Changyue had boarded Shure Rongqing's big ship and won the favor of old man Shure, which was why he often went in and out of the Shure family as a junior. But now it seems that the old man's attitude is not like that. Why did he feel that Meng Changyue was more like the illegitimate son hidden by the Shure family? But this is not right. Although he and Meng Changyue are a few years apart in age, they grew up together in the same village. If Meng Changyue was not a villager, but was adopted from outside, this matter could not be concealed at all. Meng Haixing had seen how powerful the gossips in the village were. Come back to my office, and I'll tell you slowly. After all, this matter is a secret of the Shure family. If he discusses it with Meng Haixing outside, and someone hears it, it will be troublesome. I heard that Meng Changyue seems to be the descendant of Mr. Shure's lost son. Ah, didn't they say that Mr. Shure's son was killed by enemy spies? That was a chaotic time, and no one could predict it. When Meng Changyue first returned to the Shure family, Mr. Shure asked me about the paternity test. We have introduced paternity testing technology in our country, but the technology is not yet mature. Currently, it is basically used in criminal cases as a reference. As for the relationship between father and son, a 70% accuracy rate is considered good. If it's between a grandfather and a grandson, the accuracy is even more uncertain. When Meng Haixing heard Lin Jiangchun say this, he was completely stunned. Meng Changyue is really capable. How did he make old man Shure believe that he is a member of the Shure family? Recalling his past life, Meng Haixing instantly understood everything. No wonder Meng Changyue could suddenly become rich, and no wonder Meng Changyue could get strong support from the Shure family. It seems that he has messed up the Shure family all by himself. It seems that the little stimulations I gave Meng Changyue now were too light. If the Shure family knew that Meng Changyue was not their child, and that he was just a complete liar, how would Meng Changyue make his fortune without the protection of a Shure family in this life? On the other side, Meng Changyue was being stared at every day, and he was in a very irritable state. He has been thinking about ways to remedy the situation these days, But he has no idea. Tao Meiling, who had been on a business trip, finally returned to Beijing. Meng Haisheng was afraid that Tao Meiling would not receive the news in time, so he specially mailed her a letter to explain clearly how Meng Changxi had deceived her. After receiving the news, Tao Meiling rushed into Meng Changyue's laboratory in anger. Meng Changyue, you're really amazing. You're actually keeping your first love right under my nose. If you're so affectionate, why don't you spend your whole life with your first love? Why are you messing with me? From childhood to adulthood, Tao Meiling has always lived a life of luxury and has never suffered any grievances. But now Meng Changyue made her feel like she was living a joke. All the grievances in my heart burst out at this moment. Tao Meiling took the bag Meng Changyue gave her and smashed it at him. There were quite a few people in the lab, all doing research, and they had never seen such a scene before, so for a moment no one stepped forward to stop them. Meiling, listen to me. This is all a misunderstanding. Meng Haisheng framed me. Meng Haisheng is truly amazing. He actually managed to get your first love pregnant with your child. Last time, Meng Changyue was punched by Meng Haisheng, and there was still a bruise on the corner of his mouth. Now Tao Meiling hit him in the face with her backpack again, and he only felt a burning pain on his face. Meng Changyue, you must move out of my house immediately. You must also return all the money you took from me. Tao Meiling, will never keep a gigolo. Meng Changyue still wants to try hard to save this relationship because he knows that Tao Meiling is his only hope for a comeback. Unfortunately, Tao Meiling didn't give him this opportunity at all. Meng Changyue, we're done with each other from today. As for our so-called engagement party, it's naturally canceled. I'm not done with you on this matter. I'll have my grandfather go to the Shure family and ask for an explanation. Tao Meiling beat Meng Changyue violently, turned around, and walked straight back to their residence. She threw all of Meng Changyue's things into a bamboo basket and left it at the door. She didn't even give him a box. Now Meng Changyue became homeless. In the end, he had no choice but to go to Shure Rongqing and arrange a researcher dormitory for him to stay in temporarily. Meng Changyue sat on the iron bed, looking at the hardwood bed and the pile of his messy belongings in the bamboo basket. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar and his whole body was cold. He had no idea why his perfect life would fall apart after Meng Haisheng arrived. He was just one step away from success, so why did he fall into the abyss? Meng Changyue has nothing now. Even if he wanted to find Tao Meiling to save the relationship, he was unable to do so because his activities were restricted. Meng Changyue, like a trapped beast, was unwilling to lose. The recent incidents have made it very obvious that Mr. Shure has begun to dislike him. He had to take out the things and let Mr. Shure help him again. At this moment, Meng Changyue was very grateful that Ronglan broke into the study room just in time that day, and at least Meng Haisheng did not tell anyone about the photo. Thinking of this, Meng Changyue showed a strange smile on his face. He could still give it another try. Meng Changyue immediately found some letter paper and wrote a letter to his college classmate, Gao Cheng. Gao Cheng's family has been making fake cultural relics for generations, and their counterfeiting skills are very advanced. Meng Changyue asked Gao Cheng to help him find a way to take a photo of Meng Hai giving birth to his son, and then make it look old and give it to him. As a reward, Meng Changyue gave Gao Cheng 2,000 yuan. These 2,000 yuan are Meng Changyue's only savings. He is betting his entire fortune on this matter. Whether he can turn things around depends on this fake photo. Gao Cheng's family is not very wealthy, so 2,000 yuan is still very attractive. Meng Changyue secretly mailed the letter out, and it was not until mid-October that he finally received the photos mailed back by Gao Cheng. It is obvious that the photo is a one-year-old photo, and it says one-year-old anniversary at the bottom of the photo. The little boy in the photo vaguely resembled Meng Haisheng by at least 50%. Meng Changyue felt a little unsure and didn't know whether Old Man Shure would be able to see the clues. But he is now in a difficult situation and must get out of this predicament immediately. That same night, after getting the photo, Meng Changyue came to see Mr. Shure in person. This was the first time Meng Changyue came to the Shure family since Old Man Shure was hospitalized. The previous times he came, he was blocked outside by Uncle Foam. "Grandpa, this is a photo I asked someone to find in my hometown. Although it's a bit old, you can still vaguely see what I looked like when I was a child." Meng Changyue handed the photo to Mr. Shure, who was sitting on the sofa with both hands. "I'll update one chapter first, and then continue writing after dinner. There will be more later. I've received all the requests for updates, and I'm typing like crazy. I have a toothache today, and I'm taking painkillers while typing. P.S. The boss who adds 10 chapters a day. How many hands does he have? Please stop being so stubborn. My hands are cramping from typing lately. Chapter 304 Parents are here. After waiting for a long time, Mr. Shure finally got this long-lost photo. He put on his glasses and looked carefully at the yellowed photo in his hand. Although his facial features are not particularly similar to Rong Yuan's, his eyes and eyebrows are still quite similar to Rong Yuan. A few days ago, Mr. Shure was hospitalized because of the anger he caused by Meng Changyue and Shure Ronglan. In recent times, he has not been in a very good spirit. But after seeing this photo, Mr. Shure's spirit and energy have visibly improved. Meng Changyue, who was standing by, breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he had finally gotten away with it. If he had known this would make Mr. Shure happy, he would have asked his classmates to help him get a fake photo so that he wouldn't have to endure Meng Haixing's humiliation. Changyu, let me take this photo first. You can go out. I'm going to rest first. Old man Shure put the photo on the table and looked at Meng Changyue expressionlessly. Yes, Grandpa. You should have a good rest. Meng Changyue came out of Mr. Shure's study, feeling quite happy. He felt that his life would soon undergo a qualitative change. But that is not the case. One day, 2 days passed, and there was no movement from old man Shure. Meng Changyue is still under surveillance and cannot move around freely. Even if he wanted to meet Mr. Shure, he needed to say hello in advance. But even if he greeted him in advance, Mr. Shure didn't want to see him. Meng Changyue was now completely impatient. The photo was his last resort, but the result was completely different from what he expected. Meng Changyue had no choice but to go to his teacher, Shure Rongqing. Teacher, I don't understand. What on earth did I do to make Grandpa angry? He hasn't seen me for 2 months. In the living room of Shure Rongqing's house, Meng Changyue sat on the sofa like a lost dog. Changyu, don't you see clearly now? Your past actions have already disgusted your grandfather. He is still keeping you in the Shure family because of your father. If other children in the family had done something so outrageous, they would have been sent abroad for reform by now. Shure Rongqing sighed slightly. Meng Changyue was once his most proud student. He was smart and studious, and was a good candidate for research. But since when did he change? He has changed so much that even his teacher doesn't recognize him. Teacher, Meng Changyue wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Shure Rongqing. Changyu, your grandfather loves learned young people the most. You should work hard in the laboratory. When you make some achievements and your grandfather's anger subsides, he will definitely meet you. Meng Changyue felt bitter in his heart. He wanted more than just for Mr. Shure to see him. But there was no better way at the moment, so he could only keep his tail between his legs. On the other side, Meng Haixing kept staring at Meng Changyue. Seeing that he did not receive any overly severe punishment, he already understood in his heart that Mr. Shure should not have doubted Meng Changyue's identity. Very good, then let him give Meng Changyue a fatal blow. There has never been a telephone in Xiashan village, and even the village cannot install one. Normally, when Meng Haixing contacts his family, he can only arrange a time to call. After Meng Guangzhu and Chu Lan went to the county, they called Meng Haixing using the cram school's phone. The agreed time came again, and Meng Haixing and his children were waiting by the phone early. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. The phone rang twice, and Meng Haixing picked up the phone very quickly. Dad, Mom, is it snowing heavily over there? Not yet. The 2 snowfalls were just light snow. We'll have to wait until January for the heavy snow. Meng Guangzhu held the receiver, his old face full of smiles. It snowed heavily in the capital, and Momo even built a big snowman in the yard. A few days ago, she asked me why Grandpa and Grandma didn't come to Beijing to visit her. You don't have anything to do over there right now, so why don't you come over earlier? Don't wait until the end of the year. My mom will come over. We'll have plenty of time, and I can take you around the capital. There's no distinction between busy and unbusy times at the rabbit farm. We just shorn the rabbits a few days ago. Your mom is worried the rabbits will be cold, so she's been walking around the farm all day, practically giving each one a sweater. Meng Haixing on the other end of the phone was amused by Meng Guangzhu. It's not like I shaved all the rabbit's hair off, so how could it be cold? Meng Haixing persuaded them on the phone for a long time before Meng Guangzhu and Chu Lan agreed to book train tickets to Beijing at the end of December. After Meng Haixing finished speaking, Momo took the phone again and talked to Chu Lan for a long time. In the end, the 3 little babies called out in their baby voices. Although their pronunciation was unclear, the 2 old people were very happy. Dad, look, it's going to snow again. Momo had just hung up the phone when she saw snowflakes falling outside the window. Dad, how about we go eat hot pot at noon today? I want to eat tomato hot pot. Okay, Let's ask Mom to go with us. The winter in the capital is still quite lively. Meng Haixing's two restaurants offer a new copper hot pot almost every week. There are endless varieties of soup bases, and there are already more than a dozen of them. At first, Meng Haixing was afraid that the old Beijing people would not be used to the new and unusual soup bases he was making. However, after launching the new soup base, the response was very good, so he felt relieved. In the past, there were only a few kinds of hot pot soup bases, and everyone was tired of them. Suddenly, so many new and novel soup bases appeared, and everyone always wanted to try them. At the end of December, when Meng Guangzhu and Chu Lan came to Beijing, Meng Haixing prepared two hot pots at home for the two elders to enjoy. Meng Guangzhu and Chu Lan have never left Xuyang County. The farthest place they have been to is the county seat. They have not even been to Ningong City. This time when I came to the capital, I saw joy everywhere. Mom and Dad, you must be exhausted. Take a break and drink some water. Lunch will be ready soon. Although Meng Haixing asked Xu Daong to buy sleeper tickets for the two of them, the journey took too long and they were exhausted. Fortunately, I was just looking at the scenery outside along the way, so I wasn't tired. Chu Lan took the teacup from Meng Haixing's hand with a look of joy on her face. Even taking painkillers doesn't help me write this. I'm so angry. Please forgive the few typos. The toothache is not a serious illness, but it is really painful, so I have to lie down. Chapter 305 The World Outside. The arrival of Meng Guangzhu and Chu Lan made the courtyard more lively. They rested for 2 days, and Meng Haixing drove them around the capital. Dad, Mom, this is the restaurant I opened. Let's have lunch here today. Meng Haixing had no classes at noon, so he drove the two of them to Thuan for dinner. Standing at the magnificent gate of Thuan, Meng Guangzhu and Chu Lan were both stunned. On the phone, Meng Haixing mentioned to them that he opened 2 restaurants in Beijing. Both of them thought that the restaurant opened by Meng Haixing was the kind of roadside restaurant they saw in Xuyang County. Now the magnificent restaurant was placed before their eyes. They were so surprised that they could not utter a word. Haixing, where do you get so much money to open a restaurant even though our rabbit farm has made a profit this year? It's not much. Meng Guangzhu was extremely nervous, fearing that Meng Haixing would become a bad person after coming to Beijing. If the courtyard house he lives in and the car he drives were in Xuyang County, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. Meng Guangzhu was very nervous that Meng Haixing could make so much money in such a short time. Dad, don't let your imagination run wild. I already have 2 second-hand TV stores in Beijing. The capital has a large population and many wealthy people. My 2 stores are doing very well. The money I used to buy this restaurant came from my TV business. Meng Haixing pulled the stunned Meng Guangzhu into the restaurant. Today I'll let you taste the cooking skills of our chef Ming. His ancestors were imperial chefs. The dizzy Meng Guangzhu and Chu Lan were arranged by Meng Haixing to go to a private room. There was a family dinner at noon today, and Meng Haixing also invited Lin Jiangchun and Su Yayin. Mom and Dad, please sit down for a while. Mu Chung and I will go order the food first. Okay, you guys go ahead and get busy. Coming out of the private room, Lin Muching tugged at Meng Haixing's sleeve. Haixing, why don't you let your parents order the food? I'll let them order the food. We can only have porridge today. The corners of Meng Haixing's lips curled up slightly, and he was smiling. The 2 elders have been farmers all their lives and usually grow their own vegetables at home. If they saw that a plate of ordinary stir-fried vegetables costs 81 cents, they would definitely not be willing to eat it. After all, most vegetables in the vegetable market cost only a few cents per pound, and the most expensive is only 10 cents. As for roast duck, Buddha jumps over the wall, and the like, they probably wouldn't dare to eat them. That's why Meng Haixing took the initiative to order the dishes himself. Well, my parents have worked hard all their lives, and now they have finally made it. Lin Muching stepped forward and held Meng Haixing's hand. They had endured for so many years, and now they finally made it. Come on, what do you want to eat? We're in our own restaurant. Don't be polite to me. Eat boldly. I'll pay. Meng Haixing looked so rich and powerful that Lin Muching laughed out loud. When the two went to order food, they happened to meet Shure Rongjin, who was also coming to the restaurant for dinner with his secretary. Uncle Shure, you're here. Meng Haixing walked up to Shure Rongjin and greeted him enthusiastically. Although he dealt a heavy blow to Meng Changhue, Shure Rongjin did not ask Meng Haixing to stop. This made Meng Haixing's favorability towards Shure Rongjin increase a little bit. Haixing is here too. Don't you have classes today? I have classes, and my parents are here. I'll take them out for lunch at noon. Not bad. You are quite filial and have not forgotten your roots. Meng Haisheng chuckled, chatted with Sure Rongjin for a few words, and then let him leave quickly. After all, given his current position, it would be somewhat inconvenient for him to talk while standing in the lobby on the first floor. After Sure Rongjin left, Meng Haisheng went to the bar to ask, "Manager Liu, who did Mr. Sure have dinner with today?" Given Sure Rongjin's current position, the person who could have dinner with him was definitely not an ordinary person, but Meng Haisheng didn't receive the message, which made him angry. Generally, when senior leaders come to have dinner, even if the boss is extremely busy, he still has to show up. "Boss, Mr. Sure is here with his family. Today we're hosting a few elders. It's a family dinner, so I didn't tell you." "Oh, it's a family dinner. Who are you inviting?" "Mr. Tao. There's another one who is their comrade in arms, Mr. Qin." After hearing what Manager Liu said, Meng Haisheng probably guessed that today the Sure family would host a banquet to apologize to the Tao family. After all, that rubbish Meng Changyue is living with Tao Miling and is preparing to get engaged. Now that he has suddenly caused such a thing, the Sure family must give an explanation to the Tao family. Use my name to send a few special dishes to their table later. For a table full of old men, try to use less oil and sugar in the dishes and recommend more light dishes. Clear. Meng Haisheng talked with Manager Liu for a while, and when he returned to the private room, Lin Jianchun and Su Yayin had already arrived. In the past, when the two of them went to Chiang County to see Meng Haisheng and Lin Mucheng, they came and left in a hurry and did not sit down and have a good meal with the two elders of the Meng family. This is the first time that we have all sat together to have a meal like today. My dear relatives, it's not easy for you to come to the capital. You should stay a few more days and let Haisheng take you around. There are many attractions in the capital. Lin Jianchun looked at Meng Guangzhu, who was a little reserved, and spoke to him enthusiastically. "Yes, we have wanted to visit the capital for a long time. Tomorrow is Saturday, and Haisheng has no classes. He said he would take us to watch the flag-raising ceremony." "That's great. When you come to Beijing, you have to go see the flag-raising ceremony." Lin Jianchun once came from a prominent family and studied abroad when he was young. Meng Guangzhu was born and raised in the countryside. After a few days of schooling, he could only recognize a few daily words. The two people seemed to have nothing to do with each other and had no common topics, but they were chatting enthusiastically during the meal and even felt that they had met too late. "I'll teach you how to grow chili peppers later. I guarantee your tongue will be so spicy after eating one bite." "That's great. I'll plant a few in a flower pot and pick one to try when I'm craving it." Meng Haisheng felt relieved when he saw that the two of them were chatting well. He was really worried that the whole family would have nothing in common to talk about when they sat together. Su Yain and Chu Lan sat together, discussing knitting sweaters for their 4 children. Both of them are good with their hands. They had only finished half of the meal when they had already made an appointment to go together to buy wool, choose patterns, and knit sweaters for their 4 children. The whole family had lunch happily. Meng Haisheng prepared to drive first to take Meng Guangzhu and Chu Lan back. Just as I reached the door of the restaurant, I happened to meet Mr. Sure and a few others coming out of the restaurant and preparing to get into the car to leave. "Grandpa Sure." Meng Hai went forward to talk to old man Sure. After all, it was he who dealt with Meng Changyue and ruined the marriage between the Sure and Tao families. "You just added a lot of new dishes to our table. I appreciate your kindness. It's all as it should be." Old Master Tao on the side looked Meng Haisheng up and down. "We are indeed old. Young people nowadays are more energetic than when we were young." Mr. Tao is still very grateful to Meng Haisheng. If Meng Haisheng hadn't intervened to deal with Meng Changyue, these things would have been exposed after Tao Miling and Meng Changyue got married. At that time, it was not as easy for Tao Miling to extricate herself as it is now. Chapter 306, A Chance Encounter at the Hospital. Just as Meng Haisheng was seeing the old man off to the car, he turned around and saw Lin Mucheng, Meng Guangzhu, and others coming out of the restaurant. "Haisheng, why are you so slow?" "I just met the old man and said a few words." Meng Haisheng drove Meng Guangzhu home. He had no classes in the afternoon, so he took the two of them for a walk. Lin Mucheng returned to school. She had classes in the afternoon, including art class, so her schedule was very full. In order to keep warm in winter, the windows at home are closed almost every day. In this environment, if someone in the house catches a cold, it is particularly easy to spread the disease. Momo caught a cold from a fellow kid at kindergarten, and the 3 little ones at home were all infected. Meng Haisheng and Lin Mucheng didn't even bother to attend class and took their 4 children straight to the Lin family's hospital. "Poor little thing. Let grandma check if you still have a fever." Su Yain came in person to examine several children. Momo had a slight fever and her little face was red. Grandma, I'm so sleepy. Mom won't let me sleep. Momo was very unhappy and pulled Su Yayin's hand to complain. Lin Mucheng, who was standing by, glared at Momo with a smile. You have to let Grandma see you sleeping. It won't hurt to wait a little longer. Momo's cold is a bit serious, and she may need an injection. If she falls asleep, the injection may easily scare her. Su Yain talked to Momo and quickly finished examining her. Momo had a serious cold. Her tonsils were inflamed, and she looked listless. In the end, she got a shot. All 4 children came to the hospital for colds. Meng Haixing simply called Meng Guangzhu and Chu Lan to the hospital as well and gave them a full-body examination. We are all in good health. There is no need for examination. This is a routine checkup. You and Mom have been doing farm work all your life, so you always have arm and leg pain. Back home, you always said you just have to endure it and it would be fine, and you never went to the hospital. Now that we're at the hospital, we can get a full-body checkup to see what the problem is. Meng Guangzhu and Chu Lan couldn't argue with Meng Haisheng, so they followed him to various departments for examinations. There were a lot of people in the Lin family hospital, so Lin Jiangshun specially approved a note and asked the two to go to the Veteran Cadre Rehabilitation Center, where there were fewer people. The Veteran Cadre Rehabilitation Center is a separate building. Meng Haisheng and his 3 companions took the physical examination form and underwent examinations one by one. Grandpa Shure, you are also here for a physical examination. Just as Meng Haisheng got the test results of Meng Guangzhu and Chu Lan from the window, he saw Mr. Shure coming out of the ward accompanied by Shure Rongjing. What a coincidence! What are you doing? I'm here with my parents for a routine checkup. While the two were talking, Meng Guangzhu and Chu Lan also came over. Old man Shure turned his head to look at the two of them, and when his eyes fell on Meng Guangzhu, he was stunned. Haisheng, are these your parents? Yes, it's just my father Meng Guangzhu and my mother Chu Lan. Meng Haisheng generously introduced his parents to Mr. Shure. He did not feel that his parents, because they came from a peasant family, were inferior to retired cadres like Mr. Shure. Your surname is also Meng, the old man murmured in a low voice. Grandpa Shure, my last name is Meng, and of course my father's last name is Meng too. Shure Rong was just getting the test results back when he looked up and saw Meng Guangzhu. He was also obviously stunned. Oh my God, Dad, Uncle Meng looks so much like my mom. Yes, I feel the same way. Old man Shure looked at Meng Guangzhu with mixed feelings. He didn't expect that Meng Haisheng's father was so similar to his deceased wife. That's such a coincidence. There are many people in this world who look alike, but it's fate that we met. Meng Guangzhu didn't care much about this matter, as there were many similar people. Yes, this is really fate. As everyone was talking, Lin Mucheng came over to Meng Haisheng with Little Stone in his arms to see if they had finished their work. Haisheng, how are you doing here? Momo slept for a while and is now complaining about being hungry. Almost done. I'll just show the report to the doctor. Daddy, hold me. After seeing Meng Haisheng, Xiao Shurtu kept rushing towards him. Old man Shure looked at the little boy in Meng Haisheng's arms and couldn't help frowning. Haisheng, is this your son? Yes, he's just 1 year old, and he's as naughty as a little monkey all day long. Little Stone calls me great-grandpa. Little Shurtu also had a slight cold. Meng Haisheng held him and asked him to call for help. Although he was a little reluctant, he still called for help in a baby voice. Great-grandfather. Oh, that's great. At my age, I finally became a great-grandfather. Old man Shure's face was full of smiles. He felt around and found that he hadn't brought anything with him when he went out today. He took off the jade ring on his hand. Give this to the child to play with. Consider a welcome gift for me. Old man Shure handed the jade ring to Xiao Shurtu, who took it without hesitation. Great-grandfather, great-grandfather. The old man was overjoyed when he heard Xiao Shidu's baby voice calling him. Meng Haisheng on the side was no longer calm. How could the things that Mr. Shure carried with him be ordinary items? How could he just give them to Xiao Shurtu? Grandpa Shure, Xiao Shurtu can't take such a valuable thing. Meng Haisheng wanted to snatch the jade ring from Xiao Shurtu, but Xiao Shurtu wanted it so much that he didn't want to give it to Meng Haisheng at all. It's okay, it's okay. Since I took it out, I'm giving it to Little Stone sincerely. Haisheng, you guys go ahead and do your work. I have something to do, and I'll leave first. Mr. Shure said a few words to everyone before turning around and leaving. Haisheng, who is this Mr. Shure? Meng Guangzhu also felt that it was a bit too exaggerated for old man Shure to give Xiao Shurtu a jade ring as a gift. Faced with Meng Guangzhu's question, he didn't know how to answer for a moment. A very nice old man. On the other side, the old man got into the car in a hurry. He sat in the car for a long time before he came to his senses. Rongzheng, have you ever checked where Meng Haixing's family is from? No. Now hurry up and check. I want to know his background as quickly as possible. Sure Rong was confused by what old man Shure had done. The jade ring that Mr. Shure gave to Xiao Shure to just now is a small item that Mr. Shure likes very much. It has been with him for at least 20 or 30 years. He had really wanted it at the beginning and begged for it for a long time, but Mr. Shure didn't give it to him. Dad, why did you suddenly think of checking Meng Haixing? Did you feel that the little stone looked familiar when you saw it just now? No? But little stone has a chubby face, which is quite cute. Seeing that Shure Rong looked confused, Mr. Shure was too lazy to talk to him. He took out his pocket watch and opened it. Inside was the photo that Meng Chanhua had brought over last time. Chapter 307, The Truth One. Shure Rongjing glanced at the photo in Mr. Shure's pocket watch and suddenly realized something. He said that he had a sense of déjà vu when he saw Meng Haixing's son just now. It looked exactly like the photo Meng Chanhua had brought over last time. No, they looked like the same person. Dad, what are you saying? A bold idea flashed through Shure Rongjing's mind. I suspect Meng Chanhua isn't even a member of our family. Go check Meng Haixing's background first. Okay, I'll check it out. At this moment, Mr. Shure was quite excited, and his hands were shaking when he put away his pocket watch. Every scene in the hospital just now was slowly replaying in his mind. If everything was as he thought, then Meng Guangzhu should be his eldest son, Shure Rongyuan. When the old man thought of this, he felt mixed emotions. Meng Guangzhu looks like an honest farmer who was born and raised there. Although he is only in his 40s, he looks very weathered. His dark skin is caused by years of wind and sun, and his slightly hunched back is caused by years of farm work. If he hadn't lost the person in the first place, if he had not devoted himself to the army, he would be like other children now, going to school in the capital and finding a good job, living a carefree life. Thinking of this, Mr. Shure felt as if someone had stabbed him in the chest, and the pain made him almost unable to breathe. When he returned home, the old man had been in the study, silently waiting for news from Shure Rongjing. He couldn't even eat lunch and didn't even think about Meng Chanhua's deception. All his attention was on Meng Guangzhu. Meng Haixing had a detailed file at the university, so it wasn't difficult for Shure Rongjing to check it out. In just 2 hours, he hurried back home. Dad, I found out that Meng Haixing and Meng Chanhua are from the same village. Send someone to Shashan village now and see if he can find out. Mr. Shure stopped talking halfway. It's a waste of time to go from the capital. Mr. Shure immediately picked up the phone and called the people he knew to see if there was anyone in Xi'an County or Ningong City, as they would be able to get there faster. It is much more troublesome to investigate Meng Guangzhu than Meng Haixing. Not many people are still alive who knew about his story back then. It was 3 full days before Mr. Shure finally got the exact news that Meng Guangzhu was indeed adopted. The timing was right, too, as it happened shortly after the new year. When Mr. Shure hung up the phone, his cloudy eyes turned slightly red, and there was a gleam in them. Rongzheng, Rongzheng. Old Master Shure excitedly called Shure Rongjing and asked him to go with him to Meng Haixing's house. He wants to meet Meng Guangzhu. Dad, are you sure? It's confirmed. The time and place are right. Even if they didn't match, based on the similarity in appearance between Meng Guangzhu and his late wife, he was sure that Meng Guangzhu was definitely his son. Old man Shure hurried to the Meng family, but at this moment Meng Haixing was taking Meng Guangzhu and Chu Lan to visit the Forbidden City. Old Master Shure waited at Meng Haixing's house for an hour, but he couldn't bear it any longer and had to ask Shure Rongjing to go to the Forbidden City to find someone. The Forbidden City is quite large, and Shure Rongjing nearly broke his legs running before he finally found the 3 people wandering around in the Forbidden City. Oh my God, Meng Haixing, I finally found you. Shure Rong was looking at the person in front of him breathlessly, and he couldn't describe the feeling in his heart. I suddenly got a brother for no reason. This is completely different from the feeling of home when Meng Chanhua first came. Meng Chanhua is a junior, so he doesn't feel anything about it. He just has another nephew. But Meng Guangzhu is his biological elder brother, and they have the same blood flowing in their veins, so this feeling is very strange. Uncle Shure, are you looking for me for something urgent? Yes. Come back with me quickly. The old man is still waiting for you at your house. Meng Haixing was completely confused by Shure Rongjing. Uncle Shure, what's the hurry? You'll know when you return. Meng Haixing saw that Shure Rongjing looked anxious and worried. Although he was suspicious, he still followed him home. As soon as he entered the yard, Meng Haixing heard old man Shure playing with three little babies. Great-grandfather, hug me. I want a hug too. And me. Hey, come here, great-grandfather, give me a hug. Little Stone, do you usually eat all the delicious food yourself? Why are you so much heavier than your two sisters? Little Stone eats vegetables, but his sister doesn't. Xiaoshita's speech is not very fluent, but his logic is absolutely sound. Oh, so my sister is picky about food and doesn't like vegetables. When Meng Haisheng entered the house, he saw old man Sure sitting on the sofa in the living room, surrounded by three little kids. He is old and can't hold the little fat kids. He would put them down after holding them for a while. Grandpa Sure, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. It's okay, I came in a hurry. Meng Haisheng walked up to speak to Mr. Sure apologetically. The little kids who had been surrounding Mr. Sure just now, when they saw Meng Haisheng coming back, all let go of Mr. Shure's sleeves and ran towards Meng Haisheng. Dad. Wow. The three little babies cried together, and the whole living room became lively in an instant. You're so good. Daddy is busy now. I'll play with you guys later, okay? After asking the nanny to take the three noisy little babies to their own room, Meng Haisheng and his friend sat on the sofa. The old man looked at Meng Guangzhu, and the more he looked, the more he felt that he was very similar to his deceased wife. Guangzhu, I have something to tell you. Please don't get excited. All the Meng family members present were stunned, somewhat confused as to why Mr. Sure suddenly had something to say to Meng Guangzhu, given that the two of them clearly had nothing to do with each other. Mr. Sure, go ahead. It's like this. When I was young, I lived in Xuyang County for a while. The world was in turmoil at the time, and my son, who was only a month old, was taken away by bad people. It was winter then, and I was chasing that man with my men. We finally caught him in the mountains, only to find out that he was completely heartless and had abandoned my son in the mountains in order to escape. I took people to search for a whole day and a whole night, but couldn't find it. A tiny baby, without a blanket, wearing only a small cotton coat. In such cold weather, there's no way he could survive a day or a night. I thought the eldest brother was gone. A few years ago, Meng Changyue was admitted to Jingxing University and became Rongqing's student. After they got to know each other, Meng Changyue said that his father was found in the mountains by someone else. The time and place he mentioned were exactly the same as when he lost the boss. I mistakenly thought Meng Changyue was my boss's son. Having said that, Meng Haixing just thought that old man sure knew that Meng Changyue was fake. Dad, you and Meng Changyue's dad are from the same generation. Have you ever heard that he was picked up? It's still a dull day. I took some anti-inflammatory medicine for my toothache, and I couldn't eat the whole day. I'm almost in the mood for cultivation. I wanted to update more today because everyone sent me so many reminder talismans and blades, but I ended up just lying down. I owe you guys an extra chapter. I'll give it to you all when my teeth are healed. Thank you for your support. Chapter 308, The Truth Too. Meng Guangzhu didn't expect Meng Changyue to do such a shameless thing. In Meng Guangzhu's mind, Meng Changyue was the first person from Xiashan Village to be admitted to Beijing University. It is the glory of Xiashan Village. But he deceived Mr. Shure for the sake of fame and wealth. Mr. Shure, I grew up in Xiashan Village. Meng Changyue's father's surname is definitely Meng. If you don't believe me, you can go to Xiashan Village and take a look. Meng Changyue's father is gone, but his uncles are still alive. These people have similar appearances, but brothers always have other similarities. Meng Changyue, his younger brother, and his cousin don't look alike, but when you look at them from behind, their walking style is exactly the same. This is all inherited from their old man. Mr. Shure nodded vigorously. Yes, brothers always have similarities. Guangzhu, I already know that Meng Changyue is a fake, and I also know where my boss is. Oh, Meng Guangzhu was puzzled. Since old man Shure knew that Meng Changyue was a fake, why did he come? My eldest son was taken in by a family surnamed Meng and was named Meng Guangzhu. When Mr. Shure finished speaking, everyone present was not only stunned, but also frightened. Even though Meng Guangzhu was old and had seen a lot of ups and downs, he was still shocked when he heard what the old man said. Master Shure, you must have made a mistake. Although my name is Meng Guangzhu, I wasn't picked up. If it was really picked up, our village can still conceal it without a single word of it being revealed. Is it just the same name? Meng Guangzhu quickly recalled his past in his mind. From childhood to adulthood, even if our family was so poor that we couldn't afford to eat, we could only eat wild vegetables from the mountains. His parents treated the three brothers equally. Even if he dug up some wild vegetables in the mountains, he would break them into 3 parts and share them. It was only after Meng Xian was born that his parents favored their younger daughter more. From these memories, Meng Guangzhu really didn't feel that he was adopted and had no blood relationship with the Meng family. Seeing Meng Guangzhu's troubled expression, Mr. Sure quickly comforted him. Guangzhu, this happened so suddenly. I understand that you may not be able to accept it right away. But this is 100% true. I saw you at the hospital that day, and you looked a bit like my late wife, so I sent someone to Shashan village to investigate. After your parents picked you up, they were afraid that this matter would get out and it would be bad for you. So they deliberately took you back to your grandma's house to live for a while. Meng Haisheng, who was standing by, was also in shock as he listened to Mr. Shure's account of the whole story. If Meng Guangzhu is Mr. Shure's biological son, then doesn't he have to be Mr. Shure's grandson? No wonder Meng Changyue always wanted to get his photo. It seems that Meng Changyue must have known about this for a long time. He wanted to take the position that was rightfully his. Grandpa Shure, can you let my dad confirm this? No hurry, no hurry. Haisheng, I've been waiting for so many years, a little while longer won't bother you. I came here today just to make things clear. You guys go ahead and do your work, and we'll talk later. Old Master Shure also knew that this matter was somewhat shocking to the Meng family. After seeing the old man off, Meng Haisheng immediately picked up the phone and called Chu Daong, asking him to drive to the mountain village and ask Grandpa Meng and Grandma Meng what was going on. Chu Daong on the other end of the phone did not dare to delay when he heard that it involved Meng Guangzhu's life experience, and quickly drove to Xiashan village. Grandpa Meng and Grandma Meng were discussing finding a partner for Meng Xian at home when Chu Daong rushed into the house in a hurry. He told the story in general, and Grandpa Meng's face turned ugly in an instant. Grandma Meng, on the other hand, was relatively calm. Over the years, I've always wondered if Guangzhu's family would come looking for me. Most of my life has passed, and I thought they wouldn't come, but they finally did. As she spoke, Grandma Meng took out a navy blue cloth bag from her old wooden box. She gently opened the cloth bag, revealing a baby's green cotton jacket and a pair of tiger head shoes. This is the clothes Guangzhu was wearing when I found him in the mountains. Daong, find a way to send Guangzhu to his biological parents. When Grandma Meng handed the cloth bag to Chu Daong, her eyes were slightly red, and she was reluctant to let go. She's just an ordinary old lady in the countryside. She can scheme against her daughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law, but she is reluctant to let her son suffer any loss. Meng Guangzhu was only 1 month old when he was picked up. He had no milk at that time, so Grandma Meng took him back to her parents' home and looked for people to feed him. Thinking back on it now, I feel so sad. Chu Daong saw that Grandma Meng and Grandpa Meng were very sad. He comforted them. Grandma Meng, Grandpa Meng, don't be anxious and sad. From what Haisheng said, the people over there are quite powerful. If the recognition is successful, Uncle Meng will have a good life in the future. Besides, it was Haisheng who asked me to ask about this. He brought it up on his own initiative, so must be right. Daong, take your things. I think Haisheng will let you send them directly to the capital. Give Guangzhu a message. Xiashan village will always be his home. Grandpa Meng didn't say anything extra. When he raised Meng Guangzhu, he never thought of asking him to repay him. Okay, I'll definitely pass on the message. Grandpa Meng personally saw Chu Daong out. Looking at the car driving away, he felt empty in his heart. As Grandpa Meng expected, after Chu Daong called Meng Haisheng to report the matter, Meng Haisheng asked Chu Daong to take his things and head north the next day. That little baby's clothes would be the most direct evidence. With such a big thing happening, Meng Guangzhu had no intention of traveling around the capital, so he simply waited for Chu Daong to come at home. Meng Haisheng knew that it would be redundant to say anything at this time, so he didn't say much and went to class as usual. He was about to take the first exam of his college career at the end of the year, and he didn't want to fail. Compared to the Meng family's calm response, the Shure family was in an uproar, especially Meng Changhua. The Shure family had originally sent people to monitor him, but after Mr. Shure returned from Meng Haisheng's place, he had them withdrawn. Meng Changhua has fooled the Shure family around, but old man Shure will not let him off so easily. As soon as the surveillance personnel left, Meng Changhua was fired from the institute. His postgraduate studies were completely wasted, and he would never be able to graduate in this life. Faced with the sudden change, Meng Changhua was confused. He was most familiar with Shure Ronglan, so that night, Meng Changhua went to Shure Ronglan's house. Meng Changhua, how dare you come to me? Shure Ronglan was furious when he saw Meng Changhua. He was about to be killed by Meng Changhua. Uncle San, Meng Changhua was about to say something, but was interrupted by Shure Ronglon before he could finish. Chapter 309, The Truth 3. Meng Changyue, you're really capable. You fooled our entire family around. It's a pity that the truth can't be hidden and your deeds have been exposed. Get away from me right now. I don't want to see you again. I'm so unlucky that I'm even involved with you. Sure, Ronglon was so angry that he started cursing at Meng Changyue. If he hadn't been rational, he really wanted to go up and tear Meng Changyue apart. Uncle San, I don't understand what you were talking about. I have never had any bad intentions towards the Sure family. At this moment, Meng Changyue vaguely felt that he seemed to be exposed. He quickly thought of ways to deal with it and try to make up for it. Sure Ronglon was so angry that she laughed at Meng Changyue's shamelessness. Meng Changyue, you're not crying until you see the coffin. Let me tell you, my father has already sent people to Xiaoshan village to investigate. All your details have been thoroughly investigated. You are an imposter. Just wait and see. Our Sure family won't kill you, but you won't be able to live a good life in the capital. From now on, you won't be able to find a job except begging. You won't even be able to find a job sweeping the streets. As he spoke, Ronglon pushed Meng Changyue out the door. Uncle San, you must have been deceived by Meng Haisheng. I'm a member of the Sure family. Meng Haisheng is full of lies. Get out of here. Sure Ronglon kicked Meng Changyue out of the yard. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. Meng Changyue, you should pray that your life is short, otherwise you will end up living a life worse than a dog. With a bang, the heavy wooden door closed. Meng Changyue sat on the ground, his mind blank. He was hiding it very well, so how come he was suddenly exposed? It must be Meng Haisheng's fault. If he hadn't appeared, how could he be so unlucky? Climbing up from the ground in a mess, Meng Changyue patted the dust off his body. He glanced at the tightly closed wooden door of Sure Ronglon's house and spat fiercely at the front door of his house. How could Meng Changyue be defeated like this? Even without the help of the Sure family, he could still turn the situation around. Meng Changyue didn't know that when Meng Haisheng knew the truth, he had already wanted to deal with Meng Changyue. Meng Haisheng never admits that he is a good person. If he was a good person, it would have been impossible for him to fight his way out of the bottom of society in just a few years in his previous life. In the past, Meng Changyue was protected by the big tree of his home, so he didn't dare to come here openly. Now that he is alone, he will not be polite. Meng Changyue, who had nothing, was kicked out of the research institute with only a few $dozen. Before he could find a place to live, all his money and property was robbed. Penniless Meng Changyue had no choice but to live on the streets. Hey, you dead beggar. Where did you get such a nice box? In a dim alley, Meng Changyue, disheveled and shabby, huddled beside a garbage dump. The nights in Beijing are very cold in winter, and only the garbage dump provides some protection from the wind. Who are you? Meng Changyue's life recently was like hell. When he saw a few thugs surrounding him, he immediately became alert. The box in his hand is his only property. If it is robbed, he will be like a beggar. I'm your grandfather. The man came and beat Meng Changyue up without asking any questions. This was not the end. The leading thug took out a dagger and stabbed Meng Changyue, who was beaten half to death in the thigh. I have no grudge against you. Why do you want to kill me? Meng Changyue was in despair at this moment. He had just sent someone to deliver a message to Hope Bingda, and he died just like that. He was unwilling to accept this. You have no grudge against them, but you do have one against me. Meng Haisheng walked out of the darkness. He looked at Meng Changyue, who looked like a lost dog, with a particularly bright smile on his face. Meng Haisheng is indeed you. So what if it's me? You're just a beggar now. As he spoke, Meng Haisheng stepped on Meng Changyue's wound. He wanted to scream in pain, but a rag was stuffed in his mouth. He wanted to take the rag out of his mouth, but unfortunately both of his arms were dislocated and he couldn't take the rag out at all. Meng Haisheng felt very happy when he saw Meng Changyue's painful expression. All the anger from past and present lives burst out. But don't worry, I won't let you die. I don't want your rotten life to dirty my hands. But sometimes, living is more painful than death. Meng Changyue, spend the rest of your life slowly atone for what you have done. Meng Haisheng finally moved his foot away, but Meng Changyue's face was already pale with pain. Let's go and take away all his things. If you want to be a beggar, you have to be a thorough one. It's the head. A few thugs were very efficient and destroyed all of Meng Changyue's belongings. Meng Changyue, how dare you look at me with such hatred? Don't you think that everything you did to me was to take my life? You deserve everything you get now. By the way, I wish you a long life so that you can experience the sufferings of this world. With that, Meng Haixing left with a loud laugh. No one saw the tears in his eyes. In his previous life, Lin Muching and Momo died tragically. Although Meng Changyue was not the one who did it himself, they were indirectly killed by him. Now that Meng Changyue has met with such an end, it could be considered as revenge for them. Not long after Meng Haixing left, Ho Bingda arrived late with his men. "Oh, Meng Changyue, you were beaten up pretty badly. My lord, if you can help me deal with Meng Haixing, I will tell you where the prescription is now." Ho Bingda looked to be in his 50s, with a bald head and a fierce look. He was wearing a black cotton-padded jacket with dark patterns. He held a pipe in his hand and smoked it intermittently. "You're still trying to negotiate terms with me, even though you're like this. Do you think you, Meng Changyue, are still a member of the Shure family?" Then I said, "I don't know what benefits the Marquis can give me." Seeing that Meng Changyue was still so naive at this time, hoping to kick him directly in the wound, the defenseless Meng Changyue let out a heart-wrenching roar. "Explain." The prescription is in Meng Haixing's hands. Meng Changyue didn't expect Ho Bingda to play against the rules. He had originally wanted to rely on Ho Bingda to turn the tables, but now he was kicked. It would have been bad if I had said it earlier. Ho Bingda patted his clean clothes and looked at Meng Changyue with disgust. "You have evil intentions, and you look unlucky. You should do more good deeds in the future." With that, Ho Bingda took his men away. The people who dealt with Lin Yujiang's family were the Ho family. Unfortunately, Lin Jinhui was a smart man. Not long after he went to the countryside, he disappeared. When the Ho family wanted to attack him, they could no longer find him. Now that he finally had a clue, Ho Bingda immediately went back to report to his elder brother. At the same time, the living room of the Shure family was full of people. The Shure family heard about Meng Guangzhu during the day, but after Mr. Shure came back from the Meng family, he stayed in the study and didn't see anyone else. It was too late for his family to disturb him, so they could only wait in the living room. Chapter 3:10 The Shure Family's Response. "Dad, is this true or false? Is Meng Changyue really that bold to lie to us?" Shure Buishuan looked at Shure Rongqing with a puzzled look on his face. "It's true. Meng Changyue is a fake." Shure Rongqing said so, and everyone present knew that this matter should be a done deal. "Meng Changyue is truly formidable. Never let me run into him again, or I'll beat him so badly his parents won't even recognize him." Shure Buishuan shouted angrily, saying that their Shure family was a well-known family in the capital. At that time, it was also said to the outside world that Meng Changyue was a child of the Shure family. Now look what happened. His face is about to be swollen from being beaten. "Shut up, kid. There's no place for a junior like you to speak here." Shure Rongqing's face looked very ugly, and he felt mixed emotions and was very sad. Watching Meng Changyue grow up slowly from a freshman. Even if he didn't have this relationship with the Shure family, he would be willing to promote him and make him a backbone of the institute. For many years, he was about to graduate from graduate school, but because of his own selfish interests, he ruined his bright future. Faced with such a result, Shure Rongqing couldn't accept it for a while. Shure Rongjin, who was sitting nearby, reading the evening paper, felt Shure Rongqing's sadness and put down the paper. "Brother, don't be too sad. No matter how smart Meng Changyue is, or how academically proficient he is, he has a crooked mind, and it's difficult for him to focus solely on research. Now you see it clearly. It's better than when you have a big project and something goes wrong." Shure Rongqing nodded slightly. Shure Rongjin was right. These are just small scientific research projects, and none of the interests that Meng Changyue can touch. If a large scientific research project is linked to Meng Changyue's interests, I'm afraid there will be a big mess. "Brother, Rongjin, please stop talking about Meng Changyue and talk about Meng Guangzhu. He's our father's firstborn child, and he's been living away from home. If he comes back, I'm afraid each of us will get a lot less of the family property." What Shure Ronglon is most concerned about is the family property. Since last year, Old Man Shure has said that he is old and wants to make a will while he is still alive. In this way, when he dies, his children will not have conflicts over the inheritance issue. But for such a long time, Mr. Shure never said how to divide the family property. Ronglon, how the family property is divided is Dad's business. We just need to listen. Shure Rongqing glanced at Shure Ronglon with a cold look in his eyes. Shure Ronglon's heart tightened. Although Shure Rongqing looks like a gentle old professor, Shure Ronglon has been afraid of him since childhood. He always has a dagger hidden behind his smile, and people often don't even know that they have been dealt with by him. As for Shure Rongjin, Shure Ronglon didn't dare to offend him at all. This man was a living devil who didn't recognize any relatives. I'm just saying this casually. Sure, Ronglon shrank his neck and stopped provoking the two great gods. Instead, he whispered to Sure Rongfei, "Second sister, do you think Meng Guangzhu will move from the countryside to the capital with his family? I heard he has 3 children. If we divide the family property based on the number of children, we will suffer a loss." Sure Rongfei nodded slightly. She only had one daughter, and if the money was really divided based on the number of people, she would definitely suffer. Meng Guangzhu has suffered so much, it's only right that dad should take better care of him. My dear second sister, they have such a big family. How much does dad have to get to take care of them all? I heard that Meng Haixing and his siblings have already separated. If they come to Beijing and each of them only has one house, we will suffer a great loss. The Shure family has a lot of real estate in Beijing. If these properties were divided among Meng Guangzhu's family, Sure Ronglan felt that he would die on the spot from depression. But if we temporarily buy their family a small, shabby yard, Mr. Sure will definitely not do that. When Ronglan thought of this, he felt a little pain in his liver. If I had known that so much of the family property would be divided up, I would have kept Meng Changyue, who was easy to control. He had heard that Meng Haisheng, a poor boy, had opened 2 very popular restaurants in the capital not long after arriving there. His business acumen is much better than that of Meng Changyue. If he became a member of the Shure family, he wouldn't be allowed to manage the Shure family's factory, right? The more Sure Ronglan thought about it, the colder he felt. What was going on? Why did he feel like he was about to finish the game? Everyone was sitting in the living room whispering to each other when the old man, who had been in the study, finally opened the door and came out. It seems everyone has heard the news. Dad, does Meng Guangzhu have any strong evidence? Just because he looks like Mom, it doesn't mean he is the one who lost the child. In response to Sure Rongqing's question, old man Sure nodded slightly. Haixing called me this afternoon and told me he'd sent someone back to his hometown to get the clothes Guangzhu wore back then. We'll know then. We have to be more careful this time and not let anyone with ulterior motives take advantage of us. I see. Old Master Sure patted Sure Rongqing on the shoulder. He understood that Rongqing might feel a little uncomfortable at this moment. After all, he and Meng Changyue were teacher and student. Dad, if Meng Guangzhu is really our eldest brother, then our ranking should be changed. Sure Ronglan came forward and spoke in a very servile manner. That depends on Guangzhu's wishes. If he is willing to return home and change his surname, our family tree will naturally have to be rewritten. If he doesn't want to, Dad, how could Meng Guangzhu not agree? He's a farmer who's lived in poverty his whole life. As long as he returns home, he can immediately live a life of luxury. As long as he's in his right mind, he won't disagree. Sure Ronglan curled his lips and muttered in disdain. The impoverished Xiashan village cannot even be compared with the capital. Ronglan, all you do is talk nonsense all day long. Do you think everyone loves money as much as you do? Although Mr. Sure didn't spend much time with Meng Guangzhu, he could feel that Meng Guangzhu was a simple and honest man and would not be ungrateful. It is not impossible if he chooses not to change his last name. Dad, why do you say that to me? I don't love money at all. I just want my children to live a good life. Ronglan, stop talking and let Dad talk. Sure Rongjing glanced at Sure Ronglan, and he immediately became obedient and didn't dare to say anything more. I will go to the Meng family tomorrow to wait for news. If it is true that Guangzhu is your eldest brother, I will hold a family reunion banquet. From now on, you and Guangzhu will be one family. If I find out that any of you look down on Guangzhu because he's a farmer, don't blame me, your father, for not warning you sooner. When Mr. Sure said this, everyone present understood that Mr. Sure wanted to compensate Meng Guangzhu. When Meng Changyue was adopted into the Sure family, he did not receive this kind of treatment. Chapter 3:11 Little Clothes. Dad, my brothers and I are all highly educated people. We wouldn't do such despicable things. When Sure Rongjin saw that the old man had a sullen face, he quickly began to explain. He already had a good impression of Meng Haisheng, and now that Meng Haisheng had become his nephew, their relationship had become closer, and he liked Meng Haisheng even more. That would be the best. As long as I live, I don't want to see you killing each other. Old Master Sure has lived to such an old age that he naturally understands best how money and silk can move people's hearts. After being warned by Old Man Sure, Sure Ronglan no longer dared to act rashly. Let's take a step forward and see. What if Meng Guangzhu is a fool who is easy to control? The next day, the old man wanted to go to the Meng family early in the morning, but he thought that if he went so early, it would cause trouble to the Meng family. There was no way he could do anything but wait for news at home. This made him very anxious. He sat in the study for a while, then in the living room for a while, feeling very restless. Yesterday, Shure Rongjin noticed that Mr. Shure was not in a good state. He was afraid that he was worried too much, so he took a day off and came back to accompany him. Rongjin, you're here, just in time. Come with me to the Meng family. Dad, even if we drive from Xiaoshan village to the capital, we won't arrive until evening. Isn't it too early for you to go now? Shure Rongjin felt helpless when he saw Mr. Shure's anxious look. His elder brother, whom he had never met, had always been a source of worry for the old man. Now that they were about to meet, his excitement was understandable. I can't wait. I'm really getting restless at home. I'd rather go talk to Guangzhou. Oh, and Haixing's 3 little babies are so adorable. You might as well go over and take a look. I promise that once you see those 3 kids, you want to get married. Old Master Shure pulled Shure Rongjin out the door in high spirits. This left Shure Rongjin speechless. The old man should just go and recognize his relatives. Why bother talking about his marriage? If he wanted to get married, he wouldn't be single until he was in his 40s. Meng Haisheng is a carefree person. Even though such a big thing happened, he and Lin Muching still went to class in the morning. He couldn't help much at home anyway. At noon, he was about to go find Lin Muching for lunch when the nanny at home came to the school to find him. Only then did he know that Mr. Shure and Shure Rongjin would stay at home for lunch today. Mucheng, you go back first. I'll go to the restaurant and order 2 dishes to bring back. Okay, you go early and come back early. Lin Muching naturally knew the identities of Old Man Shure and Shure Rongjin, so she hurried home to greet the guests. When Meng Haixing returned, he saw that the atmosphere in the living room was extremely harmonious. Lin Muching was holding Momo's latest painting and showing it to everyone. Looking at Lin Muching's neither humble nor arrogant appearance, Meng Haixing felt extremely proud. Look, this is his wife. She is capable of both housework and housework. No matter how big the situation is, she can handle it calmly. When Meng Haixing came back, he didn't ask any extra questions. He warmly entertained Mr. Shure and Shure Rongjin. Even after lunch, he asked Mr. Shure to go to the guest room to rest for a while. Shure Rongjin had something to say to Meng Haisheng, and the two went to the study alone. Haisheng, I don't think there will be any accidents. We are a family now. When I first met you on the train, I felt that we were destined to be together, but I didn't expect it to be so deep. Meng Haisheng smiled innocently. Yes, I didn't expect to become Uncle Shure's nephew. Although the most crucial piece of baby clothes has not arrived yet, both the Meng family and the Shure family can basically confirm that Meng Guangzhou is the child who was lost that year. What are your plans for the future? I know you have a great talent for business. Have you ever thought about coming and helping me manage the Shure family's business? Meng Haixing didn't expect that Shure Rongjin would extend an olive branch to him before the matter was settled. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Based on his decades of experience in business, the Shure family looks very good now, but it has long been weak inside. Mr. Shure is a well-known figure in Beijing and has a wide network of contacts. But among Shure Rongjin's generation, no one could inherit Grandpa Shure's legacy. The path to military service was gone, which was equivalent to cutting off half of the Shure family's connections. At that time, Shure Rongjin originally wanted to do business. He had his own factory when he was less than 20 years old. Later, his factories even expanded abroad. But because the Shure family's development was not going well, Shure Rongjin had to give up his dream and return to the capital to engage in politics. Thanks to his smart mind, he was able to gain a foothold in the capital in just a few years. If it weren't for Shure Rongjin, the Shure family would have probably been on the decline by now. As for Shure Bochuan's generation, it is even worse. The two young masters, Shure Bochuan and Shure Bosun, don't even have their own careers, so it's simply a fantasy for them to want to support the Shure family. To be honest, even if Meng Haixing were to take charge of the Shure family, he wouldn't want to come. If he joined the Shure family's enterprise, he would be working for free for the lazy and greedy parasites in the Shure family. You won't make much money, and you might even have to endure the bullying of ungrateful people. Instead of doing this, he might as well make his own money. He doesn't want to become the second Shure Rongjin. Uncle Shure, I never thought about getting involved in the Shure family's business. I'm fine with running a small business on my own. Your home appliance business is no small one. I heard you recently got some electric fans. The country doesn't encourage people to go into business, so I'm not actively responding to national policy. After Shure Rongjin chatted with Meng Haixing for a while, he felt that Meng Haixing was a very good person. It is truly commendable that he can still keep his original heart in the face of the Shure family's overwhelming wealth. Meng Haixing did not go to school in the afternoon and asked Lin Mucheng to take half a day off for him. He stayed at home with old man Shure and waited for Chu Daong to come. Chu Daong was also a capable man. He set out before dawn and hardly stopped along the way. He only stopped at noon to eat some food on the roadside and sleep for half an hour. Then he rushed to the capital in the afternoon. Thank you for your hard work, Daong. Seeing that Chu Daong looked tired, Meng Haixing stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder with gratitude. You're being polite now. Chu Daong handed the cloth bag in his hand to Meng Haixing and grinned at him. Old man Shure, who was waiting in the living room, felt a little nervous when he heard that Chu Daong had brought the small clothes. The cloth bag was opened, and a small green dress appeared in front of everyone. Old man Shure gently picked up the small clothes, turned over the inside corner of the clothes, and saw the word yuan embroidered on it with a red thread. Yes, this word yuan was embroidered by Xu Fong. She was pregnant at the time and had to work during the day, so she could only make clothes for Rong Yuan at night by lighting an oil lamp. With slightly red eyes, Mr. Shure picked up the small tiger shoes again. The tears in my eyes finally fell uncontrollably. Chapter 312. Keep it as it is. I drew the pattern for this pair of shoes. Thinking of the past, Mr. Shure felt very uncomfortable. He could still see Meng Guangzhu, but his late wife passed away with regret. Old man Shure handed the small clothes and tiger shoes to Meng Guangzhu. Guangzhu, everything is correct. You are my eldest son, Shure Rong Yuan. Meng Guangzhu took the small clothes and tiger head shoes with an expressionless face. He turned up the corner of his clothes and looked at the words on it again. For a moment, he couldn't describe the feeling in his heart. Uncle Meng, when I came here, Grandpa Meng and Grandma Meng asked me to bring you a message. They said the Meng family will always be your home. Meng Guangzhu suddenly clenched his hand, holding the clothes into a fist. He tried his best to suppress his emotions, but the corners of his eyes were still slightly moist. The response was so low and barely audible that it made Meng Haixing feel heartbroken. Dad, you should be happy. From now on, you have another home and someone who cares about you. Meng Haixing stepped forward to comfort Meng Guangzhu. No matter who it is, if they suddenly find out that the parents they have been filial to for many years are not their biological children, they will probably not be able to accept this fact for a while. Meng Guangzhu remained silent. Old man Shure vaguely guessed that Meng Guangzhu was probably worried that he would ask him to abandon the Meng family immediately and return to his roots. Guangzhu, I came to recognize you, not because I wanted you to abandon the Meng family. The two elders of the Meng family raised you, but I, your biological father, did nothing. How can I have the face to ask you to recognize me as your father without caring about anything? Don't worry, I'll give you enough time to slowly adapt. Our two families can get along like relatives for now. Meng Guangzhu was surprised that Mr. Shure was so humble. Yesterday, Meng Haixing told Meng Guangzhu about the situation of the Shure family. To be honest, Meng Guangzhu has been feeling very confused these past 2 days and doesn't know how to face the Shure family. Seeing the old man like this now, he felt relieved instantly and no longer so confused. Okay, let's just walk around as relatives. Okay, Haixing, please make the arrangements. Tomorrow at noon, our two families will have a reunion dinner at your restaurant. Let our two families get to know each other so that we can walk down the street together and not recognize each other. I will certainly prepare the feast. Old man Shure wanted to confirm Meng Guangzhu's identity, so as his son, he naturally had to do it properly so that no one could find fault with it. That night, Mr. Shure had dinner at Meng Haixing's house before returning to the Shure family. His originally empty heart was now filled with excitement. Even if he were to die right now, he would have no regrets in his life. When Shure Rongjin returned, he personally informed everyone in the Shure family that they would go to Ziyuan for dinner the next day. Your family is really interesting. The old man is half buried in the ground, and he still brought back a big brother for you. Sure, Ronglan, let me tell you, when the family property is divided, the old man will definitely favor you, the cheap big brother. Believe it or not. Zhou Qiao paced back and forth in the living room in a rage. Sure, Ronglan, who was sitting on the sofa, was also quite annoyed by what Zhou Qiao said. The reason why he had two sons was to get more of the family property. Now, Meng Guangzhu has returned with his entire family. When the time comes to divide the family property, they will definitely have a share. What can I do? Stop my dad from recognizing me? You didn't see how happy the old man was. Believe it or not, if I dare to say that I don't want my dad to recognize me, he will break my legs immediately. Old Master Shure comes from a military background. Even though he is old now, Shure Ronglon doesn't dare to argue with him. You coward, you can't do it alone. Why don't you find someone else to join you? It's not like you're the only one missing out on your property. Forget it, Big Brother definitely won't care. He's completely focused on research and doesn't care about how much money he gets. As for Big Sister, you're making a lot of plans, but I don't dare to partner with him. Not to mention the fourth child. I get scared just by seeing him. The fifth child is just a follower of Dad and hasn't been weaned yet. He's even less likely to amount to anything. After counting them, Shure Ronglon felt even more desperate. They were all a bunch of useless people, and none of them could be of any use when something happened. This won't work, that won't work either. What can you do? I don't think it's okay for the old man to go this way. You might as well focus on the fourth one. He will definitely not have children in this lifetime. If we can adopt Bosun or Boming as his children, his share of the family property will belong to us. You say it lightly. Sure, Rongjin is a man of integrity and as hard as iron. I've told him several times that I want to adopt Boming, but he won't give me a definite answer. Having said that, Sure Ronglon suddenly remembered that Sure Rongjin seemed to have a very good relationship with Meng Haisheng. It's really annoying. I hope we've worked so hard for so long, and it's all in vain. No matter what, I can't let Meng Haisheng be adopted by Sure Rongjin. Originally, the old man wanted to invite all relatives and friends to a banquet to clear Meng Guangzhu's name, but considering that Meng Guangzhu is still unable to accept this matter, the matter can only be postponed temporarily. But family dinner is definitely indispensable. At noon the next day, 4 tables were set up in the largest private room of Suan, barely enough to accommodate 2 families. Sometimes when the old man is around, everything seems harmonious on the surface, and everyone in the Shure family talks to the Meng family very enthusiastically. But it's hard to say how many of them truly accept Meng Guangzhu and his family. Meng Haisheng is better than anyone else at playing pretentious. He pretends to be a big shot and is polite to everyone. Haisheng, I heard that you opened 2 restaurants and they're doing very well. From now on, you'll be a member of the Shure family. Simply merge the 2 restaurants into our family business. We have a wide network of contacts. Even if we stop accepting individual customers from outside and only serve customers from various units, the sales volume will be several times higher than it is now. Sure Ronglon looked at Meng Haisheng with a smile. Meng Haisheng, who was about to drink tea, almost spit out a mouthful of tea. Who gave Sure Ronglon the courage to say these words? He is not doing charity, so why would he be so desperate as to give away his golden hen to the Shure family for free? Uncle Shure, it's good for us to maintain the way we are now. Your power is always limited when you fight alone. Sometimes, having your family take care of you can make your journey to starting a business easier. Sure Ronglon almost couldn't hold back the smile on her face. It seemed that Meng Haisheng was not that easy to control. I'm still in college, so I haven't thought about expanding my business too much, and I'm not in a rush to start business. Everyone present is a smart person, and everyone knows Sure Ronglon's little thoughts. If Meng Haisheng simply merged the 2 restaurants into the Shure family business, that would be really stupid. Everyone had their own ulterior motives during the meal. After the banquet, Meng Guangzhu called Meng Haisheng to his study. Chapter 313 Father and Son Talk. Haisheng, what do you think of the Shure family? Meng Guangzhu closed the door of the study, and his shoulders slumped instantly. He felt uncomfortable all over during lunch. Dad, now it's not about how I view the Shure family. It's about how you view them. I'll listen to you in everything. Meng Guangzhu opened the window, leaned against it, took out his tobacco box, and slowly rolled himself a cigarette. The strong smell of cigarettes made him clear his mind a little. When we were having dinner just now, everyone seemed to be in harmony, but I'm not stupid. I can feel that some people in the Shure family don't like me. I've been thinking a lot these past 2 days. Although the capital is nice, it's not my home. It's not where I want to stay. All my relatives and friends are in Xiashan village. Only there can I live happily. Meng Guangzhu has lived for more than 40 years and is almost 50 years old. Although he has always lived in Xiashan village, he has come into contact with many people over the years. He can still feel who is good to him and who is hostile to him. Among the Shure family members present just now, I'm afraid only old Master Shure and Shure Rongjin sincerely welcomed him back to the Shure family. As for the others, instead of being annoying to others, it is better to be yourself honestly. This way you can live a more comfortable life. When Meng Haisheng heard Meng Guangzhu say this, he understood his concerns. Dad, whatever you want to do, just do it. I will support you. Well, Haisheng, Dad knows that you have a promising future now. After the new year, I will go back to Shashan village and continue to help you raise rabbits. Dad has also seen that raising rabbits and shearing rabbit fur can definitely make a lot of money. This year, your mother and I planted a lot less wheat and used the land to grow alfalfa. A lot of people think I'm crazy, but I believe in you. Meng Guangzhu took a deep puff of the cigarette in his hand. Even if they grow crops on a mountainous land in their village, the yield is not much. It would be better to plant alfalfa directly. 2 to 3 crops of alfalfa a year could make more money than growing wheat. Dad, don't worry. When our rabbit farm reaches 30,000 rabbits, you can just count the money at home every day. Meng Haixing still has some confidence in this. The price of rabbit fur will be stable in the next 10 to 20 years. Even during the subsequent financial crisis, the price of rabbit fur did not fall, but instead increased a lot. Well, when I get back, you and Mu Chung will live in the capital. You should visit your father-in-law's house more often. Your father-in-law and mother-in-law really like you and treat you like their own son. As for the Shure family, Meng Guangzhu was silent for a moment. Their family is powerful, but we don't live together. Our different lives have created a huge gap between our two families, and this gap is unbridgeable. From now on, your grandfather Shure and Rongjin will treat you well, so you should also treat them well. But there is one thing. You can't take things from the Shure family easily. When you take something from someone else, you're soft-hearted. When you eat something from someone else, you're not grateful. Didn't Shure Ronglan say today that the 2 restaurants should be merged into the Shure family? You know it in your heart. Shure Ronglan and his people are cannibals who will not leave any bones behind. He's treating us like fools. Don't look at me as your father who grows crops, but I also have brains. Speaking of this, Meng Guangzhu was very angry. How could Shure Ronglan have the nerve to say such things? Dad, don't worry. I understand these things. Besides, Grandpa Shure is here, so Shure Ronglan wouldn't dare to do anything reckless. Meng Haisheng comforted Meng Guangzhu in a gentle voice. He thought that Shure Ronglan was just a clown. He had no business skills at all, and it was simply a pipe dream for him to stir up trouble. I'm afraid that if your business grows in the future, some people in the Shure family will become jealous. At the banquet today, Meng Guangzhu also noticed that Shure Boishuan and some other young people of similar age to Meng Haisheng were quite hostile towards Meng Haisheng. He sighed slightly. The Lin family and the Shure family are both prominent families in the capital. But when it comes to younger generations, the Shure family is completely defeated by the Lin family. Look at Lin Jinyin and his style of doing things, and then look at the younger generations of the Shure family. They can't hide their deep-seated dislike for him. They disliked him, Meng Guangzhu, but he didn't like them either. Dad, I've been calculating the profits from the rabbit farm this year. I'll share the profits with my sister and brother, so they can have a good year too. Meng Guangzhu waved his hand. I handle all the money, and I didn't make much this year, so there's no rush to share it with them. Didn't you say you wanted to buy more rabbits next year? Angora rabbits are so expensive, so they're definitely going to cost a lot of money. Dad, I have the money to buy the rabbit, so just don't worry. I told my sister and the others that we would share the profits, so I can't go back on my word. Meng Guangzhu patted Meng Haisheng's shoulder with great satisfaction. He had not achieved much in his life, and he did not ask his children to achieve much either. As long as they were all safe and sound, that would be enough. Chan Qian was very touched by the fact that Yu and Mu Cheng were both admitted to Jingxing University. She's now attending cram school every day and sometimes doesn't even come home on Saturdays or Sundays. She said her current goal is Jingxing University, and she will get in no matter what. Meng Haisheng grinned. As long as Chan Qian works hard, even if she doesn't get into Capital University, she can still get into Capital Normal University. After graduation, being a teacher is also very popular. Meng Haisheng and Meng Guangzhu talked for a long time in the study. The father and son expressed everything that was in their hearts. When he had almost finished talking, Meng Guangzhu put out the cigarette in his hand and said with a smile, I'm going to change my clothes and take a shower. I came back smelling of cigarettes today. Momo will come back soon and complain about Grandpa's stinky cigarettes again. Good. Meng Haisheng felt relieved when he saw that Meng Guangzhu was in a good mood. After entering January, Meng Haisheng and Lin Muching became increasingly busy as they finally had their exams. The freshman courses were not very difficult for Meng Haisheng. He passed the exams while dealing with family matters. Lin Muching had just started learning fashion design, and her workload was very heavy. She had to work hard for several days on the eve of the exam. During this period, Meng Haisheng became a stay-at-home dad. When Lin Muching was too busy to take care of things, he would help the nannies. He doesn't have to do anything, just take the kids out to play. Here, Dad. Xiao Shurtu took out a small tin car and handed it to Meng Haisheng, asking him to play with it. This is a small gift that Mr. Shure gave to the children. This was nothing surprising to Meng Haisheng. He had seen many things that were better than these little toys. But nowadays, owning a small tin car is the dream of every boy. Dad's car is coming, little stone, get out of the way quickly. Meng Haisheng ran across the Kong with the car, and Xiao Shurtu turned around and crawled to the other side. There's a green tin frog with small stones on the bedside. Chapter 314 for my wife. Little Shurtu didn't have enough strength in his hands to wind a string, so the nanny next to him helped him wind it up and put on the Kong. The little frog hopped forward and collided with the car in Meng Haisheng's hand. Little Stone watched the frog turn over and laughed out loud. Yin Yin and Xiaozi were standing by the window, each holding a rag doll in their hands, and were talking to the dolls intently. Little Stone smiled and instantly attracted the attention of the two people. Dad, Yin Yin rushed towards Meng Haisheng with her chubby little legs. Daddy, kiss, daddy kiss. Ouch, little ancestor, please slow down and don't fall. Yin Yin immediately threw herself into Meng Haisheng's arms and giggled. Zizi followed suit, threw the doll in her hand, and jumped into Meng Haisheng's arms. Soon the laughter of 3 children could be heard in the room. Meng Guangzhu and Chu Lan, who were sitting in the living room watching TV, smiled at each other. Meng Haisheng is very good at taking care of children. By mid-January, both Meng Haisheng and Lin Mucheng had finished their exams, and the school began its winter break. The two of them came to the dormitory together to pack their luggage. Haisheng, time flies by so fast. I haven't even noticed it yet, and it's already gone in the blink of an eye. After a month at college, Lin Mucheng's personality has become noticeably more cheerful. She has made many new friends at school, and every day is very fulfilling. If she goes shopping with her classmates, no one will know that she is already a mother of 4 children as long as she doesn't say it. Busy days always pass quickly, but freshman year only has more courses. You'll have more time in your junior and senior years. The two tied their luggage to the back of their bicycles and took them home together. Their winter vacation officially began. There's been no movement at the Shure family during this period. Old Mr. Shure would occasionally invite Meng Guangzhu to have a meal together or come home to see the children. Sure Rongjin did call Meng Haisheng a few times, but they were all about work. As for the other members of the Shure family, they seemed to not exist, and no one took the initiative to contact them. Meng Haisheng felt relieved that they did not contact him first. He was really afraid that some shameless people would come to him. Meng Guangzhu gradually adapted to the relationship with Mr. Shure that was neither too close nor too distant. One day, the old man asked Meng Guangzhu to go to a tea house for tea alone. Meng Haisheng coaxed the children to sleep and came to the living room to see Chu Lan and Lin Mucheng holding wool, studying something. The two were quite calm about the affairs of the Shure family. Even when they talked about the Shure family's affairs, it was just like gossiping about relatives' affairs, and they had no other thoughts. Mom, what are you doing? I can crochet a lot of different patterns. Mucheng wants to learn from me, and I'm teaching her right now. Chu Lan used pink wool to crochet a small sunflower, while the sunflower in Lin Mucheng's hand looked similar in needlework, but was somewhat exaggerated. I remember that the small handkerchiefs on our tea tray and the coffee table all had flower petals you crocheted on them. Yeah, there weren't that many beautiful cotton threads before, so we could only use white cotton thread. Don't look at your mother's hands, which are covered in cuts now. When I was a girl, she was the most skillful girl in our village. As she spoke, Chu Lan picked up some thinner cotton threads. Cotton threads of several colors fluttered in her hands. After a while, a colorful flower made of colored cotton threads appeared in her hands. Meng Haisheng opened his eyes wide in surprise. His mother had the potential to become a master. This 7-color flower was very famous in later generations. Lin Mucheng, who was standing by, took the 7-colored flower and looked at it over and over again, but still couldn't figure out how to hook it. Mom, please teach me how to crochet this. I want to crochet one for each of the children to sew on their clothes. Don't rush to learn these complicated needlework techniques. Practice the simplest ones first, and then learn them slowly. Yeah, I'll start by highlighting the monochrome ones. Learning crocheting is not too difficult. In half an afternoon, Lin Mucheng learned several patterns. Mom, do you think it would look good if I put some crocheted elements on my clothes? Of course it looks good. We were poor before and couldn't afford nice clothes. so we just crocheted some flowers and sewed them on our clothes. If someone has colorful thread and can hook a pocket on a piece of clothing, they can definitely wear it out and show it off. Then I'll try it too. Lin Muching has just started learning fashion design and has a lot of new ideas in his mind. Encouraged by Chulan, she immediately started to get busy. A few days later, beautiful crocheted pieces were sewn on the outside of Lin Muching's clothes pockets, making the originally ordinary clothes instantly special. Seeing that Lin Muching was so interested in fashion design, Meng Haisheng wondered why not open a clothing factory for his wife. From then on, he only produced clothes designed by his wife. Meng Haisheng has always been a man of action. After having this idea, he began to work on entering the clothing industry. However, this industry is not that easy. There's never a shortage of good things in Beijing. As long as a style of clothing becomes popular, other stores will also sell it in a few days. If you just open a store, it is impossible to make a lot of money. So Meng Haisheng turned his attention to Pengqing Special Zone. If you want to open a garment factory, the initial investment will be very large, and the technology of domestic industrial sewing machines is not particularly mature yet. Anyone who has some money will buy imported sewing machines. If an imported sewing machine breaks down, minor problems can be fixed by yourself, but if the problem is slightly more serious, you need to ask a foreign craftsman to repair it. It's not that easy to invite foreigners, as they spend US dollars each time they come. If Meng Haisheng wants to open a highly competitive clothing factory, he still faces many difficulties. But in order to support his wife's career, Meng Haisheng had to find out first. The first data Meng Haisheng found out was the money needed to open a garment factory. The initial investment in building a factory, buying machines, and hiring people in Beijing was basically around 500,000 yuan. Of course, you can also invest less and scale down. But 500,000 is not a lot of money for Meng Haisheng, so he naturally won't open a small one. More importantly, you could get a piece of land outside the Third Ring Road to open a garment factory. Even if the garment factory doesn't make money in the future, it can just be open for Lin Muching to have fun. After a dozen years, the land will be the most expensive. Meng Haisheng asked around about the garment factory, and Shure Rongjin soon found out. One day, he specially asked Meng Haisheng to go to his company for a work lunch and talked about the garment factory. Haisheng, are you interested in clothing? It's not really an interest. My wife didn't study fashion design. I can't let her work for others after graduation. If she opens her own clothing factory, she can show her talent without any scruples. When Meng Haisheng was speaking, he had no idea that the person sitting opposite him was a single dog. Yesterday, I received a gift from a big boss called Completion 666. This gift shocked me. Not only is it expensive, but more importantly, I'm still a long way from completion. Old newbie, best at long farming stories, everyone should be prepared to start with 2 million. Chapter 315, Send a Clothing Factory. Shure Rongjin, who was sitting opposite Meng Haisheng, just wanted to pick up the shrimp ball when it fell onto the plate. He looked up at Meng Haisheng, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said with a smile, Haisheng, I didn't expect you to dote on your wife so much. Lin Muching is only a freshman this year. Although he is studying fashion design, his future achievements are unknown. But even so, Meng Haisheng was still determined to build a clothing factory for her and put the clothes she designed on the shelves. This kind of heart is not something that an ordinary man can do. Your own wife, you should love her yourself. Meng Haisheng grinned. Whenever he mentioned Lin Muching, his heart was filled with happiness. He really missed her. Do you have enough money to start a garment factory? If you want to set up a small workshop, perhaps tens of thousands of yuan will be enough. But once you expand your business, you'll need hundreds of thousands or even millions. I still have some money, and I want to build a factory worth about 500,000 yuan first. Shure Rongjin nodded slightly. He knew about Meng Haisheng restaurant and the business of selling televisions and electric fans. It is within a reasonable range for him to come up with so much money. I have 2 garment factories. I originally wanted to engage in foreign trade, but due to some policies, these 2 factories now only produce work clothes. If you want to open a garment factory, I can give it to you directly. My 2 clothing factories have nothing to do with the Shure family. They're my own private property. You know, I have a lot of things on my hands right now, and I have no time to run them. Meng Haisheng didn't expect Shure Rongjin to be so generous and give him 2 garment factories for free. Although the garment factory only produces work clothes, Meng Haisheng knows with a simple thought that these work clothes will definitely be sold. Shure Rongjin said that he didn't have the heart to take care of it. But even if he didn't, these 2 garment factories were like 2 golden hens that could lay golden eggs every month. Uncle Shure, I appreciate your kindness, but I really can't accept this garment factory. I want to buy a piece of land in the Third Ring Road and build a factory. I don't just want to open a garment factory, I also want to open a weaving factory. Good boy, you have a big appetite. You have no experience in this field. Can you open 2 factories at once? Sure, Rongjin put down the chopsticks in his hand and looked at Meng Haisheng very seriously. Reselling televisions and opening a clothing factory are 2 completely unrelated businesses. Sure, Rongjin doesn't even dare to say that he could do both of them at once. Uncle Sure, even if I don't understand clothing, I can hire someone. There are still many masters who are more familiar with fabrics and clothing making than I am. Okay, young people should have this kind of courage. Fourth uncle is waiting for you to soar to the sky. Meng Haisheng didn't want the clothing factory that Sure Rongjin gave him, so Sure Rongjin directly asked him to look for land near the Third Ring Road. As long as he liked any land, he would definitely help him get a good price. Uncle Sure, I won't be polite then. Well, you later call me fourth uncle, then Uncle Sure, and it always felt a little less intimate. Sure Rongjin looked at Meng Haisheng with a smile. Fourth uncle. Faced with Sure Rongjin's kindness, Meng Haisheng naturally would not take it lightly and accepted it with pleasure. The time for lunch was tight, so after the 2 of them finished their meal, Meng Haisheng went home first. Meng Haisheng did not hide this matter from Meng Guangzhu. He told him about it while they were watching TV in the living room in the afternoon. Haisheng, you're right. We can't take advantage of others for nothing. Even though we're not as rich as our parents, we should be poor with dignity. We can't just take something without thinking. Meng Guangzhu has gained a lot of knowledge during the more than half a month he has lived in Beijing. He also understood that the Meng family and the Sure family were very different. Don't worry, Dad. I know what's going on. Meng Haisheng's rabbit farm will require a large investment next year, plus the construction of a garment factory, so he currently has a large gap in funds. If you want to quickly raise funds, there are only 2 ways. Open a TV store or sell all the yellow croakers you have. Beijing is a very small city. Meng Haisheng has 2 second-hand TV stores. After the initial crazy period, each store now sells 40 to 60 sets every day. If we open a 3rd store, the daily sales may not be as high. After all, Meng Haisheng is not the only one who knows how to make money from second-hand home appliances. Now, the only advantage Meng Haisheng has is that he provides after-sales service, so the price of subsequent repairs is cheap. So Meng Haisheng didn't even think about it, and chose to find a way to get the yellow croaker. After all, Beijing is an international metropolis, so it is very convenient for Meng Haisheng to sell yellow croaker. He didn't even go through the black market route, but just delivered the goods to several larger gold shops, which allowed him to sell all the gold he had. After selling a few last time, Meng Haisheng still has 60 in his hands. In just 2 weeks, he had produced 20 of them and had enough money to build a garment factory. When he was fishing for yellow croaker, he was not idle either. He was always wandering around the Third Ring Road of Beijing. The Third Ring Road has just begun to be developed, and some places are still dirt roads, surrounded by villages and farmland. If Meng Haisheng didn't know that it wouldn't be long before this place would be gradually developed, he probably wouldn't have dared to spend a lot of cash to buy the land. In the end, Meng Haisheng was optimistic about the South Third Ring Road. Many factories have been built here, and the surrounding dirt roads have been turned into concrete. But the price here is not cheap at all. An acre of land costs 80,000 yuan, which is not affordable for ordinary people even in Beijing. After finding a good place, Meng Haisheng went to Shure Rongjin to discuss the purchase of the land. In Shure Rongjin's office, as soon as Meng Haisheng mentioned the place, Shure Rongjin immediately knew it. He called someone he knew and found out the price. Haisheng, the land you want is sold together, totaling 15 acres. It cannot be divided, and you must pay in full in one lump sum. Meng Haisheng didn't expect this result. 15 acres of land would cost 1.2 million, and he didn't need such a large place. No wonder factories are being built around here, but that place is still empty. It seems the price is too high and no one dares to buy it. Meng Haisheng has made a lot of money reselling secondhand televisions in Beijing in the past few months. He now has 3 million in cash. Originally, he planned to invest this money in raising Angora rabbits after the spring. There's still more than 2 months left, so it is okay for him to embezzle 1.2 million. Uncle C, 15 acres is 15 acres. I should have enough money to cover it. Meng Haisheng hadn't expected this place to offer packaged goods, but it didn't affect him much. After all, the more he bought, the more he would earn later. His word surprised Shure Rongjin. This is 1.2 million, not 120,000, and Meng Haisheng took it out so easily. Is it possible to make so much money just by reselling a second-hand TV? Chapter 316, Little Rich Man. Although Shi Rongjin had some doubts in his heart, he did not ask Meng Haixing too much, as long as the money came from a legitimate source. If you don't have enough money, I have some here. After buying the land, we still need to build a factory and buy sewing machines, which all cost money. Uncle C, there's really no need. I have more than enough cash on hand. Okay, then I'll help make the contact. If I can help you get a lower price, that would be great. If not, I'll try to get the government to give you some benefits. Your fourth uncle is always busy, and he always tries to find some convenience for you, his nephew. Seeing Shi Rongjin so calm, Meng Haixing smiled. Then I won't be polite to Uncle Shure. Buying a piece of land worth 1.2 million is not a small matter. The land area needs to be remeasured, the price needs to be negotiated with the government, and a contract needs to be signed and funds transferred. By the time everything was settled, it was already the end of January. Meng Haixing was so excited that he was about to take off with the big red land certificate he had just obtained. This is 15 acres of land. If he keeps it for 20 years, he can win for the rest of his life, even if he does nothing. In the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Every dollar I earned in my previous life was hard-earned money. After getting the land certificate, Meng Haixing ran home anxiously. Dad, let me show you, I bought a piece of land in Beijing. Meng Haixing handed the big red book to Meng Guangzhu. He has been running around outside these days, and Meng Guangzhu vaguely heard that Meng Haixing seemed to be planning to buy a piece of land, but he didn't expect it to be 15 acres. Their family doesn't even have 15 acres of farmland. So how big would that be? But this is in Beijing. How much would it cost? Haixing, tell Dad the truth. How much did you spend on buying these 15 acres of land? Meng Haixing never mentioned the money he made from reselling televisions to Meng Guangzhu. In addition, he was usually low-key and did not have the bad habits of those nouveau riches. Meng Guangzhu always thought that Meng Haixing could only make a few thousand at most by reselling televisions. Dad, I told you the truth, you've got to do it. Meng Haixing lowered his voice and whispered in Meng Guangzhu's ear. It cost a total of 1.2 million. What? Meng Guangzhu was startled, and his voice rose several degrees. When he thought of the nanny at home, he quickly swallowed the rest of his words. Haixing, where did you get so much money? Meng Guangzhu looked at Meng Haixing in surprise, his mind going blank. Not to mention 1.2 million, even 120 yuan would seem like a lot of money to him. This 1.2 million is an astronomical figure for him. You can make a lot of money reselling TVs, especially those broken ones that you buy back for a few dozen dollars. After repairing them, you can make around 160 yuan for a black and white TV and several hundred yuan for a color TV. I'm currently selling quite a few televisions every day in Beijing, Ziyang County, and Ningong City combined. Meng Haixing didn't tell Meng Guangzhu too much detail. If he opened another store in Beijing and held a small event, it would be easy to make 1 million a month. But it's not that he doesn't want to sell it now, but Ajay doesn't have that much stock. Now, except for the television sold by Zhou Wenqi, almost all of Ajay's goods are contracted by Meng Haixing. Boxes of televisions were transported to the Ziyang County warehouse by train. If the warehouse Meng Haixing rented wasn't large enough, he really wouldn't be able to store so many goods at once. Meng Guangzhu was so frightened by Meng Haixing that he was unable to react for a while. He never expected that his son, who had been a bad student before, had the ability to make a lot of money. You must not tell anyone about this. You and Mu Chung are the only ones in our family who know about this. I didn't even tell Mom. It's not that I don't trust her. I'm just afraid she'll have wild thoughts. Well, your mother is just imagining things. If you tell her you make so much money, she'll probably wonder if it's safe for you to keep it in the bank. The Chinese New Year is coming soon. Although Meng Haixing has bought the land, he doesn't want to start construction now. Instead, he plans to wait until the spring. Mu Chung, the Chinese New Year is only 2 weeks away. Shouldn't we start preparing for the new year? Meng Haixing looked at the calendar and found that time slipped through his fingers in an instant. He always felt that it was still early for the new year, but he was busy until the end of the year. I've already started buying New Year's goods with my mother. Didn't I give you new clothes to try on a few days ago? Meng Haixing laughed. I was wondering why you bought me some clothes and put them away instead of letting me wear them. Did you buy them for all 4 children? I bought it. Momo is older now and loves to look beautiful. I took her to the mall, and she picked out 2 outfits by herself. What a taste. When talking about Momo's aesthetic taste, Lin Muching shook his head. This time Meng Haixing laughed even louder, as she had experienced Momo's little preferences before. The big pink silk flowers, the colorful plastic bead necklaces, and the colorful hairpins are all Momo's favorites. Her new clothes for the new year are probably flashy and eye-catching. Little girls just love these shiny things. When she grows up, she may not wear them even if you want her to. Will it? I'm really worried that Momo's aesthetic taste will go astray. Lin Muching really likes Momo's paintings, which are completely different from her weird aesthetic when buying clothes. But they seem to have something in common. The colors are strong, and the impact is very strong. If you need anything else in the next 2 days, I'll go with you. Meng Haisheng came forward with a frivolous look and said, I haven't been very busy recently, so I can finally accompany you out shopping. A strong arm fell on Lin Muching's waist, and they could feel each other's breathing as they spoke. Lin Muching patted Meng Haisheng's dishonest hand. When you were busy, I didn't see you taking any time off. My mother gave me several medicinal recipes, saying that they would nourish you well during the winter. I'm already like this. Why do I need to make up for it? Don't give me that. I know your little tricks. Last time you had a minor operation, you didn't like the medicinal food I stewed for you. This time I will make sure you eat all the meat and soup. Meng Haisheng really couldn't stand the taste of medicinal food. The medicinal food recipes that Su Yain and Lin Jianshun prescribed for him were very different from the ones in his restaurant. The medicinal smell was very strong. While the Meng family was happily preparing for the new year, Shure Ronlan's family was in an uproar because of Meng Haisheng's land purchase. The Zhou family had set their eyes on the land that Meng Haisheng bought half a year ago. But I have no money, so I can only wait and see. If no one buys it, maybe the price of this land will be cheaper. After waiting for a long time, I finally got the news that Meng Haisheng had bought the land. Logically speaking, whoever has money can buy it, and it has nothing to do with the Zhou family. But the Zhou family has a person like Zhou Qiao who is confused. When she learned about this, she immediately rushed home to find Shure Ronlan to argue with him. Chapter 317, The Shure Family's Money. Shure Ronlan, didn't you say last time that the Shure family never gave money to Meng Guangzhu's family? Then how did Meng Haisheng buy those 15 acres of land in the suburbs? My family has been eyeing that piece of land for half a year, but we haven't made a move yet because we don't have the money. Zhou Qiao looked at Shure Ronlan with anger on her face, wishing she could go up and scratch his face. Shure Ronlan, who was reading the evening paper, was confused by Zhou Qiao's sudden call. Zhou Qiao, can you please explain clearly what you mean by my family buying land for Meng Haisheng? Zhou Qiao told Shure Ronlan everything about the 15 acres of land like pouring beans. What did you say? Spending 1.2 million to buy a piece of land in the suburbs. How is that possible? I haven't heard of my family giving money to Meng Haisheng. 1.2 million is not a small amount. Shure Ronlan believes that with so much money being spent, it is impossible for the Shure family to remain silent. You think it's impossible, but Meng Haisheng has already bought the land and even got the land certificate. Zhou Qiao became more and more angry as she spoke. Shure Ronlan, a member of the Shure family, had less than 1.2 million in assets added together. When that country bumpkin showed up, Mr. Shure gave him 1.2 million without even blinking an eye. He was too biased. Shure Ronlan, you're just idle all day long. Can't you just go to work? The Shure family has so many businesses. I don't believe you can't do any of them. If you continue like this, in a few years the family fortune will be divided among your other brothers. Look at Shure Rongjin. He's 1 year younger than you. He's got money, power, and he even owns several factories. How come he lives so comfortably, while you can't? The more Zhou Qiao thought about it, the angrier she became, and she started to yell at Shure Ronlan. In her eyes, Shure Ronlan was just a piece of useless mud. She must have been blind to fall for him back then. Can you please shut up? What does it have to do with me if the old man gives money to Meng Haisheng? Do you think I want to give it to him? I wish I could put all the money of the Shure family into my own pocket. When Zhou Qiao saw that Shure Ronlan dared to yell at her, she was furious. What kind of rude words were those? The two became more and more angry as they argued, and it seemed like they were about to fight. Mom and Dad, can you please stop arguing? As soon as Shure Bosun entered the house, he heard Shure Ronlan and Zhou Qiao slandering each other. His expression instantly turned extremely ugly. Bosun, I don't think the three of us can survive in the Shure family anymore. As Zhou Qiao spoke, her eyes turned red and she began to cry softly. I have to say that Zhou Qiao is a wonderful person. While she was crying, she was still able to explain what had just happened clearly. Mom, are you sure you're not mistaken about this? Meng Haisheng didn't buy the land for someone else, did he? Your grandfather said it himself. Meng Haisheng's name is on the land certificate. Now, Bosun couldn't sit still any longer. 1.2 million. He really couldn't even imagine that he could have so much money. But Meng Haixing took it out so easily. Meng Haixing and Shure Bosun are of similar age. Shure Bosun went to college earlier than Meng Haixing and has a good job. He now only has tens of thousands of yuan at his disposal. Even if Meng Haixing opened 2 restaurants in Beijing, it would be impossible for him to make 1.2 million in such a short time. This money is definitely given by the Shure family. When he thought of this, Bosun clenched his fists slightly. He didn't expect that after the clown Meng Changhua left, there came Meng Haixing, who was 100 times stronger than Meng Changhua. At this time, Bosun's sense of crisis doubled. Dad, we can't just sit there and wait for death. Grandpa hasn't even recognized Meng Guangzhu yet, and his family has already taken 1.2 million from the Shure family. What will happen next? My grandfather had a lot of antiques, calligraphy, and paintings and cash. No one knows how many pieces he has. If we give them all to Meng Guangzhu's family, we will suffer a great loss. Sure Ronglan, who was furious, snorted coldly. I don't want to sit and wait for death, but what can I do now? Your grandfather is partial, and I can't influence his thoughts. We can't influence Grandpa's thoughts, but we can change his attitude towards Meng Guangzhu's family and make him dislike Meng Haixing. When Meng Changhua first came to our house, wasn't Grandpa also indifferent to him? It was because Grandpa felt that Meng Changhua was using tricks to pursue Tao Miling, and he didn't like his cleverness. After being reminded by Shure Bosun, Sure Ronglan's confused mind suddenly became clear. Why didn't I think of this? Your grandfather hates people with bad conduct and bad intentions the most. If Meng Haixing gets involved in these 2 things, I'd like to see if your grandfather can still be as partial to him as he is now. Dad, I think so too. Leave this matter to me. The new year is coming in a few days, and Grandpa will definitely have New Year's Eve dinner with the Meng family. Before that, I will make sure Meng Haixing's reputation is ruined. Zhou Qiao, who had been crying with red eyes just now, immediately wiped away her tears and smiled broadly when she saw her son doing so well. Bosun, from now on, Mom can't rely on your dad anymore. I can only rely on you. You must never let Mom down. Don't worry, Mom. I've lived in Beijing for over 20 years and have come into contact with so many people and things. How could I not be able to handle a poor boy like Meng Haixing? Just wait. As the year draws to a close, it stands to reason that the restaurant's business would decrease. After all, it is the new year, many units are on holiday, and fewer customers come here to receive customers. But Meng Haixing went to the restaurant several times, and it was always packed. When he asked, he found out that the food in the restaurant was cheap and delicious. Ordinary families usually couldn't afford to go out to eat, so it was a good opportunity to come and try it during the end of the year when friends and family gathered. Meng Haixing did not expect such a result. Manager Liu, I didn't expect it to be so busy at the end of the year. The waiters in our store have all started taking turns to rest. Can you hire a few more temporary ones? See if there are any students who want to work during the winter break. Okay, I'll go post the job posting right away. There's a well-made billboard outside the restaurant, covered with big red paper, which usually lists the day's specials or new dishes. When people pass by here and see this big red billboard, they always take a second look. Meng Haixing was still strolling in the restaurant when he heard a commotion coming from downstairs. He stood at the fence on the 2nd floor and looked into the lobby, only to see a young woman standing downstairs arguing with Manager Liu. The female comrade was wearing a green jacket. Logically speaking, this color is not good-looking, and young female comrades don't like to wear this color. But the young female comrade in front of him had a very good appearance, and she managed to make the green jacket look so cold and aloof that people couldn't bear to look away after just one look. What happened to Manager Liu? Meng Haixing hurried downstairs. It's almost lunchtime, and making such a noise in the lobby would make the guests laugh. Chapter 318, Insidious Tricks. Boss, you're here just in time. Aren't we hiring winter vacation workers? This is a short-term position, and Liu Meijia is being unreasonable and insisting on being a long-term employee. The staff in our restaurant have already been arranged. Everyone has their own job. Her sudden appearance here is like having one more idle person and an extra salary. As soon as Manager Liu finished speaking, before Meng Haixing could speak, Liu Meijia looked at Meng Haixing, who had just come over with a sweet smile on her face. Boss Meng, I have something to hide. Can we go to your office to talk about it? No, let's talk about it here. Meng Haixing is a straight man with simple ideas. He has to go home to have dinner with his wife soon. He doesn't have time to waste here with a waiter applicant. As for how the applicant for the waiter job looks, it has nothing to do with him. His wife is already too beautiful, and no other beauty can catch his eye. Lu Meijia was very upset after being rejected. This was the first time she took the initiative to seduce a man, but the man didn't take the bait. She had made it so clear that she wanted to be alone with Meng Haisheng, but he disagreed. Could he be blind and unable to see her good qualities? Lu Meijia smiled awkwardly. Boss Meng, this place is full of people coming and going. It's not a place for chatting. We don't have any secrets, and we're not afraid of being overheard. So why should we move? Comrade, if you have something to say, please tell us right away. We are quite busy here. Meng Haisheng was already a little impatient. He hated people who procrastinated the most. Boss Meng, look at my clothes, and you know my family isn't well off. I hope you can give me a job so I can support my family. Lu Meijia looked very weak and helpless. If any man saw her like this, 8 out of 10 would be soft-hearted. She didn't believe that the young man Meng Haisheng would not be fooled. Unfortunately, after witnessing Lin Muqing's strength, Meng Haisheng has become immune to women. Comrade, I run a restaurant, not a charity. I'm keeping you here today, but if 2 beggars come tomorrow and can't make ends meet, should I take them in too? If someone comes along the day after tomorrow who can't take care of themselves, should I take that person home and worship him as an ancestor? Meng Haisheng made Lu Meijia speechless. Finally, she stiffened her neck and blushed. Boss Meng, how can I be like those people? I'm young and beautiful, and I can work. Meng Haisheng was so angry that he laughed at Lu Meijia's remarks. Comrade, I'm hiring waiters here, not holding a beauty pageant. How you look has nothing to do with whether you can be qualified for the job of waiter. I think you should stop arguing with me and leave now. We are only looking for winter vacation workers, so you are not suitable. After saying that, Meng Haisheng was about to leave. It was time for lunch, and he had to go home quickly. When Lu Meijia saw Meng Haisheng was about to leave, she went straight up and pulled his arm. Boss Meng, listen to me. Lu Meijia didn't just want to pull Meng Haisheng's arm. She wanted to fall into his arms. Meng Haisheng, who has always been very vigilant, quickly dodged and raised his hands. His movements were so fast that Lu Meijia lost her balance and fell to the ground. Manager Lu called the police and said someone was trying to blackmail our restaurant. As smart as Meng Haisheng is, he finally realized that Lu Meijia might have ulterior motives and wanted to blackmail him. The current customs are still very harmonious. A decent female comrade would not rush into his arms for no reason. Lu Meijia, who was lying on the ground, rolled and crawled to her feet. Boss Meng, please don't accuse me wrongly. I just want to find a job. Meng Haisheng didn't listen to his explanation at all. He directly called the security guard and 2 waiters over. He asked someone to keep an eye on Lu Meijia and asked manager Lu to call the police. This posture was so intimidating that Lu Meijia was so scared that she didn't dare to argue with Meng Haisheng anymore and ran away. The speed stunned everyone in the lobby. The person ran away, but Meng Haisheng didn't feel that the matter was over. Nothing ever happens without a reason. There must be a reason for Lu Meijia's sudden appearance. Does anyone know the female comrade just mentioned? Meng Haisheng looked at everyone in the lobby, and everyone shook their heads. Haisheng, how did you provoke Widow Lu? Hidong walked towards the restaurant, holding a large stainless steel bucket. Hidong, do you know Lu Meijia? Yes. After winter came, Hidong would make some braised food every day and sell it to Meng Haisheng. He came to deliver today's braised food to Meng Haisheng. 2 security guards came forward to help and placed the stainless steel barrel on the table that had been prepared. Meng Haisheng quickly pulled Hidong to his office. Tell me quickly, what's going on with that Widow Lu you mentioned? Widow Lu is very famous. Don't be fooled by her innocent and pretty appearance. She is actually very evil at heart. Ho Tung ran a snack shop. All kinds of people came here every day, and he heard a lot of gossip. It turned out that Lu Meijia had been a widow for 3 years. She was quite honest in the first few years, but later when the supervision outside was relaxed, she started to hook up with men everywhere and try to cheat people out of their money. Just based on her harmless face, I don't know how many families she has seduced. Don't mess with her. This woman is a sticky candy. Whoever gets stuck with her will be in trouble. Meng Haisheng pondered for a moment. This isn't right. LV Meijia and I aren't from the same district. How could she blackmail me? According to Hidong, Lu Meijia basically stayed in the north of the city, and the 2 of them were halfway across the capital. Could it be that your restaurant is so popular that even Widow Lu has heard about it? No matter how popular my restaurant is, it's impossible for even a small figure to know me, let alone her knowing why I went to the restaurant. The more Meng Haisheng thought about it, the more strange it seemed. The only major event that happened to him recently was the Shure family. Could it be that Lu Meijia was coming for him and the Shure family? Meng Haisheng had a question in his mind. He had to get to the bottom of this matter. During lunch at noon, Meng Haisheng made a special call to Shure Rongjin. He and Shure Rongjin have been very close recently. Fourth uncle, I can't quite understand this. Surely someone would bring a woman to ruin my reputation? But as a grown man, I'm not afraid of getting caught up in these frivolous news. Shure Rongjin on the other end of the phone burst into laughter. Haisheng, I didn't expect you to be so vigilant. I think someone is coming for you. Your grandfather at least values the character of the younger generation. If you get involved with a bad widow, your grandfather might whip you with his cane. After hearing what Shure Rongjin said, Meng Haisheng instantly understood the key. It turned out that they were targeting him and the Shure family. Uncle C, you can definitely guess who did it, right? Could you please not reveal the news for now? I want to see what they're up to. Okay, you can handle your own affairs. Can someone tell me why first graders only have half-day classes 2 days a week? I was planning to update the page tomorrow, but now I'm speechless and staring at the sky. Chapter 319, Little New Year's Family Dinner 1. Just as Meng Haisheng expected before the Little New Year, Mr. Shure suggested that the two families sit down and have a meal together during the Little New Year. Seeing how cautious Mr. Shure was, the Meng family was deeply touched. There's really nothing wrong with the way Mr. Shure does things. He clearly wanted Meng Guangzhu to recognize his ancestral roots and call him dad. But he was afraid that Meng Guangzhu would not be able to accept it for a while, so he could only suppress his expectations and slowly get in touch with the Meng family. The lunch on the day of Little New Year was held at the Shure family's old house. Meng Guangzhu was a little hesitant at first, but when he thought of the old man's hopeful eyes, he agreed. There are some people he doesn't like, but it's not impossible for him to have a meal with them for the old man. Dad, just have a good meal and talk with Grandpa Shure today. If Shure's family makes trouble later, don't worry about it. I'll take care of them. Meng Guangzhu, who was standing in front of the mirror adjusting his clothes, turned his head to look at Meng Haisheng standing beside him. Haisheng, are you hiding something from Dad? Hey, I can't hide anything from Dad. Didn't I meet an unreasonable lesbian in the restaurant a few days ago? I felt something was wrong at the time. I thought someone was trying to throw dirty water on me. You mean it has something to do with the Shure family? It's just speculation right now. Whoever brings up this matter when we go to the Shure family today will be the mastermind behind this. Having said this, Meng Guangzhu's face suddenly darkened. Before anything happened, some people from the Shure family started to cause trouble for them. If he really went back to the Shure family, wouldn't their family be bullied to death? Meng Guangzhu is a rough guy and has no special abilities. But if anyone dares to do evil so blatantly and bully the Meng family, even Meng Guangzhu will still have some temperament and will not be easily bullied. Haisheng, you can't handle this alone. If someone dares to cause trouble today, your dad will back you up. Good. Meng Haisheng responded happily, as if since he was reborn, his family members have been influenced by him and were also quietly changing. His father used to be a good man, always thinking that a harmonious family is the key to success and that all family members should tolerate each other. This is why his aunt, who bullies the weak and fears the strong, always makes trouble and bullies their family. If his father had been so tough earlier, even if Liang Shui wanted to cause trouble, she wouldn't be able to do so. Meng Haisheng thought that perhaps after the trip to Beijing, the Meng family would really change. The Meng family, along with their 4 children, went to the Shure family. When they came, they brought 3 nannies with them. The scene was still very eye-catching. Mr. Shure got up early in the morning. He went to the kitchen several times to prepare snacks that his 4 children liked. Dad, you don't have to worry about it. Our chef can cook any dish better than the Meng families. A few days ago, when I was having dinner with a friend, I heard that people in Xiong County weren't very wealthy. In the past few years, they still ate steamed bread, and they could only eat meat during the Lunar New Year. Shure Ronglan was a little angry when he saw that old man Shure valued the Meng family so much, and he spoke in a sarcastic tone. The domestic environment was not good in the past few years. People had no money and no food, but we didn't have to tighten our belts to get by. But now it's different. Reform and opening up have been going on for several years now, and our country has developed. Although we can't eat lavishly every day, we have enough food and clothing. What Mr. Shure hated most was that some young men in the capital looked down on the vast number of poor farmers. When Shure Ronglan said this, he frowned. When he led his troops to fight, he encountered many difficulties, and it was the poor people who helped him solve them. Ronglan, I heard that you haven't been going to work recently, and are planning to start a timber business with someone. Old Master Shure frowned and looked at Shure Ronglon unhappily. Dad, I can't hide anything from you. I have this plan. There are many places in China that need wood for construction now. I think this business will definitely make money. When Old Man Shure found out about Shure Ronglon's little secret, he could only smile awkwardly. He hadn't even discussed with anyone how to cooperate yet, but the old man knew everything. Shure Ronglon felt a little uneasy. You'd better give up this idea as soon as possible and work honestly in our own company. There is no such thing as pie in the sky in this world. We were in the timber business together. They invested over $1 million, but you only took $200,000 and they gave you a 20% stake. You thought they were doing charity and helping you make money for free. They want you to buy shares and then use our Shure family's connections to make money. I can't let you, a kid, destroy all the connections your father has accumulated over the years. When Shure Ronglon heard what Old Man Shure said, he felt very dissatisfied, but he did not dare to confront Old Man Shure in public. Dad, this matter has not even been decided yet. They have only talked to me twice. I'm reminding you to be aware of your own situation. Don't come to me if you encounter a problem you can't solve. I know, Dad. Shure Ronglon was inexplicably scolded by Old Man Shure. Feeling angry, he went to find Shure Bosun. Bosun, have you finished everything? It's all done. I'm sure Meng Haixing will be humiliated in no time. Well, this incident wasn't big enough. You can do something even more serious later. Right now, Meng Guangzhu hasn't even returned to the Shure family yet, and your grandfather is already starting to dislike me. When he comes back later, I don't want to be trampled into the dust. No matter what happens, Shure Ronglon never thinks whether it is his own problem, but instead puts all the blame on others. Just like today when he was scolded by Old Man Shure, he did not reflect on himself, but felt that it was Meng Haixing and Meng Guangzhu who caused him to be scolded. At 10:30 in the morning, Meng Haixing and his family appeared at the door of the Shure family on time. Shure Ronglon came over to greet him in a pretentious manner, but when he saw that Meng Haixing's family had 3 nannies, he was so jealous. Haixing, your family is quite rich. You can hire 3 nannies at a time. Shure Ronglon looked at Meng Haixing with sourness. My family has no money, so my mother-in-law helped me with this. You know I have 4 children. Speaking of children, I've discovered that family planning in Beijing is much more stringent than back home. My brother and sister both have 2 children. Meng Haixing naturally knew what Shure Ronglon cared about most. He was afraid that Meng Guangzhu would return to his ancestral home, and when the Shure family divided the property in the future, their family would get more. Then he would poke him in the heart. The 4 generations of the Meng family had a large group of children, and one family had more than their 5 families. Sure enough, when the topic of children came up, Shure Ronglon couldn't hold back the smile on her face. Shure Bosun and Shure Bochuan don't even have a partner, let alone having children. If Old Man Shure divides up the family property in the next 1 or 2 years, they will suffer a great loss. Old Meng's family is so prosperous that Shure Ronglon is almost jealous. Chapter 320, Little New Year's Family Dinner 2. Shure Ronglon didn't get any good result from Meng Haixing and could only leave in disgrace. Zhou Qiao, who was standing by, was furious when she saw how useless he was. She pretended to go up and talk to Lin Mucheng and Chulan. Sister-in-law, are you used to living in the capital? Isn't it much more comfortable here in the capital than in the village? Each has its own merits. Chulan was also very calm when facing several sisters-in-law who were dressed fashionably. If it were in the past, when the Meng family was extremely poor, she might feel inferior to the powerful Shure family, and her actions and words would also be inferior to theirs. But things are different now. Meng Haixing runs so many profitable businesses and has also bought a piece of land in Beijing to build a factory. As a mother, she can always stand up straight in front of her family. I heard that there are still families in your village who can only eat pork once a year during the Chinese New Year. The children are reluctant to even have a piece of candy during other times of the year. Today, my family specially made braised pig's trotters. You can eat as much as you want. We also bought a lot of candy this year. When you leave after dinner, please take some back. Zhou Qiao was bullying Chulan both openly and covertly, and anyone could hear it. Lin Mucheng, who was standing by, was about to speak when Chulan held his hand. That's all in the past. Last year, Haixing took the villagers to the mountains to dig for medicinal herbs, and everyone made a lot of money. This year, Haixing also led the villagers to raise rabbits, although this doesn't sound like a big money-making business. But for the villagers, it is also a source of income, which is much better than just guarding an acre and 3 acres of land. Everyone has more money. Those who don't have enough noodles can go buy noodles. If you don't have meat, go to the market to buy some. We no longer need meat or flour coupons to sell things at the market. As long as we have money, we can sell anything. Chulan is a very efficient person and speaks very quickly and straightforwardly. After all, villagers are villagers. They are easily satisfied with a little material things. Zhou Qiao curled his lips with a look of disdain. What you said is both right and wrong. We rural people are simple and honest, and we're more easily satisfied. Unlike some people who have bad hearts but pretend to be righteous on the surface. Chulan was very ruthless when he spoke. Zhou Qiao didn't get the upper hand with his words and almost got angry. She stopped talking Chulan and turned to look at Yusilei, who was sitting next to her and playing with the children. Sister-in-law, this sweater of yours is a new model this year, right? I don't think you bought it from Friendship Department Store. Yusilei glanced down at her champagne-colored sweater and said, Rong Qing bought this for me. I don't know where he bought it from. Oh, sister-in-law, you're so lucky. I remember when I went to the Friendship Shopping Mall a few days ago, this sweater cost more than 800 yuan. I was shocked at the time and wondered who could afford such an expensive sweater. Is it that expensive? I really don't know. Certainly. While speaking, Zhou Qiao looked at Chulan again. Today, Chulan was wearing a maroon sweater, which was clean and without any fancy sequins. Since coming to Beijing, Chulan has had more contact with children. She pays more attention when buying clothes and doesn't want any decorations on them. This seemingly ordinary sweater became a cheap item in Zhou Qiao's eyes. Sister-in-law, where did you buy this sweater and how much did it cost? This one, Haishang said it's from some international brand and it was brought over from Hong Kong Island. It was obvious that Zhou Qiao didn't believe it. How could Meng Haisheng have that ability to buy clothes for his family from Hong Kong Island? Besides, even if you buy it from Hong Kong Island, it will be very troublesome to transport it to Beijing. Sister-in-law, this dress of yours looks familiar to me. Doesn't it have a capital G on the label? Slightly. She knew the price of the sweater. According to Meng Haisheng, this sweater was made of the best lambskin. Although the price was almost 1,000, it was comfortable and warm. More importantly, if Chu Lan holds the baby will feel comfortable if he puts his head on her shoulder. It is for this reason that Chu Lan often wears this sweater that is so expensive that it makes you vomit blood. That's it. My sister-in-law's sweater is the same brand as mine, but I haven't seen it in Friendship Department Store. It should be the latest model. Yusilei didn't like Zhou Qiao in the first place, because she always measured everything with money. She interrupted the topic directly and asked about Lin Muqing's life in college. Now Zhou Qiao couldn't interrupt, even if he wanted to. On the other side, Meng Haisheng and a few others were sitting in the study and chatting. Haisheng, I heard from my classmates a few days ago that you've been living a comfortable life lately, and you're even having an affair with a beautiful widow. You have to be careful. You are married now, so you're different from those of us who are not married. As soon as Shure Bosun finished speaking, everyone in the study couldn't help but look at him and Meng Haisheng. Meng Haisheng chuckled at him and thought, look, the little fox has finally shown its tail. It seems that this matter was planned by Shure Ronlan and Shure Bosun. Shure Bosun, your classmate is not that good either. I think it's better for you to stay away from him. I was fine, but he spread rumors behind my back, trying to cause trouble for both our families during the new year. He's really evil. And he also knows LV Magia, a fickle woman like that. This shows that he has a really bad character. Meng Haisheng was not someone who was easy to bully. He openly and secretly cursed Shure Bosun for his bad character, and Shure Bosun could only endure it and could not refute him. Haisheng, what you said is just a reminder to you. The capital is not like the small Xiyang County. If you act recklessly here, you will not only cause trouble for yourself, but also for our Shure family. Shure Bosun explained it so clearly that he was secretly delighted. He just didn't believe that his grandfather would still like Meng Haisheng as much as he did now, even if he knew that Meng Haisheng was so unruly. Thank you so much. Meng Haisheng looked at Shure Bosun with a half smile, which made the hair on his back stand on end. Why does he feel like he's being schemed against? Bosun, you really disappoint Grandpa. Grandpa, what's wrong with me? Old man Shure, who had been silent the whole time, looked at Shure Bosun, who was confused, with an angry look on his face. Yesterday, Meng Haisheng called Mr. Shure and told him about Lu Meijia. He didn't say the matter was final, just saying that it looked like someone was deliberately trying to cause trouble for him. Now Shure Bosun jumped out and admitted that he did it. Meng Haisheng felt that having such a stupid opponent was an insult to his intelligence. Old Master Shure has always been very averse to his descendants fighting over the family property. Otherwise, he would not have wanted to make a will and divide the family property while he was still alive. Now seeing Shure Bosun doing such a shameful thing, he felt very disappointed. Bosun, do you want to tell me yourself? Or wait until Grandpa sends someone to investigate thoroughly? Old Man Shure's eyes were filled with anger, and Shure Bosun couldn't help but shudder. He looked at Shure Ronglon for help. Chapter 320, Little New Year's Family Dinner 3. Shure Ronglon was beaten up by Old Man Shure early this morning. Now Shure Bosun wanted him to say a few good words for him, and he felt a little scared. Just when he hesitated, Bosun, don't look at your father. No one can save you today. Old Master Shure, who rarely gets angry, spoke in a tone as cold as ice, so cold that Shure Bosun's mind went numb. Grandpa, this matter really has nothing to do with me. I heard it from my classmates, and I only came to ask Meng Haisheng today. I'm doing this for the good of the Shure family. If Meng Haisheng behaves improperly, it will definitely affect the reputation of our Shure family. What a great guy Wei Shurjia. Tell me now, it's your classmate. I'll have the security guard call and ask for clarification right away. Shure Bosun naturally didn't dare to casually bring up his classmates because Mr. Shure's guard were no pushovers. He was still trying to find an excuse to shirk responsibility, but with a loud slap, Old Man Shure raised his hand and slapped Shure Bosun in the face. Shure Bosun looked at Mr. Shure in shock. The slap was not light, and Shure Bosun's mouth was instantly filled with a strong smell of blood. This was the first time that Old Man Shure had hit him in his life. Grandpa, you beat me for Meng Haisheng, an outsider? As soon as Shure Bosun finished speaking, Old Man Shure slapped him again. Now, even if someone wanted to step forward and give some advice, no one dared to speak. No one dared to challenge the old man's anger at this time. Is Haisheng an outsider? He's your cousin, your great-uncle's son. Bosun, you grew up under my watch. I always thought you were a man of good character and a man of integrity. But today you really disappointed me. You went to get a woman with a ruined reputation and tried to make Haisheng make a mistake. Just for this one thing, you framed your brother. A slap in the face is considered light for your grandfather. From today on, you don't have to work at the Shure family's company anymore. You always said that being a soldier was hard and tiring, and you didn't want to be one. Grandpa thought about the hardships he had endured throughout his life, and he couldn't let his descendants suffer the same hardships. If you young people don't want to join the army, Grandpa won't force you to go. But now that you've grown into this shape, you have to go even if you don't want to. Only in the military camp can you correct all your bad habits and understand what brotherhood is. Old Man Shure immediately decided to let Shure Bosun go to the army for training after the new year. Dad, Bosun is over the age limit. Can you please forgive him this time? He did this out of confusion. You've been beaten, and Bosun must have realized his mistake. Shure Ronglon understood too well the hardships of being a soldier, and he could never bear to let his own son suffer the same hardship. He winked at Shure Bosun hard, wanting him to admit his mistake. However, Shure Bosun also has a stubborn temper. Today, Old Man Shure beat him, and he really holds a grudge against the entire Shure family. Shut up right there. Bosun was a good kid, but you taught him this. If I had known you were so useless, I should have strangled you to death when you were born. Old Master Shure was really angry today and yelled at Shure Ronglon. Let's go. I, Shure Bosun, have never been afraid of anything. Shure Bosun covered his cheeks, growled with red eyes. You should apologize to Haisheng now. If this happens again, I won't just send you to the army. Young people in their 20s are full of youthful vigor. It would be more satisfying for Old Man Shure to ask Shure Bosun to apologize to Meng Haisheng than to slap him twice. I won't apologize, and I haven't caused any damage to Meng Haisheng. Shure Bosun stiffened his neck and looked at Meng Haisheng fiercely. His words made Meng Haisheng laugh out of anger. Shure Bosun, today your last name is Shure. If you were anyone else, I would beat you to a pulp right now. You found a woman to try to ruin my reputation, but I escaped because I was upright and had nothing to fear. This is completely different from you deliberately trying to trip me up. With your intelligence, you're only born into the Shure family and have so many people protecting you. If you weren't surnamed Shure, you'd be beaten by society. After hearing what Meng Haisheng said, Mr. Shure also felt that it made sense. Shure Bosun hasn't encountered any big storms now, but if he really meets a cruel person in the future, he won't know how he died. When Old Man Ji decided to send Shure Bosun to the army, he had to start as a conscript and could not use any of the Shure family's connections. He wanted him to experience the hardships of being a soldier. Dad, Bosun is a college student. How can he start as a conscript? Sure, Ronglon was panicking now. Being a conscripted soldier meant no chance to slack off, and if he didn't use the Shure family connections, Shure Bosun would be badly hurt within a month of being there. Just shut up, this is settled. At this moment, Shure Ronglon and Shure Bosun were so angry that they were about to explode. Meng Haixing's simple two sentences made Shure Bosun fall into the trap. Meng Haixing didn't need Shure Bosun to apologize at this time. He would pay for his stupid actions with actual actions. Seeing that the grandfather and grandson were arguing more and more fiercely, Sure Rongqing wanted to persuade them. But at this moment, the door of the study was pushed open a crack. A furry little head appeared. "Grandpa, can you play catsuck with me?" Momo looked into the study cautiously. The moment she pushed open the door, she felt that the atmosphere in the room was not right. But I still said it anyway. The moment he saw Momo, Mr. Shure's anger instantly dissipated. Who can refuse the request of a soft and cute little ball? Okay, great-grandfather knows how to make several kinds of flower ropes. As he said this, the old man stood up with a smile and took Momo to the toy room where she and her younger brothers and sisters could play. As for the other people in the study, they were simply ignored by old man Shure. "Bosun, go to the kitchen and get some ice for your face." Shure Rongqing couldn't bear to look at the slap marks on Shure Bosun's face. Only the younger generations would be desperate if they were beaten. All of these sons have been beaten severely. When Shure Rongjin was dating the girl from the Bai family, his legs were broken by old man Shure. Shure Bosun responded, turned his head and glared at Meng Haixing fiercely. Without saying anything else, he turned around and left the study. Shure Ronglon was full of anger and wanted to pick a fight with Meng Haixing, but was stopped by Shure Rongqing with a look. Meng Haixing is the victim. If Shure Bosun himself did not have evil intentions, how could such a farce as today have happened? After Shure Ronglon and Shure Bosun left, Shure Rongqing spoke. "It was Bosun's fault for what happened to Haixing, but we are all family, so don't bother with him." Meng Haixing responded indifferently, wondering who would be a family member of someone who wanted to harm him. This time it was Grandpa Shure who acted quickly and sent Shure Bosun to the army. If he had acted slower, he wouldn't mind letting Shure Bosun have a good taste of what it feels like to be beaten by society. Soon the food was served and everyone went out for lunch, and the matter was finally covered. Today, Shure Bosun was scolded by old man Shure and kicked out of the company. This was also a reminder to the other members of the Shure family that Meng Haixing was not a pushover who could be manipulated by anyone. Chapter 321, Little New Year Family Dinner 4. Although there were many unpleasant things before the family dinner, and Shure Bosun was even slapped twice, Shure Bosun and Shure Ronglon were both present when the dinner started and did not leave directly because of this incident. It can be seen that the Shure family's education is still very strict. When there is a banquet, Shure Rongqing and Shure Rongjin would sit on the left and right sides of old man Shure. But today both of them moved one spot to the side. Sitting on Mr. Shure's left was Meng Guangzhu, and on his right was Momo. Old Master Shure has never been so partial to the younger generation. In the past, Shure Boishuan was the eldest grandson. Although Grandpa Shure liked him, he had never shown such favoritism to him. Not to mention the seat next to Mr. Shure. He had never sat there once. "Grandpa, Dad said we should eat less sugar. It's bad for our health." When Momo saw the old man pick up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, she immediately handed the small bowl in her hand to him. "Oh, is it Momo mixed with sweet and sour pork ribs?" Grandpa Shure put the sweet and sour pork ribs he picked up in a Momo's small bowl. "I don't mix sweet and sour pork ribs. If you don't believe me, ask Grandpa." Momo looked at Meng Guangzhu opposite her, like a little adult. Yes, Momo is right. Meng Guangzhu showed a big smile on his face and quickly helped Momo explain. "Haixing said that I'm old and eating too much sweets will make me more susceptible to blood sugar problems. He has been controlling my sweet intake over the years. If you want to control your blood sugar, you must start by controlling your diet." Mr. Shure nodded slightly. He had a bit of a sweet tooth. Many dishes at today's family dinner were added with sugar. Sweet and sour spare ribs, sweet and sour pork, pine nut corn, and candied sweet potatoes are all sweet dishes in this home. Even the soup next to him was lotus seed, lily, and red bean soup, and it was sweet. Meng Guangzhu glanced at the dishes in front of him and said bluntly, "If you eat so much sweet food when you're old, it will be difficult to treat your blood sugar if you have problems. It's better to eat lighter." "Okay, let's eat something light. My family has had some blood sugar issues to some extent. When I was young, I was in the army and exercised every day. I had a good physical foundation, so I didn't feel any problems. Rongqing and Rongjin are the more serious ones, especially Rongjin. He has to take Chinese medicine every few days to recuperate. In the past, Shure Rongjin had advised Mr. Shure to take care of his health. He always felt that he had a good foundation and that as long as he checked more frequently, there would be no problem. Today, Meng Guangzhu and Momo took the initiative to talk about giving up diet control, and he agreed for the first time. Soon someone came from the kitchen and replaced almost all the dishes in front of Mr. Shure. Only one dish was left, pine nut corn, which Momo loved. There was some unpleasantness at home before the meal, but during the meal, everyone at the table was very harmonious. After lunch was over, all the dishes on the table were removed and replaced with teacups. Only then did Mr. Shure say what he had been holding back in his heart. Guangzhu, I heard that you will return to Xi'an County after the new year except for the 15th day. I want to discuss with you whether you can have a meal with the Shure family's relatives and friends before leaving. I want to introduce you to everyone in the Shure family. Old Master Shure's words were rather subtle, but everyone present understood that he wanted to make Meng Guangzhu's identity public, so that everyone in the capital would know that Meng Guangzhu was his biological son. The old man only mentioned this matter when he first met Meng Guangzhu, and never mentioned it again afterwards. When he brought up the matter again today, he felt unsure, fearing that Meng Guangzhu would reject him again. Meng Guangzhu was silent for a moment and nodded slightly. It's okay to have a meal. What Meng Guangzhu meant was that he only wanted to have a simple meal, but forget about changing his surname and tracing his ancestral roots. He had never thought about changing his surname. Okay, Rongjin, I'll leave this matter to you. Make sure the banquet is grand. Mr. Shure was so happy that he said good twice. People are all made of flesh and blood. Meng Guangzhu was kind to him, so he naturally saw it and kept it in mind. When the meal was over and Meng Haisheng was about to leave, he whispered to old man Shure, Grandpa, when you go back to my father-in-law's hospital, I'll ask him to prescribe some Chinese medicine for you to control your blood sugar. Blood sugar may not seem like a serious illness, but when it does occur, it can be fatal. Okay, from now on, Grandpa will use your name to see Dr. Lin, and he won't have to wait in line. The old man burst into laughter. When he went to Lin Jianshun for a physical examination before, Lin Jianshun also advised him to control his diet, but unfortunately he didn't listen at all. After being repeatedly reminded by Meng Guangzhu and Meng Haisheng today, he finally took it to heart. The reason why Meng Haisheng was like this was because Meng Guangzhu had serious diabetic complications in his previous life. These complications made Meng Guangzhu's life worse than death. Moreover, diabetes is somewhat hereditary, as you can see from Shure Rongjin. He's been very careful, but he still needs to take Chinese medicine to regulate his body. On the morning of the second day after returning from the Shure family, Meng Guangzhu told Grandpa Meng about Grandpa Shure on the phone. Grandpa Meng didn't say much, but just let Meng Guangzhu make his own decision, and he would obey Meng Guangzhu in everything. Dad, no matter how the Shure family treats me, I am still your son. After the 15th day of the first lunar month, I will go back with Chu Lan, and I will take care of you in your old age. Meng Guangzhu gripped the phone tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white, showing how hard he was holding it. Guangzhu, the capital is so nice. Why did you go back to Xiashan village? My old father can still move. I don't need you to take care of him in his old age. You just stay in the capital. When I can't move, you can just come back and see me. Although Grandpa Meng was reluctant to let Meng Guangzhu go, he still hoped that he could stay in the capital. If you stay in Beijing, you will be a city dweller, and it will be easier for your children to find jobs in the future. Haisheng's rabbit farm is still in Xiashan village. How could I possibly give up everything and come to the capital? Besides, my home is in Xiashan village. No matter how good the outside world is, it won't be as comfortable as living in Xiashan village. You're such a stubborn person. Grandpa Meng's voice was slightly choked when he spoke on the other end of the phone. Although he cursed Meng Guangzhu for being stubborn, he was extremely pleased in his heart that he had not raised Meng Guangzhu in vain. Dad, give the phone to Hailian. I need to give him some instructions. Today, Meng Hailian drove a tractor to the cram school to collect the money. Meng Haisheng divided the profits from the rabbit farm between him and Meng Yu, and then asked him to use some of it to buy corn, peanut cakes, and other food to feed the rabbits. Hailian, keep some money for daily expenses and put the rest in the bank. Don't keep it at home. We run a rabbit farm, and I'm afraid someone might have bad intentions at the end of the year. Don't worry, Dad. I have several local dogs. They're very good at guarding the house. Meng Guangzhu gave Meng Hailian some instructions, And then Meng Haisheng took the phone again. He also had something to say to Meng Halian. Chapter 322, Lively Spring Festival 1. Meng Halian is now in charge of the epidemic prevention and feed distribution at the rabbit farm. After winter came, he changed the rabbits' rations according to Meng Haisheng's wishes. Brother, how's the effect after exchanging rabbits for rations? I've been keeping an eye on them recently. After the baby rabbits changed their rations, their weight increased significantly faster. The adult rabbits gained weight more slowly, but they were still much heavier than before. It's good to have a change. Meng Haisheng was really worried that the new formula he came up with would not work well. Winter is the best time for rabbits to grow fat. We must use the whole winter to let the rabbits grow up. Big rabbits produce more fur. An ordinary rabbit can only produce 1 or 2 kilograms of fur a year, but Meng Haisheng wants the rabbits he raises to produce 3 kilograms a year. If one rabbit can generate an extra 100 yuan in output, and he has 30,000 rabbits, that would be 3 million yuan. Eating the same feed, you can earn an extra 3 million a year. This money is so comfortable. But ever since Meng Haisheng started raising rabbits, he never expected it to make him rich overnight. His ultimate goal has always been rabbit feed. As long as his rabbit farm makes money, many people in the surrounding villages, towns, and even other cities will follow him and raise rabbits. Other people's rabbits are small, but the rabbits he raises are big. Everyone must be curious about how Meng Haisheng's family feeds rabbits. After whetting everyone's appetite, he will then introduce his rabbit feed. He just didn't believe that people would not buy rabbit feed that could make rabbits grow bigger when it was right in front of them. As long as the scale of rabbit farming is large enough, selling rabbit feed will definitely make money faster and more than raising rabbits and shearing their fur. However, he did not tell his family about this plan for the time being. The income from raising rabbits had already shocked the Meng family. If he gets another piece of rabbit feed, he's afraid it will backfire. After all, Lao Meng's family had lived in poverty for too many years, and now they have suddenly become rich. He is afraid that someone in the family will not be able to handle this wealth. In his previous life, he went south to make a living, and there were many people who went from being poor to becoming rich overnight. Money comes too easily, so some people become complacent and don't know how to spend it, which makes them easily go astray. Human nature is the most vulnerable to test, and Meng Haisheng doesn't want his family to encounter the same situation. Only by gradually letting your family members accept the increase in income and understand the hardships involved will they be able to calmly face the arrival of huge wealth in the near future. Brother, how is Qiao Shangdong doing recently? Has anyone from the Qiao family come? Why not? Qiao Shangdong and Xiao Yu saved 5,000 yuan this year, and the grandson took it secretly without consulting Xiao Yu. He sent 1,000 yuan back to his parents. As soon as I got back, Xiao Yu gave him a good beating. Now Xiao Yu won't let Qiao Shangdong take a single cent. The Qiao family wanted to come over and cause trouble, but they were scolded away by Xiao Yu. Meng Haisheng nodded slightly. The hard times Meng Yu had gone through when she eloped with Qiao Shangdong had made her stronger than before. Those people from the Qiao family wanted to play tricks on Meng Yu, but Meng Yu would definitely be able to deal with them. Brother, don't tell Qiao Shangdong the truth about the dividend money this time. Just give it directly to my sister, so that he won't have any bad intentions. You have to teach him a lesson and stop him from doing anything that would harm the family. If he causes my eldest sister to suffer any injustice, we will definitely not forgive him. Don't worry, our Meng family is rich and strong now. Qiao Shangdong will think carefully before doing anything. Qiao Shangdong is not a bad person, but he's a bit clever. The Meng brothers have to be on guard against him. Auntie, has anything happened recently? Meng Haisheng was not very reassured about Liang Xiaocui. She was a very evil person. Seeing how prosperous his family was, she was extremely jealous. Meng Halian's laughter came from the other end of the phone. I guess you would definitely ask about Annie. Huh, she wants to take advantage of the fact that my parents are not at home to cause trouble. Xiao Yu ended up scolding her in the street for a full hour. She ran to Meng Jinqing desperately and was scolded by him again. She still refused to accept the situation and ran away to her parents' home. She probably thought her uncle would give in and come look for her, but until the little new year, her uncle didn't come, and she was sent back by her parents' family again. Now he's well behaved. He didn't go out to gossip during the new year, but stayed at home to take care of the rabbit. When Meng Haisheng heard Meng Halian say this, a smile appeared on his face. He knew that it was the right thing to do to ask his elder sister to live back in the village. Since he couldn't use force against Liang Xiaocui, he would resort to words and fight poison with poison. Now that Liang Xiaotsue has been dealt with, she won't dare to do anything wrong in the future. Meng Haixing felt extremely relieved when he thought that Liang Xiaotsue was extremely jealous of their family, but there was nothing she could do about it. You two little ones, stop talking about your elders behind their backs. I'm still here for your aunt. I've already told your uncle that your aunt is doing some rotten things, causing unrest in our family. Divorce her, and I'll give your uncle the money to marry another wife. Grandpa Meng was speechless when he heard Meng Haixing and Meng Helian whispering on the phone, with a smirk on their faces from time to time. He, the head of the family, is not dead yet, although he usually doesn't care about the trivial matters at home. But if Liang Xiaotsue really did something excessive, he would not let her off easily. Grandpa, after the new year, when the weather is warmer, you can bring Grandma and follow Big Brother to the capital. I will take you around the capital. I'm old. My arms and legs are weak. How can I walk around? I have a car. When you go out to play, I can drive you. It won't be tiring at all. Beijing is the capital of our country. Don't you want to come and see it? Grandpa Meng was a little moved by what Meng Haixing said. He had never left Xi'an County in his life, and it would be best if he could visit the capital. Okay, then let's wait until the weather warms up. If my old bones can move, I'll go to the capital with your brother. Meng Helian, who was standing by, was surprised to hear that he was also going to the capital and asked, "How can I have the time to go? My rabbits at home are waiting for me to take care of them." Brother, you must come and bring our rabbits with you. I want to build a rabbit breeding base in the capital to specialize in researching how to feed rabbits and how to prevent them from getting sick. Once the rabbit breeding base is built, you must be the one to teach everyone some scientific knowledge about raising rabbits. Meng Helian on the other end of the phone scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Is he as powerful as Meng Haixing said? The three of them talked on the phone for a long time, but Grandpa Meng hung up because he felt sorry for the phone bill. When Grandpa Meng and Meng Helian took the money and prepared to leave, Chu Daong brought out a few boxes. Haixing asked me to prepare this. He said it's Chinese New Year and I have to buy something for the family. Chu Daong opened the box in front of them with a smile. The Chinese New Year is coming soon, and Meng Haixing has prepared food and supplies for the new year. There were cigarettes, alcohol, biscuits, and candies, in 3 portions each for Grandpa Meng, Meng Helian, and Meng Yu. Another box was also prepared for Meng Helian to give some to his relatives when he visited them during the Chinese New Year. Although Meng Haixing did not celebrate the New Year in the village, he fulfilled all the necessary etiquette, and no one could find any fault with him. Looking at so many things, Grandpa Meng sighed. Haixing is such a troublesome child. Chapter 323, Lively Spring Festival 2. The Spring Festival is coming soon. In addition to buying gifts for Grandpa Meng and his family, Meng Haixing also made a special trip to the Lin family before the New Year. Of course, the New Year gift from my father-in-law's family is also indispensable. You kid, your family is everything they need, yet you still bring back so many things. Lin Jiangchun was very pleased when he saw the pile of things sent by Meng Haixing. He liked children who were thorough in their work. This is my duty. As a son-in-law, I naturally have to give my parents New Year gifts during the Lunar New Year. The gifts are not expensive, but they're my thoughtful gesture. Okay, Daddy appreciates your kindness. As he spoke, Lin Jiangchun took out 2 big red envelopes. Dad knows you don't need money now, but this is a token of our gratitude. Looking at Meng Haixing's stunned expression, Lin, munching beside him, couldn't stop laughing. She took the initiative to take the thick red envelope and smiled sweetly at Lin Jiangchun and Su Yin. Thank you, Dad, Mom. Mu Chung is still the best. Mommy has prepared a small gift for you. Su Yin took out a velvet box from under the coffee table. This is a set of ruby jewelry that I've had my eye on for a long time. I bought the loose stones at the time, and I found the best craftsman in Beijing to help me make this set of jewelry. The red velvet box was opened, and a set of gorgeous ancient ruby jewelry appeared before everyone. A thin hollow gold necklace made of filigree craft, with a piece lock hanging on it, and a ruby of at least 5 or 6 carats inlaid on it. The ruby is surrounded by real diamonds. The pair of earrings also use rubies as the main stone, made into the shape of small flowers, with a white sea pearl hanging at the bottom. The main ruby on the ring, although it looks to be only about 3 carats, is of the best quality in this set of jewelry. The pure red color is so attractive that no one can take their eyes off it. Mom, this set of jewelry is too valuable. I can't accept it. Although Lin Mucheng didn't know much about jewelry, just looking at the workmanship and the quality of the rubies used, this set of jewelry would probably cost over 100,000. This was 1986. How many courtyard houses could you buy in Beijing with tens of thousands of yuan? Mom made this especially for you. If you don't want it, my kindness will be wasted. Take it obediently. This new year, I guess a lot of people will invite you to the dance, so you must have jewelry that you can show off. All the jewelry I had before is gone. I wanted to buy you a set from abroad, but most of the jewelry overseas is custom made, and with the shipping back and forth, I definitely wouldn't have enough time. After Su Yain said this, Lin Muching understood instantly. The Lin family is also a well-known family in the capital. If someone she knew held a dance party, she would definitely receive an invitation. This kind of dance party is for young people to expand their network. If she doesn't go, she will seem aloof. Thank you, Mom. Meng Haixing was confused and only realized what was going on later. He secretly complained in his heart, wondering why he had overlooked this matter. Meng Haixing, who was only concerned with making money all day long, had no idea that by 1986, the upper class in Beijing was already living a more comfortable life than in developed countries. It's just the common people who are poor. Mom, tell me, what kind of dances will there be during the Chinese New Year? Should I prepare some nice clothes for Mu Cheng? It's not as exaggerated as you think. When Mu Cheng goes to the ball, he could just wear ready-made clothes. There's no need to find someone to make them specifically. When Su Yain said this, Meng Haixing instantly breathed a sigh of relief. It's only a few days away from the Chinese New Year, and it's too late to find someone to make it custom-made. At this moment, he was very glad that he had brought back countless beautiful clothes for Lin Muching from Hong Kong Island. Mu Cheng, don't worry, you will become the most beautiful rising star in the capital's dance party in the future. I don't have the time to attend any dances. If I could get away with it, I definitely wouldn't go. If I had that much time, I'd rather stay at home and play with the kids. Meng Haixing had never thought of buying jewelry for Lin Muching before, but now that he knows, he naturally won't treat her unfairly. Not to mention a set of ruby jewelry. He would even be willing to spend on more expensive jewelry. Who told him to like Lin Muching? Su Yain has lived in the capital for so long that she is naturally familiar with all the major dances in the capital. Seeing that Meng Haixing was interested, she simply told him the story. Haixing, can you dance? If not, I can recommend you some good dance teachers. I know a little bit about everything, but I have no problem handling a dance. That's fine. Mu Cheng dances very well. When you go to the dance together, let Mu Cheng take you. Su Yain had never known that the Lin family would develop so well this year. Ever since the old leader recovered from his illness, people from all sides have been flocking to the Lin family to curry favor with them. If it were the same as before, the Lin family would definitely not receive so many invitations at the end of the year. Fortunately, she has always been willing to put in the effort to train Lin Muching. Otherwise, if this happened suddenly, Lin Muching wouldn't even be able to dance, and she wouldn't be at ease even if he went to the dance party. Dad, will my eldest brother come back for the new year this year? Seeing that Lin Jinyan had not returned home, Lin Muching couldn't help but ask a few questions. He should be back in the next 2 days. As he said this, Lin Jiangshun sighed. He's obviously going to military school. I thought he could rest for 2 years, but now he's even busier than before. The military academy was also on winter vacation, and he was directly asked to go there by his former leader. I don't know what mission he was carrying out. Our Lin family is much stronger now than before. There is no need for him to fight for face in the Lin family. When mentioning Lin Jinyan, Lin Jiangshun felt bitter. His hands were clearly meant to hold a paintbrush, but for the Lin family, he grabbed a gun. He hovered on the brink of death countless times, and as a father, he didn't know how many times he regretted it in his dreams at midnight. Dad, my eldest brother chose this path and has been working hard for it, which shows that he really likes it. Well, ever since he put on that uniform, he can't bear to take it off again. This person is the most resistant to talk. 2 days later, Lin Jinyan really came back. He even brought back some news about Lin Jinhui. Chapter 323, Lively Spring Festival 3. The Lin family has been secretly inquiring about Lin Jinhui, but it has been a year and there is not much information they can find out. Taking advantage of the winter vacation, Lin Jinyan, who had completed his mission, went to the Lingnan area where Lin Jinhui went to the countryside for the 3rd time. This time he finally saw something related to Lin Jinhui in a small town. It was an injured child who was lost in the mountains. Everyone thought he was found, but he suddenly appeared on the road leading to the town. Next to the child, there was a prescription for treating bruises and injuries. Lin Jinyan could tell at a glance that the recipe was written by Lin Jinhui. Dad, take a look. Is this Jinhui's handwriting? Lin Jinyin carefully took out a piece of paper torn from a work notebook from her handbag and handed it to Lin Jiangchun. When Lin Jiangchun took the paper, his hands were shaking a little. After searching for Lin Jinhui for such a long time without any news, Lin Jiangchun had already given up hope on him. If he were alive, he couldn't have just disappeared like that. The thin paper was opened, and a prescription was written on it. The prescription is very common, and any Chinese medicine doctor can prescribe it. Below the prescription, there was a note in small print. For children, reduce the dosage by half and take the decoction once a day for 3 consecutive days. This is your brother's handwriting. Every time he wrote a prescription, he would add a note for fear that the patient would forget. Su Yin's eyes were already red as she hurriedly took the prescription from Lin Jiangchun, tears dripping down her hands. It's Jin Hui's handwriting. He's alive. As she spoke, Su Yin covered her face and burst into tears. Yin, don't get excited. As long as he's alive, we can find him. Lin Jiangchun comforted Su Yin in a low voice. It took a long time for the two to calm down. Mom and Dad, I suspect Jin Hui has some unspeakable secrets, which is why he has been reluctant to show up. What secrets can a little kid like him have? Lin Jiangchun racked his brains, but couldn't figure out what would have happened that would have prevented Lin Jinhui from showing up. Dad, do you still remember the little note Jinhui wrote? It's very likely that this matter is related to that little note. Hasn't this matter been investigated? Meng Changhua learned from Shure Ronglan that the slip of paper was a prescription, but they made a mistake. It's just a bunch of numbers we can't understand. Perhaps this is just superficial. I will go to Meng Changhua this afternoon and ask him about this matter in detail to see if there is anything we have overlooked. Okay, as long as you can find your brother, you can go all out and investigate in the capital. The news of Lin Jinhui a few years ago was a great joy for the Lin family. During the Chinese New Year, Lin Jiangchun specially bought 10,000 firecrackers to set off. I hope that the deafening sound of firecrackers can shatter all the gloom in the Lin family, and that Lin Jinhui can return home safely next year. The Meng family has a large population, so New Year's Eve is extremely lively. The kitchen starts to get busy early in the morning. Little Momo is also busy. She helps make dumplings and takes her younger brothers and sisters for a walk on the street. Mom, I want a little bunny dumpling. Momo was naughty for a while, then ran to the kitchen and circled around Lin Muchin. Where are the little rabbit dumplings? Mom has never seen them before. No, I just want bunny dumplings. Momo pulled Lin Muching's arm and acted coquettishly. Have you ever seen little rabbit buns? Don't we have some at home? No, the bunny buns don't have fillings. Chulan, who was standing by, was surprised to see that Momo spoke in such a coherent way at such a young age. Come, Grandma, make Momo some gold ingot dumplings, okay? Okay, I want gold ingot dumplings. Momo stared at Chu Lan's hands with her big round eyes. She pinched the 2 corners of the dumpling together, and a plump dumpling appeared in her hand. Grandma, you are amazing. You can even make round dumplings. Then Grandma will give you 2 more big dates, okay? Momo nodded heavily. When eating dumplings on New Year's Eve, if you can eat dates, it represents happiness and good luck. Last year, in order to eat dumplings with dates, Momo ate 2 more dumplings than usual before she got one with dates from Lin Muching's bowl. This year, the dumplings with dates were changed to round ones, so she didn't have to bother looking for them. Grandma, where's the chestnut bag? Nurse, make some wheat ear dumplings. The so-called wheat ear dumplings have a row of beautiful wheat ear pleats on the edge of the dumplings, and are generally used on slightly larger steamed dumplings. Momo likes it today, so Chulan made some for her to make her happy. During the Chinese New Year, children's wishes are always easier to come true. After Momo finished working in the kitchen, she ran to the living room to find Meng Haisheng. At this time, Meng Haisheng, Meng Guangzhu, and Teng Zhe were arranging couplets and some blessing characters. They planned to paste bright red couplets on the main and second doors. Dad, can you give me a blessing character? I want to stick it on the headboard of my bed. Momo looked at Meng Haisheng very seriously, making him laugh and cry. We can put up window decorations in our room, but we don't need to put up blessing characters anymore. These small blessing characters should be pasted on the side rooms and on the big water tank in the yard. Momo nodded, not quite understanding. She could stick it anywhere, as long as she was allowed to use the brush covered with paste. The busy day finally ended, and a few crooked little foo characters appeared in the Meng family's yard. As night falls, big red lanterns are hung high, and the sounds of people laughing and talking could be heard from the Meng family's living room. A table full of dishes was served one after another. Meng Haisheng called the nanny, the cook, Tung Zhe, and Aunt Tung at home, and everyone sat together to eat the New Year's Eve dinner. During the meal, Meng Guangzhu said a few words, and Momo looked at him and clapped her hands loudly. Oh, my eldest granddaughter is really amazing. Come here, Grandpa will give you a big red envelope. Meng Guangzhu took out a stack of red envelopes. There wasn't much money in them, but everyone wanted good luck, so everyone got one. Thank you, Grandpa. Momo received a big red envelope and shook it happily in her hand. After eating the New Year's Eve dinner, Momo took out her latest paintings to show everyone. She was even happy and performed a dance for everyone. Regardless of whether the dancing was good or not, the laughter in the living room never stopped. Compared to the bustling Meng family, the Shure family is much quieter. The Shure family ate early, and after the New Year's Eve dinner, everyone went home. In the end, there were only Old Man Shure and Shure Rongjin left in the Shure family. The two looked at each other as they listened to the crackling sound of firecrackers coming from outside the window. Dad, why don't we go to my eldest brother's house? I remember Haisheng said before the new year that his family stays up all night every year and waits until midnight to make dumplings. When Shure Rongjin said this, Old Man Shure was quite tempted. Look at the time. It's only 10 o'clock now. It's just the right time for them to go and eat dumplings. Rongjin, you drive, and we'll go quietly. Chapter 324, Lively Spring Festival 4. The Meng family never expected that Mr. Shure would bring Shure Rongjin home. Grandpa Shure, please come in quickly. The old man was wearing a red scarf around his neck, which was very festive. As soon as he followed Meng Haisheng into the yard, he felt the strong, festive atmosphere. The yard was covered with bright red firecracker paper, and big Fu characters were pasted on the flower pots and water tanks. Whether it is the wing rooms or the main house, the glass windows are all covered with window grills, which is very festive. Although he was standing in the yard, he could still hear the laughter coming from the house. Old Man Shure was a little dazed. Why had the Shure family been so lively? Later, the children in the family grew up and moved out of the old house, and his yard became more and more deserted. Grandpa Haisheng came over without even saying hello. Isn't that a bit abrupt? Don't be abrupt. There are a lot of people at home today, so it's very lively. My mom and Mu Chung made a lot of dumplings. It's a good opportunity for you to come over and try their cooking skills. Uncle, you can have more dumplings later. My mom put commemorative silver coins that were just issued this year in the dumplings. I've only heard of using pennies. This is the first time I've heard of using commemorative silver coins. Shure Rongjin asked Meng Haisheng in confusion. When he was a child, his family would put money in the dumplings during the Chinese New Year. Later, when his mother died, some people in his family said that it was unhygienic to keep money there. Things that have been handled by so many people will be full of bacteria no matter how much they are washed. The matter was dropped. It was my mom's idea. I told her the commemorative silver coin was worth more than a penny, and she said she wanted good luck, so she put 8 of them in there. Whoever eats the silver coin will make a lot of money this year. Okay, then I'll have more dumplings. The 3 of them walked into the house while talking. The room was warm with the floor heating on. The 3 little ones all went to sleep inside, but Momo was reluctant to leave and curled up on the sofa in the living room. When she heard the old man's voice, she immediately got up from the sofa. Great-grandfather. Hey, Momo hasn't gone to bed yet. Well, I'm looking forward to eating yuan-bao dumplings. Then can great-grandfather also eat with us? Yes, my mother and grandmother made lots of dumplings. As she spoke, Momo made a big circle to Mr. Shure, which made him laugh. Come here. Today Grandpa Zeng brought Momo a New Year's gift. As he spoke, the old man took out a slightly worn velvet box from his pocket. Momo likes receiving gifts the most. When she sees the old man giving her something, she takes it generously. What is this, great-grandpa? Momo gently opened the box and saw a jade piece lock placed in the box. The jade material is very good. Although the light emerald green does not reach the level of imperial green, the water content is almost the same. The piece lock piece is surrounded by a hollow, auspicious cloud frame inlaid with gold and dotted with some small red gems. On the piece lock is a gold chain. Although it is not very thick, the workmanship is absolutely exquisite. Lin Muching took a look from a distance and knew that this piece lock was an antique. How could it have a history of several decades? Grandpa Shure, you can't give such a valuable thing to Momo. She's just a little kid. How can she afford it? Lin Muching quickly stepped forward to stop him, fearing that Momo would not want to return it to Old Man Shure because she thought it was so pretty. I deserve it. In Momo's generation, she is the eldest granddaughter. As her great-grandfather, it is only natural for me to give her something. This safety lock was made by a craftsman at the request of Momo's great-grandmother when Guangzhou was still a child. It was made just for Guangzhou. I didn't expect that this gift would last for over 40 years. It's just right to give it to Momo now. Since old Master Shure had said so, Lin Muching didn't know what to say. Momo, why don't you hurry up and thank Grandpa's? Momo held the safety lock in her chubby little hands and said sweetly, "Thank you, Grandpa Zung, for giving me a New Year's gift. I have a gift for you too." "Oh, my Momo has a gift for Grandpa's." "Well, Grandpa Zung, please sit down for a while. I'll get it." Momo handed the safety lock to Lin Mucheng, and she ran back to the bedroom and picked out the one she was most satisfied with from her many paintings. It was a watercolor painting full of sunflowers, and it was also the painting Momo was most satisfied with recently. Great-grandfather gave it to me. When Mr. Shure saw the painting in his hand, he was so happy that he could actually receive a painting from his great-granddaughter. After great-grandfather brought it home, he framed the painting and placed it on grandfather's desk every day. Momo, who had been dazed for a moment, instantly became fully recharged and became active again in the living room. With her around, the entire Meng family will be more lively. Sure, Rongjin watched Momo jumping up and down and thought, what if he adopted a daughter? With a child at home, at least the new year would not be so lonely. However, as soon as this idea came up, Sure Rongjin rejected it. He couldn't even take care of himself, so how could he take care of a child? Time flies, and it's finally time to eat New Year's Eve dumplings. Grandpa Zung, this wheat ear dumpling is for you. I'll tell you something, there are big red dates in it. Be careful with your teeth when you eat it. My grandma said that if you bite it too hard, it will hurt your teeth. Momo generously picked out the wheat ear dumplings in the bowl and gave them to old man Shure, leaving only 2 gold ingot dumplings in her bowl. Without a doubt, Momo was the first one to eat the red dates today. She happily placed the red date pits on the table and received a lot of praise. 1986 would eventually be the year when Meng Haisheng became rich, as all 8 commemorative silver coins were in his bowl. The bowls used by the Meng family were not large bowls, but ordinary small white porcelain bowls. There were only 8 dumplings in this bowl, but each one contained a silver coin. Mom, your skill in scooping dumplings is amazing. If someone didn't know, they would think you picked them out just for Haisheng. Lin Muching was speechless as he watched Meng Haisheng put out silver coins one after another. Chulan laughed and said, "It's okay. Haisheng makes money, which means our Meng family makes money. We are all surnamed Meng." Mr. Shure and Shure Rongjin did not return home until the early morning. There was no more sound of firecrackers outside, so the two of them went home and fell asleep immediately, no longer worrying about not being able to sleep. The Meng family didn't have many relatives in the capital, so they didn't have to go out to visit relatives on the first day of the new year, so they had some free time. It was not until the 5th day of the new year that Lin Muching finally received the first invitation to the dance. The first dance invitation came from the Shure family. Shure Rongfei's daughter, Mo Peijun, is a sophomore this year. This is her first dance party, so naturally she wants to make it grand. Haisheng, what kind of clothes should I wear to the dance? Lin Muching was a little worried. She had a lot of clothes, and it was a little difficult to choose a suitable one. Chapter 325 Dance 1. Meng Haisheng has always liked buying clothes for Lin Muching. He went to Hong Kong Island twice and brought back a lot of clothes for Lin Muching. Later, Meng Haisheng learned that Lin Muching was going to study fashion design, so he wanted to let Lin Muching experience the designs of international brands. When he asked Ajay to send him a whole container of goods, he helped buy some big brand clothes that were only available in Hong Kong Island. In the early 1980s, there were few international first-line brands in Beijing, so he had no choice but to spend money to help Lin Muching buy more beautiful clothes. Wear this khaki cashmere dress with a wide belt. It's too cold right now, and with so many people coming in and out of the ballroom, it's definitely not warm. This dress is thick and warm. Lin Muching thought so too. She didn't want to wear a thin dress just to look beautiful. Although she was going to dance party, Lin Muching did not bring the complete set of ruby jewelry that Su Yayin gave her. Instead, she only wore a ruby ring and a pair of pearl earrings given to her by Meng Haisheng. Lin Muching felt very comfortable wearing the clean and refreshing clothes. It was even simpler for Meng Haisheng. He just had to pick a suit, tidy up his hair, and he was ready to go. Mo Peijun chose the Shure family's old house as the place to hold a dance party. The front hall of the Shure family's old house is the most spacious, and it won't feel crowded even if 20 or 30 people come at a time. Since they chose the old house of the Shure family, Meng Haisheng and Lin Mucheng naturally had to meet Mr. Shure first when they arrived. During the chat, Mr. Shure and Meng Haisheng talked about the piece of land in the suburbs. What the two of them said was quite speculative. Not long after we started chatting, the music for the first dance could be heard in the lobby on the first floor. Mucheng, why don't you go play first? I'll stay here and talk to Grandpa Shure. Lin Mucheng nodded slightly. She had no interest in land development and was just sitting there doing nothing. Okay, I'll go down first. When you finish talking to Grandpa Shure, come find me. Lin Mucheng had lived in Beijing for more than 10 years, and she also had some friends here. Maybe she knows someone at the dance today. When Mr. Shure heard Meng Haisheng say that he wanted to build a rabbit breeding research institute, he instantly became interested. I'll introduce you to some experts in this field later. The Academy of Agricultural Sciences takes on new topics every year. I remember last year, or the year before last, someone from their team took on a project on rabbit plague vaccines. Yes, the rabbit plague vaccine has gone through 3 rounds of testing. I am participating in the 3rd round of testing at the rabbit farm in Xiaoshan village. The effect of the rabbit plague vaccine is still very good. If you want them to conduct a scientific research to increase rabbit hair production, that's not impossible. You can invest the money, and after they issue the patent, you can just sell it out. Meng Haisheng was delighted, as Old Man Sure gave him a good idea. Okay, I'll contact the teachers after the 15th day. The first dance ended quickly. Meng Haisheng was afraid that Lin Mucheng would be bored downstairs alone, so he made it short. He said a few words to Old Man Sure and went downstairs. When he arrived, there were not many people in the hall. At this moment, everywhere you look, there are crowds of people, and there are really all kinds of clothes among them. However, lesbians usually wear small dresses, while gay men wear suits. Looking at most of the female comrades, who either exposed their shoulders or their legs, Meng Haisheng felt cold for them. There were so many people in the hall that Meng Haisheng couldn't see Lin Mucheng for a while. He took a glass of champagne from the waiter and looked around for Lin Mucheng. Brother Haisheng, can I dance with you? Mo Peijun squeezed through the crowd and looked at Meng Haisheng with a smile. The two of them were not very familiar with each other, so it was a bit unexpected that she took the initiative to come over to him to dance. I need to find your sister-in-law first. I'll be there for a while. Oh, I just saw my sister-in-law and some lesbians she knew go to the small living room. Well, thank you. I'll go take a look. Next to the hall on the first floor of the Shure family's house is a small living room connected to the garden. The decoration there is more pastoral style, and there are many green plants in the house. We are having a dance party at Shure's house today, so we have turned this small living room into a rest area. When Meng Haisheng arrived, there were 4 or 5 young female comrades standing at the door, all dressed in cool clothes. Meng Haisheng didn't feel comfortable squeezing in among them, so he just looked at the small living room at the door. Not seeing Lin Mucheng here, he prepared to leave and look somewhere else. He had just taken 2 steps when he vaguely heard Lin Mucheng's roar. Ho Yashin, you'd better leave now, otherwise I will be rude to you. You can be rude to me however you want. I'm looking forward to it. At this moment, Meng Haisheng didn't care about anything else and squeezed directly into the group of female comrades. Hey gay, why are you like this? You just bump into us for no reason. Are you deliberately taking advantage of us? Get out of my way. Meng Haisheng had no idea of being gentle with women and simply pushed aside the female comrade who was standing in front of him. He strode into the small living room and discovered that there was a small turn between the small living room and the garden. Several large green plants were placed here, just blocking the view of people outside. And Lin Mucheng was being blocked by a man at this moment. The man's hand was about to fall on Lin Mucheng's shoulder. Meng Haisheng rushed forward and punched the man in the side of the face. His movements were so fast that by the time the man noticed Meng Haisheng's presence, his fist had already landed firmly on his cheek. Ah, who the hell are you to dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? I'm a member of the Ho family. If you hit me, Ho Yashin, you are seeking death. Ho Yashin fell heavily to the ground, and his forehead hit the flower pot next to him, turning red instantly. The corner of his mouth was also broken and bleeding. I don't care who you are. When you go out in the future, you'd better keep your head clear. If I see you dare to touch my woman again, I will chop off your hands immediately and castrate you as a eunuch. Meng Haisheng looked down at Ho Yashin, his words shrouded in a layer of cold anger. Ho Yashin, who had been extremely arrogant just now, narrowed his eyes, cursed, and struggled to stand up. You dare to call me lousy in front of me? I think you are tired of living. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Haisheng kicked him again. He kicked Ho Yashin in the stomach, causing him to curl up instantly. He swallowed back all the arrogant and abusive words. This was not the end. Meng Haixing squatted down slightly and grabbed Ho Yaxin's hand. There was a click, and a piercing pain came over him, making Ho Yaxin scream like a pig being slaughtered. "Oh, my hand is broken. My hand is broken." Unfortunately, Meng Haixing didn't even look at him. "Wife, are you okay?" Meng Haixing looked nervously at Lin Muching beside him. Lin Muching was really scared just now. The moment she saw Meng Haixing, she immediately rushed over and grabbed his arm tightly. "I'm Fina. I'm late." Meng Haixing had not expected that there would be someone at the Shure family's dance party who was so bold as to openly tease the female comrades at the party. This was simply courting death. Haixing, he's from the Ho family. Chapter 326 Dance 2. Lin Muching glanced at Ho Yaxin, who was curled up on the ground, and wanted to go up and kick him again. She went to junior high school in Beijing, and Ho Yaxin was her junior high school classmate. Ho Yaxin bullied her a lot when they were in school. She didn't expect that after so many years, he was still bullying her. Ho family? Is that the one I think of? Yes, but he is not a direct descendant of the Ho family, but a collateral branch. Meng Haixing sneered in his heart. The Ho family was a big family in the capital, and some of their family members held important official positions in the military and political circles. Even if he is the king of heaven, if he dares to touch you today, this matter will not be easily let go. The person coming to the Ho family today is not just Ho Yaxin, a small follower. Just now, when he came to find Lin Muching, he vaguely heard that Ho Wanli, the jewel in the Ho family's crown, seemed to have come as well. Meng Haixing took Lin Muching's hand and went to find M.O. Peijun first. "M.O. Peijun, you're the one who hosted this dance today. I should have informed you in advance if something like this happened. Cousin, don't be impulsive. Let me tell my mother first. Sure, Rongfei and Ho Wanli's mother are close friends, and the relationship between the two families has always been very good. If Meng Haixing makes a big deal about this matter today, she, as the organizer, will probably be in trouble. Okay, just go and notify them." As he said that, Meng Haixing turned and went to the small living room, grabbed Ho Yaxin, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, and pulled him out by the collar. His move was so big that it attracted a lot of inquiring eyes, but Meng Haixing was tough and didn't even offer an explanation. "Meng Haixing, let me go. Do you know who I am? No one who bullies our Ho family will have a good ending." Ho Yaxin had never been treated like this before in his life. He tried to break free from Meng Haixing's grip, but Meng Haixing twisted his hands behind his back in a few seconds. "Ho Yaxin, even if you are the son of the Jade Emperor, you must explain everything to me today and apologize to my wife." Meng Haixing dragged the ferocious Ho Yaxin to a small reception room on the second floor like a dead dog. As soon as the two of them came in, M.O. Peijun and Sure Rongfei followed in. "Haixing, let's talk it out." When Sure Rongfei saw Ho Yaxin's face covered in bruises and blood, she was about to go crazy. "I can't talk about this properly. Ho Yaxin knew my wife was married, yet he still made advances towards her. Today, I didn't sever all the tendons in Ho Yaxin's hands because it was my cousin's first time hosting a banquet. I was already being merciful." Ho Yaxin, who was thrown on the carpet by Meng Haixing, cried out as he saw Sure Rongfei coming in. "Aunt Sure, save me. Both of my hands were broken by Meng Haixing. Please take me to the hospital immediately. If we go too late, my hands will be completely broken." Ho Yaxin cried in a very pathetic manner. He didn't want to be a disabled person at such a young age. Just then, Ho Wanli also came in. Seeing Ho Yaxin, a grown man, crying on the ground after being beaten, she said with disdain, "Ho Yaxin, are you still a man? Can you be more capable? Stop getting into trouble outside and asking our family to clean it up for you." Ho Wanli scolded Ho Yaxin and then looked at Meng Haixing and Lin Muching. Ho Wanli is also a beauty. She has been pampered since childhood and is very outstanding in both appearance and temperament. But Ho Wanli, who has always been very confident in herself, was still stunned when she saw Lin Muching today. If her beauty is aggressive, then Lin Muching's beauty is extremely introverted and gentle. Just one look, and even Ho Wanli couldn't help but want to get closer to her. She thought to herself, no wonder Ho Yaxin was still so reckless as to stick with Lin Muching even though he knew that he was already married. If she were a man, she would probably also be obsessed with Lin Muching. I've already notified Ho Yaxin's parents to come over. They will definitely give you an explanation on this matter. Good. Meng Haixing had a good impression of the impetuous Ho Wanli. If she dared to protect Ho Yaxin without any bottom line today, He would not mind offending the Ho family directly. However, Meng Haisheng is not an impulsive person. Even though he knows that the Ho family has a background, he still wants to fight against them head-on. He was certain that the Ho family was also extremely concerned about their reputation. Otherwise, the Ho family would not have attacked the Lin family behind the scenes and squeezed the Lin family out. It would have been much easier for them to just do it openly. Suddenly an idea came into Meng Haisheng's mind. The Ho family squeezed out the Lin family back then. It couldn't be just because of the hospital's assets. Even if the Ho family wanted to expand their business territory, they would not be interested in the Lin family's wealth. Could it be related to Lin Jinhui's mysterious prescription? If this was true, Meng Haisheng's mind suddenly became clear. In other words, Meng Changyue and Shure Ronglan are nothing but clowns. It is very likely that some of what the two said before were false. They knew that Lin Jinhui had the prescription, not from Lin Jinhui's classmates. It seems that he needs to find some time to ask Shure Ronglan. If it is really the Ho family who is behind this matter, the Shure family must make preparations early and not be used as a pawn by the Ho family. While Meng Haisheng was thinking about it, old man Shure and Ho Yaxin's parents came in together. Dad, please save me quickly. Both of my wrists were broken by Meng Haisheng. When Ho Jiangwo saw that his son was so seriously injured, he hurried forward to check. Ho Yaxin's hands were hanging limply, looking as if they were broken. Meng Haisheng, even if Yaxin is wrong, you can't break his hands. What if he can't reattach them? Seeing that they looked like they were about to die of anxiety, Meng Haisheng smiled and said, I'm sure we can take it back. Ho Yaxin, put your hand down for now. Shouldn't we settle the score just now? Meng Haisheng's cold eyes swept over Ho Yaxin, and Ho Yaxin couldn't help but shiver. His eyes were full of murderous intent, which made Ho Yaxin feel uneasy. What's the point? I'm lucky I didn't ask you for anything. You just punched me in the face and kicked me in the stomach. Now I'm going to the hospital for a checkup. If you don't compensate me with a few $1,000s, I won't let you go. Ho Yaxin felt confident that his parents had arrived. Although he was scared to death, he spoke with more confidence. Meng Haisheng was so angry that he laughed. It seemed that Ho Yaxin was not beaten lightly. Ho Yaxin is a confused person, but Ho Jiangwo knows very well in his heart that Meng Haisheng's father Meng Guangzhu has been recognized by the Shure family. Lin Muqing is the granddaughter-in-law of the Shure family. Even if Ho Yaxin had 100 guts, he would not dare to touch the granddaughter-in-law of the Shure family. Chapter 327 Dance 3. Ho Jiangwo reached out and slapped Ho Yaxin hard on the head. What are you talking about, you little brat? Hurry up and apologize to your sister-in-law. If you dare to do something so outrageous after drinking 2 tails of wine again, I'll break your legs. Ho Yaxin, who was standing by, was so surprised to see his father suddenly become so easy to talk to that he was unable to react for a moment. Dad, why are you speaking for outsiders? Hurry up and apologize to me. Even though you and Lin Muqing were classmates before, you also had a crush on her. But now that Lin Muqing is married, you should keep your distance from her. If you act like a fool again next time, your grandfather won't forgive you. Ho Jiangwo's words sounded like he was lecturing Ho Yaxin, but his words were actually trying to help him shirk responsibility. He is not a bad person. He is just young and hot-headed, and he is unwilling to see his beloved get married. Between intentionally hurting Lin Muqing and making things difficult for Lin Muqing due to love, the latter is always easier to forgive. Ho Jiangwo has made it so clear. Unfortunately, Ho Yaxin's mind was completely confused, and he didn't realize his father's painstaking efforts at all. In his opinion, all other families in the capital were not as powerful as the Ho family. As long as one had the surname Ho, everyone else was inferior to him. Ho Jiangwo has no need to be afraid of Meng Haisheng. I won't apologize, and I didn't do anything wrong. Does that mean I can't even talk to Lin Muqing when I see him from now on, and I have to avoid him? Seeing that Ho Yaxin was still stubborn, Meng Haisheng was about to step forward and deal with him. Suddenly, Mr. Shure, who had been silent all this time, spoke in a neutral tone. Jiangwo, you must go back and teach your son a lesson. If you allow him to continue living such an unruly life, it might not just be your hands that are broken. Old man Shure is not Meng Haisheng. He has been on the battlefield and is a famous iron general. If you provoke him, you will be kicked out of the capital. When Ho Yaxin saw that the old man was angry, he was really scared. What are you still standing there for, you little bastard? Apologize now. Ho Jiangwo stepped forward and pushed Ho Yaxin hard, accidentally touching his wrist. The piercing pain finally cleared Ho Yaxin's mind. Lin Muqing, I'm sorry. I promise I won't harass you again. Ho Yaxin endured the pain in his hand and bowed reluctantly to Lin Muching. Ho Jingwo on the side quickly put on a smile and said nice things. Uncle Shure, look at Yashin's hand. It's so badly injured. I'll take you to the hospital first. Ho Jingwo was extremely anxious at this moment, fearing that if he delayed too long, Ho Yashin's hands would be ruined. Old man Shure glanced at Ho Yashin's hand and then looked at the guard beside him. Xiao Zhang, please help me with the bones setting. Yes. As he spoke, Zhang Xing stepped forward and held Ho Yashin's wrist with both hands. Before he could react to what was happening, he heard a click, and his wrist, which had been unable to move just now, was finally able to move. In just a few seconds, Zhang Xing restored both of Ho Yashin's hands to their original positions. This time, Ho Yashin realized that he had been fooled by Meng Haisheng and his hand was not broken. Thinking of how cowardly he had been just now, Ho Yashin almost bit his little white teeth to pieces. But this time he didn't dare to be presumptuous and could only endure it. Ho Jingwo and Ho Yashin left in disgrace, not daring to say another word. Meng Haisheng looked at their backs, feeling mixed emotions. No matter in his past life or this life, as an adult, he always likes to handle any difficulties on his own. This was the first time someone stood right in front of him and helped him solve the problem at hand. And the person who helped him was a white-haired old man. For a moment, Meng Haisheng's favorability towards Mr. Shure doubled. The farce finally ended. Sure Rongfei was greatly relieved to see that nothing serious had happened. Today is Mo Peijuan's first dance party. If it goes wrong, she will probably become a laughingstock. After Sure Rongfei brought Mo Peijun and Ho Wanli downstairs, old man Sure began to comfort Lin Muching. Mucheng, don't be afraid. Grandpa will find you 2 bodyguards tomorrow and make sure no one dares to harass you again. Mr. Shure's words made Lin Muching feel a little embarrassed. Grandpa Shure, the security in our capital is still very good. I met Ho Yashin today because we had a conflict in the past, and he is looking for trouble with me now. Grandpa, forget about assigning Mu Chung a bodyguard. I'll teach her some fighting techniques later. When Mr. Shure heard that Meng Haisheng also knew martial arts, a big smile appeared on his face. You also know martial arts? How are your skills? Meng Haisheng scratched his head embarrassedly. I'm definitely not as good as Brother Zhang. Mr. Shure laughed heartily. Zhang Xing, who was beside him, had won awards for his fighting skills, and he was probably unrivaled in the entire capital. Let Zhang Xing find someone to teach Mu Cheng. The little kung fu you've learned may not be suitable for a lesbian like Mu Cheng. Thank you, Grandpa. In his previous life, Meng Hai became a top billionaire and hired a lot of bodyguards around him. But putting his life in other people's hands is not Meng Haisheng's way. In order to live longer, he also learned a lot of self-defense skills. But as Mr. Shure said, what he learned was tailored to his own strength and might not be suitable for Lin Muching. Meng Haisheng talked with Mr. Shure upstairs for a while before taking Lin Muching downstairs to dance. The little incident just now did not affect their good mood. Wife, you have to slow down your pace later. I'm afraid I can't keep up with your pace and step on your feet. A new dance music started playing and many people went dancing together. Meng Haisheng placed his hand on Lin Muching's waist, gently pinched the soft flesh on her waist, and had a smug smirk on his face. Okay, I'll lead you to dance slowly. At this moment, Lin Muching just thought that Meng Haisheng couldn't dance, and she was prepared to have Meng Haisheng step on her feet. But when the two of them really stood under the spotlight, Meng Haisheng, with his strong dominance, led her to dance gracefully in the ballroom. Only then did she realize that she had been deceived by Meng Haisheng again. You dance so well, yet you say yours is just mediocre. Lin Mucheng glared at Meng Haisheng unhappily. Unfortunately, Meng Haisheng was thick-skinned. He pulled Lin Muching into his arms with force, and while their bodies were intertwined, he quickly kissed her on the cheek. Compared to my wife, I'm not a very good dancer, but compared to the others at the dance, I'm pretty good. The two were completely immersed in the joy of dancing and had no idea that there were many people watching them in the dark. Wanli, why don't you go dancing? Mo Peijun saw Ho Wanli standing aside with a champagne in her hand, just watching everyone dancing without moving, so she couldn't help but come over to talk to her. It's boring. It's probably a man I don't like. Montak Payun Laukit Softly. Both of them are already sophomores, but neither of them has a boyfriend yet. Mo Peijun is unable to make decisions about her own marriage, while Ho Wanli looks down on the playboys in the capital. Among her peers with similar family backgrounds, none could catch Ho Wanli's eye. Every one of them is so exaggerated. Look at who wears a suit and flared pants. What kind of taste is that? Ho Wanli looked at a very active man in the dance floor speechlessly. She almost vomited at his exaggerated dancing posture. My cousin is the only handsome guy on the dance floor. And seeing how ruthlessly he beat up Ho Yashin just now, he's quite manly. It's a pity he's married. Ho Wanli's gaze fell on Meng Haisheng again. Chapter 328 Dance 4. It has to be said that Meng Haisheng is impeccable in both appearance and figure among many young men. Now with the fact that he is a descendant of the Shure family, if Meng Haisheng didn't get married, he would probably be fought over by the socialites in Beijing. It's all a marriage of arrangement. If he can marry a handsome guy, who would want to choose those ugly ones? Your cousin got married quite young. Does he have any children? Ho Wanli asked casually. They had their first daughter without getting married, and later they had triplets, so now they have 4 children. My cousin is probably one of the first people of his age to get married and have children. It's quite early. Ho Wanli, holding a champagne, looked at the dance floor with a complicated expression. Sometimes people are very strange to each other, and you can tell at a glance that the person is the one you are waiting for. If you don't meet the right person at the right time, everything will be in vain. Wanli, can you please dance with me? The next song is your favorite. Qin Fong extended his hand toward Ho Wanli and gave a gentlemanly salute. He was so generous in inviting Ho Wanli that Ho Wanli did not refuse him and gladly accepted the invitation. On the other hand, Tang Xiaoqi, Lin Muqing's former junior high school classmate, saw that Lin Muqing was not affected at all by Ho Lisan's incident. Her eyes were burning with hatred. What a vixen. She can hook up with men wherever she goes. Who is this person? She must have been bewitched by Lin Muqing. He should have some family background. Wasn't he the one who beat up Ho Yashin just now? He just looks a little unfamiliar. I guess he's a descendant of a wealthy family who studied abroad. Tang Xiaoqi was so jealous that she went crazy. How could such a pretty and wealthy person all like this enchantress Lin Muqing? I wonder if her country bumpkin husband knows that she's attracting lots of attention. Xiaoqi, Lin Muqing has been very proud since returning to the capital, and he's doing very well in college. Lin Muqing's other junior high school classmate, Ruan Liu, was adding fuel to the fire in a sarcastic tone. Both of them were Lin Muqing's junior high school classmates. Although they had some family background, they were not particularly famous in Beijing. Naturally, they didn't know the secret that Meng Guangzhu was Mr. Shure's biological son. Neither of them went to the countryside as educated youth. After the college entrance examination was resumed, they took the college entrance examination. Although they did not go to Beijing University, they still got a college diploma and have now graduated. However, they did not go to work. Instead, they planned to find a rich and powerful man to marry and become wealthy wives in the next 2 years. What's there to be proud of? As long as Lin Muqing gets married, we won't be afraid of her snatching her away from us. Tang Xiaoqi muttered a little angrily. Lin Muqing's appearance and temper make her the most ideal wife for men. If she hadn't gotten married, they would probably only be able to choose the one left by Lin Muqing. Are we just going to watch Lin Muqing being so proud? Ruan Liu just can't stand seeing Lin Muqing doing well. Originally, their family background was not as good as the Lin family's. At that time, the Lin family was deliberately picked on, and the whole family went to the countryside, and the hospital became someone else's. Ruan Liu and Tang Xiaoqi were really happy for quite a while. Who could have thought that things would change so quickly? Lin Muqing had been gone for many years, and when everyone thought their family was finished, their Lin family survived again. Don't be anxious. Lin Muqing married a peasant. Just wait and see. If Ho Yashin dares to touch her today, other rich and powerful people will dare to flirt with her openly tomorrow. But she's married. Even if they divorce later, anyone with a brain would just play with her and not marry her. We're just waiting to see her ruin her reputation. Even if she doesn't, we'll try to help her. The 2 young girls, already blinded by jealousy, smiled at each other, their smiles full of calculation. But only people like them who are ignorant and uninformed would think so of Meng Haisheng and Lin Muqing. All the talented young men who came to the dance today, as long as their families had some connections, knew that Meng Haisheng had beaten Ho Yashin today and asked Ho Yashin's parents to apologize. Just because of this, no one dares to underestimate Meng Haisheng. Those who are more well-informed already know that Meng Guangzhu is Mr. Shure's biological son. Meng Haisheng had no idea that a dance party would attract so much attention. But even if he knew, he wouldn't be afraid. Just by relying on the information about the future in his mind, he can control these big guys, both openly and secretly. He just didn't want to attract attention as soon as he arrived in Beijing. The day after the dance, a young girl named Duan Li came to see Meng Haixing. She is the fighting teacher that Zhang Xing found for Lin Muching. Looking at the energetic Duan Li, Meng Haixing was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Mr. Shure is really a man of action. He sent people here before the end of the first month of the year. Comrade Duan, we're still celebrating the Lunar New Year. Can you put your martial art training aside for now and wait until the Lunar New Year is over? Okay, Comrade Meng, please set a time. Duan Li was very straightforward. She finally made an appointment with Meng Haixing and Lin Muching after the 17th day of the first lunar month and began to teach Lin Muching martial arts. There is a martial arts gym next to Jingxing University. Duan Li and Lin Muching agreed to learn fighting skills there for an hour every morning after school. There is quite a lot of break time at noon in college, so Lin Muching gladly accepted it. Wife, I'll go with you later and show you how powerful I am. Meng Haixing came forward proudly. He is much stronger now than in his previous life. If they really fight, he might be able to fight Zhang Xing to a draw. Okay, I'll wait and see. After attending Mo Peijuan's ball, Lin Muching received 6 more invitations, but she only went to the Qin family ball and did not attend the others. The reason for going to the Qin family was because the Qin family was the maiden family of the late Grandma Shure. The Qin family and the Shure family had always had a good relationship for many years, so Lin Muching had to give this face. The winter vacation has not yet ended. Occasionally, some of Lin Muching's former classmates would ask her out, and she would go with them to go shopping. Mucheng, why don't you bring your husband to see us? Among the people who came out to play today were Ruan Liu and Tang Xiaoqi. When Lin Muching saw Tang Xiaoqi taking the initiative to ask about her husband, she didn't show it on her face, but she understood it very well in her heart. At this moment, Tang Xiaoqi was probably waiting to see her laugh, thinking that she married a countryman, and she told it out loud so that the other classmates would laugh at her. If it was Lin Mucheng who had lived in Beijing before, he would probably just be scared if he encountered such a thing. But the current Lin Mucheng is no longer that delicate flower in the greenhouse. During these years in the countryside, if she had not been strong and smart enough, she would have been eaten until only bones were left. Compared with Liang Xiaozui's fighting ability, Tang Xiaoqi's fighting ability is not enough. Chapter 329. The slap on the face hurts a bit. 1. Lin Mucheng disliked Tang Xiaoqi in his heart, but it didn't show on his face at all. After all, there were several female classmates playing together today, not just Tang Xiaoqi and Ruan Liu. There is no need for her to make the relationship between them too awkward in front of other classmates. My husband is very busy, so we should just have our own fun. It would be inappropriate to ask a man like him to come here. Yao Weiwei, who was standing by, quickly chimed in, That's right, Xiaoqi. When you all have boyfriends, let's all invite your boyfriends over and have a party, so we can get to know each other. Tang Xiaoqi curled her lips. Weiwei, the boyfriend I'm going to find in the future must be from Beijing. The difference in status is too big. I'm afraid Mu Cheng's husband will be even more embarrassed to meet him. It's nothing, actually. Everyone knows that Mu Cheng's husband is from the countryside. There's no need for her to hide it. Tang Xiaoqi's words were full of disdain for rural people, and those who didn't know her would think she was very noble. But she forgot that her grandfather used to farm in the suburbs of Beijing. It was only after the country developed that her family started a small business and moved to the capital. The Tang family has only really developed in the last 10 years. I don't know where she gets her sense of superiority from, and she even has the nerve to look down on rural people. Tang Xiaoqi, do you think you have a high status? I don't know how a homeless person like you can be higher than me. Although my husband is from the countryside, he is the greatest proletarian. I am curious about your status that is higher than his. Lin Muching's words left Tang Xiaoqi speechless. She dared to say that she was of higher status than the proletariat. That was simply courting death. I did not mean that. So that's what you mean, where you feel money represents status. Tang Xiaoqi was so anxious that her face turned red. You misinterpreted what I meant. Seeing that Tang Xiaoqi was about to cry, the other girls hurried over to smooth things over. A few years ago, I went to the countryside as an educated youth and worked on the farm with the villagers. I feel very honored in that I have contributed to the development of my country. The food you, Tang Xiaoqi, ate back then might have been grown by me. Lin Muching faced his past with grace and grace. She has always been upright in her actions and has never felt embarrassed about her experience as an educated youth in the countryside. She was even very grateful for the difficult life as an educated youth. If she hadn't encountered so many hardships during those years in the countryside, she wouldn't have known that she was so strong. When Lin Mucheng bravely faced his past, Tang Xiaoqi's secret sarcasm and squeeze instantly became vulnerable. Mucheng, tell us what happened to you when you were an educated youth. Yao Weiwei walked forward curiously, took Lin Mucheng's arm, and took 2 steps forward, separating her and Tang Xiaoqi. Let's go get some coffee. I'll tell you about some of the interesting things I experienced when I went to the countryside. When the other 2 girls heard that Lin Mucheng was going to talk about going to the countryside, they immediately became excited. That's great. I heard a few days ago that some of their educated youth who went to the countryside saw black bears. Please tell us quickly if you have seen any over there. No black bears, but I've seen foxes and weasels. The young girls almost screamed with excitement. They were full of curiosity about these mysterious and furry little animals. So Lin Mucheng, surrounded by several girls, walked towards the coffee shop in the mall. Tang Xiaoqi and Ruan Liu, who were a few steps behind them, couldn't help but curl their lips together. The other classmates must have seen that Lin Mucheng's family was quite powerful in the capital, so they came to him eagerly. The 2 of them would not flatter Lin Mucheng like those short-sighted classmates. Just wait and see. After Lin Mucheng's reputation is completely ruined, I want to see if these people will still be friends with Lin Mucheng. Tang Xiaoqi's eyes were red, and she looked at Lin Mucheng in front of her with gritted teeth. Xiaoqi, you say Lin Mucheng is really so bold that he dares to cheat on his wife even after getting married. Although Ruan Liu was jealous of everything Lin Mucheng had now, she was still smart enough to feel that Lin Mucheng would not give up everything for the sake of love and the good life he had now. You don't know this, right? Lin Mucheng's family was ruined, so he had no choice but to marry that farmer. The Lin family is quite prestigious in the capital now, and they own a hospital, so they have plenty of money. If a talented young man pursues Lin Mucheng, will she abandon her current husband? In Tang Xiaoqi's imagination, Lin Mucheng must have married a rough man from the countryside. Now that she has returned to the capital, if she meets any educated and cultured city man, they will look down on her husband. Ruan Liu didn't respond. She turned the question around in her mind. If it were her, she would probably have divorced her farmer husband when she returned to Beijing. Several people came to the coffee shop together. A group of young girls sat together laughing and joking, which was quite eye-catching. Lin Mucheng was talking excitedly with a few young ladies when she suddenly saw through the glass window that Meng Haisheng was holding a very fashionable paper bag and waving at her. It was obvious that Meng Haisheng wanted to call Lin Mucheng away. She hesitated for a moment. With Tang Xiaoqi and Ruan Liu around, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to have fun today. She turned back and contacted Yao Weiwei and the others privately. Weiwei, I have something to do, and I'm leaving now. Let's get together again before school starts when you have time. Okay, I'll come to your house next time. Okay, it's a good opportunity for you to see my triplets. Lin Mucheng came out of the coffee shop and walked quickly towards Meng Haisheng. Where did you get this paper bag? I've never seen it before. When you buy things in a mall, they use paper bags to package them. Lin Mucheng curiously stepped forward to take the paper bag, opened it, and saw only a small velvet box inside. As soon as she saw the box, she knew that there must be a piece of jewelry inside. She opened it without thinking much. There was a brooch made of tourmaline lying in the box. Tourmaline has a very rich variety of colors. The designer used this characteristic of tourmaline to design a colorful small daisy brooch. There is no girl who doesn't like shiny things, and Lin Mucheng is no exception. Hi Sheng, you really know me too well. Lin Mucheng happily walked forward and took Meng Haisheng's arm. If there weren't so many people in the mall at the moment, he might have given Meng Haisheng a big kiss. We won't be going home for lunch today. I'll take you to try some new dishes. Good. While the 2 were talking, Meng Haisheng glanced at the glass window of the cafe imperceptibly. Although the 2 sides were a little far away, Meng Haisheng still saw Tang Xiaoqi and Ruan Liu. Chapter 331. The slap on the face hurts a bit too. Didn't my wife say last time that your 2 classmates had bad intentions? Why are you out with them again? Yao Weiwei asked me out today, and I didn't know they would be coming too. After asking this question, Meng Haisheng said nothing more. He has always been a vengeful person. Now at the dance party, he felt that Tang Xiaoqi and Ruan Liu were hostile to Lin Mucheng. If he hadn't heard Lin Mucheng's voice and the 2 of them blocking the door to the small living room, he would have almost missed it. There have been a lot of things going on these days, and he hasn't had time to deal with them yet. Now, they come over and pretend to be good sisters with Lin Mucheng. The 2 of them really played the role of green tea sisterhood well. Mucheng, Don't bother with Tang Xiaoqi and Ruan Liu from now on. They don't treat you as a good sister. I know. I'm not a fool, and I can't see through their little tricks. Well, my wife is the smartest. The two of them left affectionately, but they didn't know that there were several girls lying in front of the window of the cafe, watching the fun. I remember now. Isn't this the man who helped Lin Muching beat up Ho Yashin at Mo Peijuan's dance? I didn't expect that after the dance, Lin Muching would actually get together with him. Tang Xiaoqi looked surprised, as if she had discovered something big. Xiaoqi, don't talk nonsense. Maybe that gay man and Mu Chung are just ordinary friends. Wei Wei, stop kidding yourself. Do you know what was in that little paper bag that man gave to Lin Muching? There's a new jewelry store over at the Friendship department store. I heard it's owned by some big foreign company, and it's their first store in China. The gold and silver jewelry sold there is not only very beautiful, but even the packaging is different from what we have here. When they first opened, I went to see the store there. Even an ordinary gold ring was hundreds of dollars more expensive than on the market. If it was inlaid with gemstones, it would cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan. At the Friendship department store, you can buy it if you have money. You need foreign exchange coupons. Being able to give such a valuable gift to Lin Muching, can you say their relationship is simple? For a moment, Yao Weiwei was speechless and didn't know how to refute her. If this is true, then isn't Lin Muching cheating? Thinking of this, Yao Weiwei decided to visit Lin Muching's home tomorrow morning. She must persuade her not to do anything that would damage her reputation. The capital is neither big nor small, but their circles are interconnected. If Lin Muching ruins his reputation, he will be drowned in spit in the capital. Yao Weiwei already knew the location of Lin Muching's house. The next morning, she bought some fruits and snacks that the children liked and came to the door. When she first came here, Yao Weiwei thought she was dazzled. Lin Muching's house was so grand. She thought that Lin Muching's parents really loved her, as they bought her such a luxurious house as soon as she returned to the capital. From beginning to end, Yao Weiwei never thought that such a beautiful house might have been bought by Lin Muching's husband. Weiwei, just come and play. Why bring anything with you? Lin Muching enthusiastically invited Yao Weiwei into the house. Today, Meng Guangzhu, Chulan, and Momo were invited by Grandpa Shure to have dinner at his home, while Meng Haisheng went to the restaurant. Now, only Lin Muching and the triplets were at home. It's New Year's Day. How can I come to see you empty-handed? But I didn't buy any expensive gifts, so please don't be disgusted. You're being too polite to me. As soon as the two of them sat down in the living room, the nanny brought them hot tea. Where are your triplets? Why don't they come out to play? They're still sleeping. The three little ones are in the growth stage. They take a nap every morning and don't wake up until around noon. It's only because they haven't woken up yet that we can sit together and talk for a while. Once they wake up, we won't be able to talk even if we want to. Yao Weiwei laughed softly when she heard Lin Muching say this. This is what it's like to have children at home. After chatting for a while, Yao Weiwei hesitated for a long time and didn't know how to persuade Lin Muching not to cheat. Lin Muching was such a sensitive person that she could tell at once that Yao Weiwei might have something to say to her. Weiwei, do you have something to tell me? Since Lin Muching had already asked, Yao Weiwei no longer tried to hide it and simply told Lin Muching what happened yesterday. Yao Weiwei moved closer to Lin Muching and whispered in her ear in a low voice. Mu Chung, you're already a mother. Even if you don't consider yourself, you can't do anything extreme for the sake of your 4 children. If you don't want to continue living with your husband, you might as well get a divorce. That's better than cheating on your husband. When Lin Muching heard Yao Weiwei say this, he almost laughed like crazy. Did Tang Xiaoqi and Ruan Liu say that? Well, they said they saw that gay guy helping you at the dance. Lin Muching was laughing so hard that he was out of breath when suddenly the courtyard door was pushed open and Meng Haisheng came back after finishing his work. When Yao Weiwei saw who was coming, she was completely stunned. She looked at Lin Muching in disbelief. Mucheng, are you crazy? How dare you let him come to your house? Lin Muching's shoulders shrugged as he laughed. Weiwei is not what you think. As he spoke, Lin Muching stood up and pulled Meng Haisheng, who had just entered, to Yao Weiwei. Weiwei, let me introduce you to him. He's my husband, Meng Haisheng. Now it was Yao Weiwei's turn to be surprised. She never imagined that Lin Muching's husband, who was rumored to be from the countryside, would be so handsome. He didn't look like a countryman who worked hard in the fields. What on earth is going on with Mucheng? Yao Weiwei looked at Lin Mucheng in confusion. Just like what you see when I first went to the countryside, I married Meng Haisheng, who was from the countryside. But later on, Haisheng started a small business to support his family. Now, doesn't he look less like a hard-working farmer and more like a big boss? Lin Muching couldn't help laughing again. Yao Weiwei was so embarrassed that she almost died. Look at what happened. It's okay. I know you're doing this for my own good. If you want to hang out with me in the future, just come to my house and find me. As for Tang Xiaoqi and Wan Liu, I probably won't have any contact with them anymore. Hello, Comrade Yao. Could you please tell me in detail what is going on? When Meng Haisheng heard Lin Muching mention Tang Xiaoqi and Wan Liu, he knew that these two green tea bitches were causing trouble again. He really didn't expect that in such a simple era, there would be these two disasters. Chapter 332. The Face Hurts a Bit 3. Yao Weiwei told Meng Haisheng about Tang Xiaoqi and Wan Liu saying bad things about Lin Muching behind his back. Meng Haisheng remained expressionless, but he already bore a grudge in his heart. Anyone who dares to slander Lin Muching behind his back is simply courting death. If he didn't deal with them, it would be a shame for all the effort they put in. After a few words, the triplets woke up, and Lin Muching took Yao Weiwei to see the triplets. Meng Haisheng went to the front yard to find Tang Zhe and asked him to help investigate the two green tea bitches and find out their backgrounds. He couldn't just go up and beat the two of them, so he started with their family business. He wanted to see what kind of wealthy family could raise two women who were blinded by jealousy and had bad hearts. At the same time, Mr. Shure agreed with Meng Guangzhu that on the 12th day of the first lunar month, he would set up 10 banquet tables at the Shure family's old house to invite the Shure family's relatives and friends to visit his home and to disclose Meng Guangzhu's identity. This matter is extremely important to both the Meng family and the Shure family. Meng Haisheng took advantage of his free time these days to buy some clothes and shoes for Meng Guangzhu and Chulan. Coincidentally, Meng Haisheng only took Lin Muching out twice when he went shopping and took Meng Guangzhu and Chulan with him the other times. As a result, when Tang Xiaoqi and Wan Liu were strolling in the mall, they ran into Meng Haisheng and Lin Muching shopping together every time. Liu, it seems that Lin Muching's infidelity is a done deal. Tang Xiaoqi became very excited, as if she had already seen Lin Muching's miserable life in the future. She cheated on me, and we can't deal with her now? It can't be as simple as just spreading rumors outside, right? Wan Liu looked at Lin Muching unwillingly and came out of Friendship Shopping Mall carrying large and small bags. Of course, it's not that simple. My dad managed to get an invitation to the Shure family. They're going to hold a big banquet on the 12th day of the first lunar month, and Lin Muching's mistress will definitely be there. I will discredit Lin Muching in front of everyone. When Tang Xiaoqi said this, there was a smug look on her face. She just couldn't believe that even though Lin Muching's reputation was ruined, there would still be so many people around her. The news that the old man of the Shure family was going to hold a banquet soon spread throughout the capital. He initially planned to set up only 10 tables, but later, considering that the invitations sent out would bring other people, he prepared 6 more tables. As a result, when it was the 12th day of the first lunar month, he realized that it was a good thing that he had prepared 6 extra tables. Otherwise, there would be no room for so many guests. Meng Guangzhu changed into a brand new Zhongshan suit, had his hair cut again, and even dyed his gray hair black. That old face doesn't look so old anymore because he has been using a lot of facial cream recently. Chulan changed into a dark blue Cheongsam, tied her hair up, wore jade earrings on her ears, and a simple gold ring on her hand. With a little makeup on, she looked 10 years younger. Although Chulan didn't have too many jewelries on her, she gave people an extremely comfortable feeling. When Mr. Shure received guests, the two of them always followed him. This treatment was previously only enjoyed by Shure Rongqing and Shure Rongjin. Congratulations, old man Shure. You finally have no regrets in your life. Old Master Qin brought his grandson to the banquet. He was old Master Shure's brother-in-law, so naturally he had known about Meng Guangzhu's affairs for a long time. Congratulations, Guangzhu will need your help to take care of him in the future. Why would you need me? I heard that the third son of the Guangzhu family is very capable. From now on, my Qin Fong will have to ask Haisheng to take care of him. The two old men burst into laughter. They have left the stage of history, and now the world belongs to the young people. On this side, Mr. Shure took Meng Guangzhu to meet his good friends, while on the other side, Shure Rongjin took Meng Haisheng to introduce him to the guest he was familiar with. No ordinary person can register with Shure Rongjin. It can be said that Shure Rongjin is expanding Meng Haisheng's network in disguise. Shure Ronglan, who was not far away, was so jealous when she saw how Shure Rongjin treated Meng Haisheng. Bosun, You see, your fourth uncle hasn't taken you out for a long time since you made a mistake last time. Sure, Ronglon glared at Sure Bosun fiercely, wishing he could kick him twice. It is obvious that Sure Bosun is better than Meng Haisheng, but now he ends up with nothing. How could Sure Ronglon be willing to accept this? Dad, everyone makes mistakes when they're young. Fourth uncle doesn't even give me a chance. What can I do? Idiot, if your fourth uncle doesn't take the initiative to look for you, can't you take the initiative to look for your fourth uncle? I heard a few days ago that your fourth uncle wanted to import a batch of industrial sewing machines from abroad. Don't you always say that you have a wide network of contacts? If you can help your fourth uncle buy it back, he will definitely look at you differently in the future. Sure, Bosun looked pale. He only had some connections in Beijing and knew nothing about foreign countries. But in order to make sure Rongjin look at him differently, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and go ahead. I guess this batch of sewing machines should be replacement equipment for our garment factory. If you have a smart mind, you might be able to make a fortune if you take over this business. I see. Meng Haisheng was busy with social engagements, and Lin Muching was not idle either. At this time, Mo Peijun called Lin Muching over to talk with her little sisters. Whether Lin Muching is the daughter of the Lin family or the daughter-in-law of the Meng family, her value has doubled. Mo Peijun was naturally willing to introduce her little sisters to Lin Muching. A group of young girls were gathered together talking. Lin Muching noticed with sharp eyes that Tang Xiaoqi was walking towards them with several other young girls. Mu Chung, why didn't you tell me you were coming to the party? We should come together. Lin Muching hated Tang Xiaoqi from the bottom of his heart, so naturally he wouldn't be nice to her at this moment. I didn't realize you had an invitation. With just one simple sentence, Tang Xiaoqi was directly trampled under Lin Muching's feet. The best way to deal with a green tea girl is to be greener than her. Lin Muching's words clearly told the girls present that they didn't know how Tang Xiaoqi got this invitation. She's different from them. Tang Xiaoqi was so angry at Lin Muching that her face turned red and white. She secretly comforted herself, telling herself that she must hold it in and press Lin Muching to death. And she would see how proud she could be. After a long while, the banquet was about to begin, and Meng Haisheng came to find Lin Muching. He just came over and stood next to Lin Muching, and before he could say anything, he heard Tang Xiaoqi remind him with a smile. Sir, do you know that Lin Muching is married? A few days ago, I saw you two going shopping together, behaving very intimately. Were you deceived by Lin Muching? As soon as Tang Xiaoqi finished speaking, some people showed an expression of anticipation for the show on their faces, while others opened their mouths in surprise, looking extremely shocked. Lin Muching just laughed softly. Tang Xiaoqi, you really put a lot of effort into this, but a clown like you can only make people laugh. Meng Haisheng reached out and took Lin Muching into his arms, looking at Tang Xiaoqi with a smile. Comrade, next time you want to cause trouble, can you please find out clearly first? No one who can come to the banquet today is a fool. You have such a low IQ that you will easily be laughed at. You knew that Lin Muching was already married, yet you were still being unclear with her. I'm afraid you were deceived by Lin Muching's appearance. She's a vixen. Tang Xiaoqi was so angry that she started to speak without restraint. But Lin Muching will not indulge her. There was a loud snap. Lin Muching raised his hand and slapped Tang Xiaoqi. Tang Xiaoqi, open your eyes and look carefully. This is my husband, Meng Haisheng, Lin Muching. Chapter 333, A snack shop suddenly appeared. Tang Xiaoqi never expected that the handsome man in front of her was actually the rough guy that Lin Muching was rumored to have married. For a moment, she actually forgot the pain in her cheek. Lin Muching, you're talking nonsense. You'll know whether it's nonsense or not in a moment. Meng Haisheng was too lazy to explain, so he took Lin Muching's hand and left. Old Man Shure was still waiting for him to come over. Everyone's eyes followed Meng Haisheng and Lin Muching. The two of them walked straight to the main table. At this moment, Tang Xiaoqi's heart tightened. When she came in, she only knew that the banquet was hosted by Old Man Shure, but she didn't know what it was specifically for. Her purpose in coming here was simply to meet talented young men of the same age as her and find a way to marry into a wealthy family. But now she has already lost half her heart. The slap Lin Muching gave her just now destroyed all her popularity. Today I would like to solemnly introduce to you my eldest son, Meng Guangzhu, who was lost many years ago. Everyone here, the older ones should still remember that my eldest son was kidnapped. All these years I thought he was murdered. I never thought that I would find him again when half of his body was already buried in the ground. I hope you will take good care of me in the future. Old Master Shure personally cleared Meng Guangzhu's name, which shows that he is already a member of the Shure family. If the people present encounter the same issue as Meng Guangzhu in the future, they will naturally give him some face. After introducing Meng Guangzhu, Mr. Shure personally introduced the other members of the Meng family. Guangzhu's family is prosperous. We have a son, but two daughters who haven't come to the capital yet. When they come, I'll hold a banquet and introduce them to everyone. Tang Xiaoqi, who had been looking unconvinced just now looked like a petrified person. Even if she racked her brains, she never thought that Meng Haisheng was a member of the Shure family. Thinking of the trouble she had just caused, Tang Xiaoqi left in shame before the banquet started. She came to the banquet by herself, but not only did she not catch a rich husband, she also offended Meng Haisheng and Lin Muqing. If she had known this would be the result, she would have continued to be good sisters with Lin Muqing. If the two continue to be friends, their Tang family will definitely benefit from it. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. When the old man officially revealed Meng Guangzhu's identity, some people in the capital felt that Meng Guangzhu was a man who had not seen much of the world and were thinking of making friends with him to see if they could gain some benefits. As a result, after the first month of the lunar year, Meng Guangzhu and Chu Lan went to visit the grave of their deceased grandmother Shure and then bought train tickets to return to Xiaoshan village. Those who have ideas can only be happy for nothing. In the train station, people were coming and going, and old man Shure was holding Meng Guangzhu's hand. Guangzhu, when you go back and are not busy this time, please come to the capital to see me often. Well, Dad, I will come to the capital often. Meng Guangzhu's word Dad made Mr. Shure's eyes red. He never mentioned asking Meng Guangzhu to change his name. After all, they had only been together for a short time, and although he couldn't accept it for a while, he just accepted it. Now that Meng Guangzhu suddenly changed his name, he knew in his heart that Meng Guangzhu was acknowledging the existence of him as his father. Okay, Dad will wait for you to come to Beijing. Dad, Mom, you're old now. Let my brother and sister take care of the rabbit farm. Please take care of your health. Meng Haisheng warned the two of them worriedly. They have been doing farm work all their lives, and he hopes that after he becomes rich, they won't have to work as hard as before. I know. Please come back soon. Meng Guangzhu and Chu Lan waved to everyone, turned around, and got on the train. Grandpa, Grandma, I'll go back to see you when I have summer vacation. Momo looked at Meng Guangzhu and Chu Lan getting on the train with tears in her eyes and waved at them vigorously. At this moment, Chu Lan finally couldn't help but shed tears. Momo, Grandma will wait for you to come home during summer vacation. Grandma will make you red bean buns. Okay, bye, Grandma. The time of farewell is always short. Soon the train started slowly, drove out of the platform, and disappeared into the distance. Meng Haisheng looked at the tracks where there were no trains anymore and felt empty inside. But this little disappointment soon disappeared, and he immediately got busy. As the weather gets warmer, Meng Haisheng's factory will soon begin construction. With the recommendation of Mr. Shure, Meng Haisheng hired a relatively famous construction team in Beijing to help him with the design drawings. While he was busy coordinating with the construction team, he did not forget to deal with the Tang and Ruan families. If you dare to bully his wife, you will be in trouble. The Tang family runs a grocery store, mainly selling snacks such as roasted melon seeds and roasted chestnuts. Although it is just a small business, it has allowed the Tang family to grow from an unknown family to a well-known snack bar in Beijing. Meng Haisheng has too many tricks to deal with this kind of snack bar. What Beijing has the most of is time-honored snack shops. After Meng Haisheng learned about the Tang family's business project, he directly used money to buy an old-fashioned store called Suji Fried Nuts. Generally, these old shops are passed down from generation to generation in the family, and few people will sell them. After all, they're the ancestral business, and if they are sold, they will be gone forever. Suji was able to sell because he had no choice. Suji Roasted Nuts shop has a history of over 100 years, and the Su family's ancestors have always been selling roasted melon seeds. But in Su Jiai's generation, her father died early, leaving her and a 5-year-old brother to depend on each other. Suji's roasted nuts business was not particularly good, but fortunately the shop belonged to her family, and the two siblings could barely make ends meet. But after Su's father's death, Su Jiai's relatives kept clamoring for her to sell the shop, so that several relatives could divide the family property. Su's father had only one son for 3 generations. These distant relatives were not even remotely related to him, but they wanted to share the family property just because they had the surname Su. Su Jiai is also a capable person. She directly announced that she would sell Su Ji's roasted nuts, the secret recipe, and the shop together. But because it involved a confusing account of the Su family, many people asked for the price, but few actually bought it. But Meng Haisheng is not afraid of these. Relatives like the Su family are bullies who only bully the weak and fear the strong. They bully Su Jia because she is a girl and she can't keep this inheritance with her brother. Meng Haisheng was different. Once the transfer procedures were completed, he dared to confront these people. The reason why Meng Haisheng was so active in acquiring Su Ji's roasted nuts was partly to clean up the Tang family. But more importantly, he was optimistic about the secret recipe of Su Ji's roasted nuts. In its previous life, Su Ji's fried nuts became popular overnight, and eventually it had tens of thousands of chain stores across China. This is a golden hen that only lays golden eggs. If it weren't for the Tang family causing trouble, and her family just happened to be in the business of roasting nuts, Meng Haisheng would have forgotten about this matter. Haisheng, aren't you planning to build a factory and open a garment factory? Why are you opening a snack shop? When Lin Mucheng heard Meng Haisheng say that he had bought Su Ji's fried nut shop, he was confused. He is just one person, and even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he still wouldn't be able to handle it all. Chapter 334, Nothing Delayed. Meng Haisheng closed the study door, turned around, and hugged Lin Mucheng, who looked puzzled, into his arms. Wife, don't you know my abilities? Forget opening a snack shop. Even if I could open 10 in Beijing overnight, I have the skills to do it. By the way, I've been looking for shops these days. Taking advantage of the good business in secondhand home appliances, I plan to open a few more stores in Beijing. In the future, I will not only be dealing in secondhand televisions, I also want to make VCRs and radios. When Lin Mucheng listened to Meng Haisheng's plan, he felt like his mind was a mess. Any of these items would be enough to keep others busy for several years. But Meng Haisheng doesn't care at all. As long as he can make money, he will start the project as quickly as possible. Even though the risks seemed huge, he always managed to take action at the right time. Lin Mucheng, nestled in Meng Haisheng's arms, raised her chin slightly and looked at the man in front of her. He always managed to surprise her. Don't you still have to go to school? How can you study when you have so much work to do? If you fail the exam, you have to retake it. Before the new year, I was number 1 in my class. Wife, even though I seem to have not studied all day, I have never missed a class in school. A lot of the knowledge was something he had learned before, and when he studied it again, Meng Haisheng found that he could still learn a lot from it. When he was studying, he had tens of thousands of employees under him, and the group had more than 20 subsidiaries. He really couldn't calm down at that time. But now it's different. He doesn't have many businesses, so he can be completely free of distractions during class and devote himself wholeheartedly to studying. Meng Haisheng has always believed that the memories of his past life in his mind are just an aid to his new life. If he wants to make a name for himself in his life, he still needs to work hard on his own. Only by constantly learning can he surpass himself, instead of living on the memories of the previous life. Is there anything I can help you with? Haisheng, I see you're so busy all day long, and all I do every day is study and draw, which makes me feel useless. Meng Haisheng raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect Lin Mucheng to have such an idea. You study hard now, so that you could design better clothes for our garment factory in the future. This is already helping me. But you have to hurry up. If the clothes you design don't look good, I won't produce them for you. I can't just destroy my entire kingdom just to win a beautiful woman's smile. This is my first big gift to Momo. For Momo. Lin Mucheng was even more confused now. Yes, it's for Momo. We have many children, so naturally I want to lay a foundation for each of them. When Momo comes of age, I will keep a separate account book for all the income from the garment factory. When Momo gets married, the garment factory and this money will be part of her dowry. Lin Mucheng was stunned when he heard Meng Haisheng describe his plan in detail. After the new year, Momo was only 6 years old, and she still had many years to go before getting married, but Meng Haisheng had already started planning her dowry. She curled her lips and put her arms around his waist. What about the triplets? What kind of inheritance are you going to buy for them? You're not going to give Yin Yin and Xiaozi secondhand appliances, are you? Giving it to girls as a dowry doesn't sound very nice. How could that be? I only managed the secondhand appliance business until around 1989. When the profits weren't so substantial, I switched to other businesses. Don't worry, I will never treat the triplets unfairly. Well, I can still trust you on this. The two of them exchanged some sweet words for a while, and Lin Mucheng wanted to let go of Meng Haisheng and leave. As a result, she played a trick on someone, but Meng Haisheng held her in his arms and refused to let her go. Wife, what are you going to do? It's already past 9 o'clock in the evening. The three little ones and Momo have already gone to bed. Wash and sleep. Is that so? Then I'll go with you. Meng Haisheng picked up Lin Muching and walked towards the bathroom. Haisheng, what are you doing? Lin Muching screamed and wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. Didn't we just buy a new water heater? I'd like to try it out with you to see if it works well. As for how to try it, that's up to Meng Haisheng. The advantage of staying at home at night is that I can sleep with my warm and soft wife in my arms. If the two of us live in the school dormitory, it will definitely be inconvenient. After Meng Haisheng took over Suji fried nut shop, he closed it for renovation. For those who sell snacks, the most important thing is taste. He needs to work really hard in the kitchen. Su Jai sold her family's secret recipe to Meng Haisheng and needed to teach Meng Haisheng how to make roasted melon seeds, roasted chestnuts, and other roasted nuts. But someone like Meng Haisheng would definitely not learn from Su Jai. He read the secret recipe carefully, and the key to the secret recipe was the ingredient packet for cooking melon seeds. As long as you control this ingredient packet, the secret recipe for making roasted melon seeds will not be lost. Comrade Su, how about this? I'll hire 2 chefs who used to make roasted nuts. From now on, they'll be responsible for making roasted melon seeds and chestnuts in the roasted nuts shop. I'll hire you to help me prepare the seasoning for cooking the melon seeds and help cook the melon seeds. Boss Meng, you know how evil my relatives are. If they knew about me cooking melon seeds, they would probably come to your store and cause trouble. That's all right. I'll find another yard and hire 2 more women. You 2 will be responsible for cooking the melon seeds. Since we're separated and you don't go to the store, your relatives won't be able to find you even if they want to. Thank you, Boss Meng. Su Jai looked at Meng Haisheng with tears in her eyes. She was just 20 years old and originally wanted to sell the shop and take her brother to find a place to live in the suburbs of Beijing. As a weak woman, she couldn't beat those relatives, so she could only find a way to hide. The money she earned from selling the shop and the secret recipe was enough for her to raise her younger brother. But that would just be living off the fat of the land, and it would be impossible for the 2 of them to live a good life. This time Meng Haisheng gave her a job and found her yard to live in. She was grateful to Meng Haisheng from the bottom of her heart. With a job, she wouldn't have to touch that money, and she would feel more at ease. You're welcome. With someone like you who's familiar with the recipe, I can save myself a lot of trouble. It was not difficult to buy a machine for roasting melon seeds and hire store clerks and managers. Everything was done in just 3 to 5 days. When the store was being renovated, Su Jai's relatives came to ask about it several times, and some even wanted to see the boss to cause trouble. Meng Haisheng had made preparations in advance. In addition to the male chef who roasted melon seeds and the male assistant, he also hired 2 young girls and 2 rather aggressive sisters-in-law as sales clerks. When the relatives of the Su family came to one, the store clerk scolded them. If someone comes to attack us, we are not afraid. The shop assistants will not tolerate anyone who dares to attack us. As for the boss Meng Haisheng, he never showed up once. Chapter 335, 4 stores. The snack shop will open in 2 days. Su Jai has no time to ask about her relatives. She is busy preparing melon seeds for the opening. There are several recipes for Su Ji's fried nuts. In the past, Su Jai fried melon seeds and sold them herself, and she had to take care of her younger brother, so she was too busy to handle it. So she only made 5-spice melon seeds. Now she has 2 sisters-in-law to help her. They can make 5-spice melon seeds, cream melon seeds, caramel melon seeds, licorice melon seeds, and delicious sugar-roasted chestnuts. Su Jai personally delivered the detailed list of Chinese medicinal materials and various ingredients needed to make melon seeds to Meng Haisheng's home. When she came, Aunt Tung was there too. Xiao Su, please give me the details, and I'll give them to Haisheng later. Okay. Thank you, Aunt Tung. After Su Ji opens, Aunt Tung will also go there to work as a cashier. She met with Su Jai twice, both times to discuss the pricing of melon seeds and purchasing matters. After a few visits, we became familiar with each other. After Meng Haisheng and Lin Mucheng came back from school in the evening, Aunt Tung sent the details to Meng Haisheng and specially took Lin Mucheng to the front yard to talk. Mu Cheng, it's not that Annie is nosy, but I've seen too many little girls' little thoughts. Haisheng is handsome and wealthy. Even if he has no interest in those seductive women out there, some women are shameless and throw themselves at him. Aunt Tung is an experienced person. Her husband was seduced away by a mistress in this way. Aunt Tung, I still trust Haisheng. Lin Mucheng smiled softly with his eyebrows curved. She was very confident about this. If an ordinary girl could win Meng Haisheng's heart, It would be better not to have such a man. You're just too young, but Antang is here. I will help you watch Su Jai and prevent her from getting close to Haisheng. Meng Haisheng quickly bought all the medicinal herbs and ingredients for cooking melon seeds. After 2 weeks of renovation, Su Ji fried nut shop has been completely renovated. However, Meng Haisheng was not in a hurry to open the store. Instead, he tried all the melon seeds of different flavors first. Xiao Su, we need to wash these melon seeds carefully, or your mouth will be filled with dust. Okay, I'll wash it twice more before cooking. Meng Haisheng was not in a hurry to promote his melon seeds, but chose to open the business in a low-key manner. He only put up a special big red paper bulletin board belonging to Meng Haisheng at the entrance of the snack shop. It says what flavors of sunflower seeds the store has. All flavors are priced the same, 1 yuan per pound. This price is not the most expensive, but it is not cheap either. In addition to selling it by the whole kilogram, Meng Haisheng also specially introduced a method of measuring it using a tea bowl. A tea bowl costs 1 cent, and a greedy child can eat for a long time with just 1 tea bowl to satisfy his craving. If you're short of money, you can also have 2 bowls of tea. Suyi roasted nuts opened with. Anyone passing by Suji roasted nut shop would inevitably turn their head to take a look at the chefs busy frying melon seeds in the shop. It's not that the chefs look so good, but that when they're turning the melon seeds, the rich aroma has already overflowed from the shop. As the saying goes, good wine needs no bush, and Meng Haisheng played it to the fullest. Good things never need to be promoted. It is enough for the people to spread them by word of mouth. 3 days before the opening, Meng Haisheng saw that the fried nut shop was doing good business. So without saying a word, he opened a branch next to Tang's fried nut shop. The Tang family's fried nut shop had a total of 3 stores in Beijing. Meng Haisheng bought 3 stores near their home and opened them all as Su Ji fried nut shops. Meng Haisheng wanted to let the Tang family know that if their children were not well educated, there would always be someone to help them educate them. Tang Xiaoqi deliberately wanted to hurt Lin Macheng, which touched Meng Haisheng's sore spot. He was already giving face to their family by not touching Tang Xiaoqi. After all the Su Ji fried nut stores were opened, the Tang family finally realized that Su Ji fried nut stores were targeting them. Su Ji fried nuts is a century-old shop. For a fried nuts shop to exist for so long, in addition to the owner's good management skills, the most important thing is that the recipe is good and the melon seeds are delicious. This is something that Tang's snack shop can never compare to. As soon as the stove for frying melon seeds starts, a rich aroma wafts out of the store, and the difference is immediately apparent. In less than a week, the sales of Tang's snack shop were cut in half. This person likes to gather in groups. Su Ji sold melon seeds for a few cents each using tea bowls, which attracted a lot of people. Everyone gathered at the door to buy melon seeds, giving people a feeling that business was good. At the beginning, the Tang family was very disdainful, thinking that paying 1 cent for a bowl of melon seeds was a waste of time. But now, their shop, which has been popular for several years, has been overshadowed by a tea bowl. Now, the Tang family was really panicked. But no matter how anxious they were, they couldn't find out who the boss behind Su Ji's fried nut shop was. They didn't understand how they had offended such a great god who wanted to cut off their financial resources. Meng Haisheng opened the snack shop and handed it over to Jiang Gui, the store manager, to manage it. He started to get busy with school matters. The next morning, Meng Haisheng only had 1 class. After class, he wanted to find Lin Mucheng to see how her fighting class at noon was going. However, just after class, he was called over by Zhang Xing, the guard beside Mr. Shure. Grandpa, do you have anything to ask me? Meng Haisheng got into Mr. Shure's car and felt very curious. What urgent matter did Mr. Shure have to come to his school? I have something to ask you. Do you still remember the secret recipe you gave me? You mean the one with my second uncle? Yes, hoping to came to see me yesterday. Although he didn't say it directly, he hinted that the Lin family has a prescription that can cure all diseases. It was with this prescription that your father-in-law was able to cure the old leader's old illness. Ho Bingda is a man of evil intentions. He secretly attacked the Lin family, probably just for this secret recipe. After all these years, he still hasn't given up. I'm afraid he might harm you. Meng Haisheng nodded slightly. He didn't expect that the person hiding behind the scenes was Ho Bingda. Meng Haisheng had heard of his name in his previous life. He made a lot of money by relying on the power of the Ho family in the capital. After this man became rich and powerful, he began to fear death and searched everywhere for the secret recipe for immortality. Unfortunately, there's no such miracle medicine in the world. If there is, it probably wouldn't be available to people like Ho Bingda. In the end, Ho Bingda poisoned himself to death because he ate too many secret recipes. Now it seems that it is no wonder that he was able to poison himself to death. He must have been using various secret recipes for more than 20 years. If he didn't kill himself, who would he poison? Now that things have come to this, Meng Haixing simply brought up the matter of Shure Ronglon and Meng Changyue again. Grandpa, I suspect that third uncle and Meng Changyue didn't tell us the truth back then. Chapter 336, Necklace Mystery. Meng Haixing didn't intend to hide it from Old Man Shure. If Shure Ronglon really had something to hide, it would be better for Old Man Shure to come forward. After all, when he attacks Shure Ronglon, he will not go easy on him. If he cripples Shure Ronglon, he will have a hard time explaining to Old Man Shure. When the two of them claimed to know the secret recipe, they learned it from Lin Jinhui's classmates in the laboratory. But for a while, Meng Changyue kept asking his brother Meng Changxi to steal my wife's silver necklace. Even if Lin Jinhui knew the secret recipe existed, he wouldn't know it was in my wife's necklace. I remember my wife said that she had kept this silver necklace at home and never took it out. There must be something else going on here that Uncle San is hiding from us. It is already very clear at this point. That is to say, all of Shure Ronglon's words are lies, and all his sources of information should be the Ho family. Only when Lin Jinhui was under surveillance would someone pay attention to some of his small details. Old Master Shure frowned, wishing he could cut Shure Ronglon into pieces. He was afraid that he had something to do with Ho Bingda. The old man had previously told his sons not to get involved with Ho Bingda, whether in business or government. He is a ferocious, hungry wolf. Even if you cooperate with him, there is a high possibility that he will bite you back. We should stay as far away from this kind of person as possible. Shure Ronglon actually did not listen to him, cooperated with him, and was even used as a tool by him. Zhang Xing, call Shure Ronglon and tell him to get back here right away. Old Master Shure was really pissed off by Shure Ronglon. If he were there, he would really want to slap him twice. Not long after the Chinese New Year, Shure Ronglon and Shure Bosun were trying their best to find foreign suppliers of industrial sewing machines. Before there was any sign of success, Mr. Shure suddenly called him back to the old house. Shure Ronglon quickly went over everything he had done recently in his mind. Apart from looking for foreign suppliers, he didn't do anything. Could it be that the old man knew that he was so ambitious and was taking the initiative to introduce him to someone? When Ronglon thought of this, he was delighted and quickly packed up and drove back to the old house. He pushed open the door to the old man's study with a happy face. Just as he was about to speak, a gray folder flew towards his face. Fortunately, he was used to being beaten and dodged quickly. Otherwise, the folder was not hit so hard that he would have been injured on his face. Dad, what are you doing? Shure Ronglon looked towards Old Man Shure with a dark face. When he saw Meng Haixing standing next to Old Man Shure, his expression became even uglier. Could it be that Meng Haixing is trying to make things difficult for him again? What? I still need to ask you. Tell me in detail about how you asked Meng Changyue to find the secret recipe. If you dare to miss a single detail, I will break your legs today. Dad, this matter has already been exposed. Why are you digging it up again? Shure Ronglon's heart tightened, and he quickly recalled what he had said before. At that time, Meng Changyue did a lot of bad things to Meng Haixing. After the truth was revealed, he pushed all the responsibility onto Meng Changyue. It was only because of Meng Changyue, the scapegoat, that he was able to escape unscathed. Now the old man brought up the matter again. Could it be that he did it and left some evidence behind? That can't be possible. He has always been very cautious when interacting with Meng Changyue. Thinking of this, Ronglon became a little bolder and repeated the words he had used to fool the old man before. This news was spread by Lin Jinhui. I've even seen the experimental report from that time. It clearly states that after taking the drug, the mice lived to the equivalent of 110 human years old. As soon as Shure Ronglon finished speaking, another gray folder flew towards Shure Ronglon. You dare to fool me? Look for yourself. Lin Jinhui's classmate went abroad after the Lin family went to the countryside. Don't tell me you have the ability to send a poor boy abroad. Tell me, how did you get in touch with Ho Bingda? As soon as Mr. Shure mentioned Ho Bingda, Shure Ronglon knew that today was the end of him. He thought quickly in his mind, trying to find an excuse to cover up the matter. Unfortunately, Mr. Shure didn't give him this opportunity at all. Old Man Shure, who had been sitting just now, strode toward Shure Ronglon. I'm asking you one last time. Is everything you just said true? You didn't miss any details. At this moment, the old man was holding a cane in his hand. The old man is usually in good health, and never uses a cane. The one in his study is used to beat his disobedient sons. When Shure Rongjin was dating the girl from the Bai family, his leg was broken by this crutch. Shure Ronglon wanted to refuse just now, but now he was scared when he saw the crutch. His father really dared to beat him to death. "Dad, don't be angry first. I said it's not possible yet." As soon as Shure Ronglon finished speaking, Master Shure's crutch had already hit Shure Ronglon's leg hard. "I beat Haisheng with this cane. You and Meng Changyue almost harmed Haisheng and his family. This matter can't be resolved with just a cane. Now hurry up and explain everything to me, otherwise." Old Master Shure didn't continue speaking, but looked at Shure Ronglon meaningfully. Now Shure Ronglon was really panicked. He fell to his knees. "Dad, I was wrong. I'll tell you everything." It turned out that Shure Ronglon really knew Ho Bingda. Shure Ronglon didn't have any big hobbies. He just liked beautiful women. As a result, Ho Bingda set him up and got hold of something he could use against him. Ho Bingda directly opened two paths for him. First, he directly reported the fact that he had a mistress outside to the Zhou family. Given Zhou Qiao's personality, it would definitely cause a huge uproar between the two families. Second, he gave Shure Ronglon 100,000 yuan and asked him to find a way to get Lin Jinhui's secret recipe. The reason why Ho Bingda looked for Shure Ronglon was because Shure Ronglon was familiar with Wang Xian and several of his fellow apprentices. It would be easier for him to find out about Lin Jinhui. Lin Jinhui was bribed by Ho Bingda, and it was Ho Bingda who later paid to send him away. As for the silver necklace, it was Ho Bingda who told me about it. He asked me to find it somehow. I don't have that ability, so I thought I'd buy a fake one to see if I could fool him. Shure Ronglon hesitated for a moment and was still reluctant to say anything. Old Master Shure gave him a look, and he stammered and told the truth. "Tang Xiaoqian is my mistress who I keep outside. She has a younger sister named Tang Xiaoqi, who is a junior high school classmate of Haisheng's wife, Lin Mucheng. I accidentally asked Tang Xiaoqian where I could buy that kind of silver necklace in Beijing. Tang Xiaoqian told me that Tang Xiaoqi had seen it before and had been pestering her to buy one for a while. She had been looking for it in Beijing for a long time, but couldn't find it. Later, I gave Tang Xiaoqian some more money and asked her to ask Tang Xiaoqi about the matter in detail. Only then did I find out that Lin Jinhui had taken the silver necklace to the laboratory and that it belonged to Lin Mucheng. Dad, I really didn't hide anything this time." Later, Meng Changyue said he could help find Lin Mucheng and get the necklace back, so I left everything to him. I really didn't know he did so many evil things behind my back. Seeing that Shure Ronglon was frightened and didn't seem to be lying, Mr. Shure returned to the desk and sat down. Chapter 337, A Ruthless Move. Ronglon, Dad always reminds you to do things according to your ability. You have no talent for business, nor can you get into officialdom. Dad has always thought that after I die, I will leave you more cash, and you will have no worries about food and clothing in the future. Now it seems that Dad really thinks highly of you. Even if I leave you more cash, you won't be able to keep it. For what Shure Ronglon said just now, Old Man Shure understood that it was Shure Ronglon who was busy with all these things. Ho Bingda was only responsible for paying the money, and when he paid, he gave all the money in small old bills. Even if the old man wanted to find trouble with Ho Bingda at this time, he wouldn't be able to find him. Everything was just Shure Ronglon's one-sided statement. He had no evidence to prove that Ho Bingda was behind it. Old Master Shure was so angry that he wanted to cut Shure Ronglon into pieces. He has lived an upright life, so how could he give birth to a loser like Shure Ronglon? Ronglon, from today on, you will no longer interfere with any of the Shure family's businesses. I'll have Old Four arrange a sinecure for you later, and you can just go to work and wait for retirement. Shure Ronglon, who was kneeling on the ground, was completely stunned. Does Mr. Shure mean that he is not going to give him the family property anymore? Dad, you can't deny my entire life just because I made this one mistake. How dare you say that? You know what? It's a good thing you didn't succeed. If you had given the prescription to Ho Bingda, if anything happened to our old leader, our entire Shure family would have been buried with you. Shure Ronglon didn't expect the consequences to be so serious. He collapsed to the ground like a deflated ball. He really didn't think much about it at the beginning. He just wanted to quickly cut off ties with Ho Bingda and didn't think about the consequences at all. Meng Haisheng, who was standing by, saw Shure Ronglon and was scolded by Old Man Shure. He thought to himself, I never expected that things would end up involving Tang Xiaoqi. In the past, Lin Mucheng treated Tang Xiaoqi as a good friend, but she betrayed her without mercy. However, there was still one thing Meng Haisheng couldn't understand. Lin Jinhui should be well aware of how powerful the prescription in his hand is. He hid such an important thing in Lin Muching's necklace. Isn't this bringing trouble to Lin Muching? This doesn't seem like something Lin Jinhui would do. According to Lin Mucheng, Lin Jinhui loves her very much as a younger sister. There was no way he would take the initiative to harm her. Moreover, through Lin Muching's narration, he felt that Lin Jinhui was an extremely calm person. Knowing that the prescription was important, he let his classmates in the lab see him put it into Lin Muching's necklace. It doesn't make sense no matter how you think about it. So what is the secret here? Meng Haisheng decided to go find Tang Xiaoqi to ask. But before asking, he had to do one thing first. The Tang family has almost been squeezed out by him. I heard from a store manager that the Tang family also followed suit and added several more flavors of melon seeds in an attempt to save their already plummeting sales. If he were to use another drastic measure now, I wonder if the Tang family snack shop would be able to withstand it. In the past, the advertisement for Su Ji's fried melon seeds said that no matter how you eat them, they will not stain your hands or mouth. Eating too many melon seeds from other foods will cause internal heat, so people basically don't eat melon seeds in the summer. But Su Ji's fried melon seeds are different. They add many kinds of medicinal herbs to their recipe, so you won't get a sore throat no matter how you eat them. In addition, Su Ji also put a lot of effort into selecting materials. Because of the different origins, the taste of melon seeds varies greatly. Su Ji uses sunflower seeds from Litai. Not only are the grains plump, but the original flavor also has a light fragrance. Of course, because Litai is far away from the capital, the price of melon seeds is slightly higher. The profit for producing melon seeds is not that great. But what Meng Haixing cares about is not the small profit at the moment. What he wants is the profit from the franchisees and the profit from supplying goods to the franchisees in the future. So 2 days later, Su Ji Grocery Store's advertisement appeared in the Beijing Morning Post, even occupying 1/3 of the page. At the bottom of the advertisement, it says recruiting franchisees. For a time, the name of Su Ji Fried Nuts was known by people all over Beijing. After all, this is the first time that a snack shop has advertised in the Beijing Morning Post, and it occupies such a large area. In the eyes of many people, opening a snack shop is a small business and not a big business at all. A small business owner cannot afford advertising. But Meng Haixing appeared in front of the public unexpectedly. He is different from others in every way. While others use ordinary craft paper to pack melon seeds, Meng Haixing is creative and prints sets of TV drama and movie characters on the craft paper. Or you can print some cartoon animals and characters that are familiar to everyone nowadays. In this way, when people come to buy melon seeds, they can also choose their favorite packaging bags. On the day the morning paper published the article, Su Ji Fried Nut Shop became a hit in Beijing. As a result, more and more people came to consult about joining. Meng Haixing has very low requirements for joining. The first batch of franchisees only need to pay a franchise fee of 1,000 yuan. The store will be decorated uniformly, and the signboard could be directly hung with Su Ji Fried Nut Shop. Later, he provided all the fried nuts sold in Su Ji Fried Nut Store to all franchisees. The quality is absolutely the same as what he is selling now. It can be said that as long as you pay 1,000 yuan, it is equivalent to owning a Su Ji fried snack shop. 1,000 yuan may seem like a lot, but in Beijing, a dual-income family can still come up with that much money if they tighten their belts. So in just one day, Meng Haixing signed contracts with 5 franchisees. He doesn't have a franchise in every place in the capital. If someone wants to join, they can do so at least 2 streets away. If there are 2 or 3 stores on one street and they compete with each other, no one will make any money. The Tang family naturally saw the advertisement in the Beijing Morning Post. What a joke. What's going on with this Su Ji Fried Nut Shop? They're even trying to franchise it. Aren't they just making things difficult for themselves? The streets and alleys are full of Su Ji fried food shops. His own business has been taken away by the franchise stores. Tang Jiayong slammed the morning paper in his hand onto the coffee table. He's been annoyed to death by Su Ji's fried nut shop in recent days. Now that Su Ji has come out to cause trouble again, it will be strange if he is not angry. Dad, I think the owner of Su Ji Grocery Store is mentally ill. Just wait for him to commit suicide. Once he's done with Su Ji's roasted nut shop, our Tang's roasted melon seeds will definitely be even more popular in Beijing than before. Tang Jiayong is not as optimistic as Tang Xiaoqi. I'm just afraid he'll ruin our industry. Chapter 338, there are always people with low vision. Meng Haixing has always been steady, accurate, ruthless, and quick in his work. He will not wait for the franchise stores in Beijing to become popular before expanding outward. After signing more than a dozen franchise stores in Beijing, Meng Haisheng expanded his advertising to several cities surrounding Beijing. But within 3 to 5 days, he received many calls, some asking questions, and some expressing interest in opening a franchise store. There were even people who didn't have a phone at home, but they still took a bus to Beijing to see how Su Ji's fried nut shop was doing. The sign of Su Ji Roasted Nuts headquarters is there, and some people come here just to try how delicious the melon seeds that are advertised are. Almost every day, there are endless customers coming to Su Ji Roasted Nuts main store to buy melon seeds. When those who come to inspect see how good the business is, 9 out of 10 will sign the contract on the spot. As more and more people came to consult, Meng Haisheng's Su Ji Roasted Nuts franchise consulting company was established. He hired 4 young men to run the business, and also hired 2 young girls to receive people who came to consult about the franchise business. With such a big fanfare in opening up the Su Ji Roasted Nuts franchise store, the news about the big boss behind Meng Haisheng must be revealed. After Shure Ronglan knew about this, he looked down upon his actions. One day, Shure Ronglan called Shure Bosun, who had just returned home, to the study to talk about industrial sewing machines. After discussing for a long time, the two still could not reach any conclusion. There is no way the two of them can get in touch with legitimate foreign suppliers. The few people I contacted were all second-hand or several-hand dealers. The father and son both hit a wall, and in order to save face, they could only complain about Meng Haisheng. Meng Haisheng is a fool. He didn't use the excellent resources of our Shure family to open a shop selling melon seeds. With such a business mind, what on earth did your grandfather like about him? I guess Grandpa must want to compensate Meng Guangzhu's family. This is good for Meng Haisheng. Dad, you have to think of a way. Grandpa won't really not give you a share of the family property, right? Your grandfather has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. After a few days, when his anger has subsided and we have finished the business of industrial sewing machines, he will definitely let me continue to participate in the family business. He can't possibly give our huge family business to a melon seed seller. As he spoke, Ronglan laughed out loud. When Meng Haisheng opened 2 restaurants in one go, he thought Meng Haisheng was very capable. It seems nothing special now. How broad can the vision of a poor kid who came from a poor mountain village and was admitted to university in his 20s be? Perhaps selling melon seeds is his limit. On the other side, Tang Jiayong finally found out that the owner behind Su Ji Fried Nut Shop was Meng Haisheng. Who is this Meng Haisheng? Why haven't I heard of him before? Tang Jiayong has been in Beijing for many years, and he knows a little about the prominent families in Beijing. But there really is no family with the surname Meng. Tang Jiayong's wife had a worried look on her face. Ever since Su Ji's Fried Nut Shop opened, the Tang family's fried nuts business had been getting worse day by day. I haven't heard about it either. My cousin came to tell me today. He said Meng Haisheng has set up a company and is developing franchise stores on such a large scale. He's going to take away all our business in the future. Who said it wasn't? Where on earth did this Meng Haisheng come from? Tang Xiaoqi, who had just returned home from shopping, heard his parents talking about Meng Haisheng as soon as he entered the door. She looked at the two of them with a puzzled look. Dad, Mom, what did you say about Meng Haisheng just now? Xiaoqi, do you know Meng Haisheng? Tang Jiayong's face lit up with joy. He was worried that he had no place to hear news about Meng Haisheng. Of course I know him. My former junior high school classmate Lin Mucheng went to the countryside and married a farmer. That man is Meng Haisheng. He's a bad guy. You better be careful with him. What do you mean? As soon as Tang Jiayong heard what Tang Xiaoqi said, he knew that something must be going on. Tang Xiaoqi put the new clothes she bought while shopping on the sofa. Like spilling the beans, she told the story of Meng Haisheng bullying her, adding fuel to the fire. Of course, when she talked about these things, she was speaking from her own perspective and was saying bad things about Meng Haisheng. But Tang Jiayong is not a fool, as he has been able to make Tang's roasted nuts a success. Xiaoqi, let me ask you, how can you be involved in Meng Haisheng beating Hoyaxin? He wouldn't have picked on a bunch of young girls like you for no reason. Tang Xiaoqi saw that she couldn't hide the truth, so she started to act like a spoiled child and act like a rogue. As a result, the Tang family just slammed the table in a very arrogant manner. Explain. Tang Xiaoqi had never suffered such grievance since she was a child, and she burst into tears on the spot. Tang Xiaoqi's mother quickly stepped forward to speak nicely. Why are you so fierce? Didn't Xiaoqi just say that Meng Haisheng has a bad character? He deliberately targeted Xiaoqi. Isn't it Xiaoqi's fault? You shut up too. It's because of a mother like you that my two daughters have become what they are now. Don't think I don't know why Qianqian hasn't gotten married. Tang Jiayong looked at Tang Xiaoqi viciously. If you don't explain everything to me today, no one of us can have any hope. Tang Xiaoqi was terrified. She hesitated for a moment and whispered, "We originally just wanted to play a joke on Lin Muching and let Ho Yaxin scare her." When Ho Yaxin blocked Lin Muching in the lounge, several of us sisters stood at the door, blocking anyone from entering. "Dad, I swear, I really didn't do anything else. We were just standing at the door." After hearing what Tang Xiaoqi said, Tang Jiayong felt so depressed that he almost fainted. There was no remorse in Tang Xiaoqi's words. In her opinion, this was just a prank. Why didn't she think that if Ho Yaxin really did something to Lin Muching, they would be accomplices? Tang Jiayong suppressed his anger and continued to ask, "What else do you know about Meng Haisheng? Tell me everything quickly." Seeing Tang Jiayong getting angry, Tang Xiaoqi didn't dare to hide it anymore and told him everything about Meng Haisheng. "What? You mean the grandson of Meng Haisheng's family?" Tang Xiaoqi nodded slightly with tears in her eyes. "Xiaoqi, you're really amazing. You and your mom always want to climb higher, and Dad doesn't stop you. People climb to higher places, and water flows to lower places. I understand why you have such thoughts. But now you haven't reached the upper echelons of society, and you've brought so much trouble to your family. You're trying to destroy the Tang family. Dad, what does Meng Haisheng's targeting of the Tang family have to do with me? How can a grown man like him be so petty?" Tang Jiayong was so angry that he laughed at Tang Xiaoqi's words. "You almost ruined someone's wife's innocence and even wanted to destroy her reputation. If she doesn't target us, who else can she target? With the Shure family strength, why would they open a shop selling roasted melon seeds? Isn't it obvious that they want to force our Tang family to close down?" Tang Jiayong slumped on the sofa like a defeated rooster. The efforts of 2 generations of the Tang family were ruined by their daughter. "Jiayong, how can you say that about Xiaoqi? She didn't mean to provoke Meng Haisheng. Shut up right there. I'm going to find my mom right now and ask her to find a husband for Xiaoqi as soon as possible so she can get married and not stay at whose house anymore." Tang Jiayong got up and left and did not go home that night. At first, Tang Xiaoqi thought that Tang Jiayong was just trying to scare her. She thought that the matter would be over in a few days. She didn't expect that after waiting for a long time, she would receive the news of her marriage. Chapter 339, Taking the Initiative to Find. Tang Xiaoqi was forced to get married by her father without even meeting the man. Even though her mother cried her heart out, she couldn't change the situation. The man who married Tang Xiaoqi was not from a wealthy family, but an ordinary working-class person. According to Grandma Tang, their Tang family is not a wealthy family. Climbing up the social ladder will only make Tang Xiaoqi's marriage miserable. It would be better for her to marry a worker. With the support of her parents, she will have an easier time in her husband's family. Unfortunately, Tang Xiaoqi didn't appreciate it and made a big fuss. Tang Jiayong didn't care about these. He brought gifts and went to Meng Haisheng's house to apologize for Tang Xiaoqi, hoping that Meng Haisheng would let the Tang family go. "Boss Tang, I think you've misunderstood. We're competing fairly now, and there's no personal grudge. When it comes to doing business, Meng Haisheng, have always been above board and would never resort to underhanded tactics." Meng Haisheng sat behind his desk, speaking with a righteous look on his face. He never needs any crooked means to deal with anyone he wants. Winning fairly and honestly is what makes people feel relieved. Tang Jiayong smiled bitterly in his heart. Meng Haisheng really didn't use any despicable means now. "Boss Meng, you've opened so many franchise stores. This is a strategy that kills 1,000 enemies but hurts 800 of your own. Why don't we compete fairly? From now on, how the business performs depends on our own ability." Meng Haisheng smiled indifferently. "Boss Tang, my franchise store is pretty good. If you're here to persuade me not to open one today, then please go back." Seeing that Meng Haisheng was so persistent, Tang Jiayong had no choice but to give up. After he returned home, he married Tang Xiaoqian off a few days later. It's all because of these 2 troublemakers. Instead of staying at home, they dress up and hang out all day long, which brings trouble to the family. If he had known this day would come, he should have let them get married as soon as they graduated. Meng Haisheng's franchise stores opened rapidly, and he also began to build a factory outside Beijing. Originally, Meng Haisheng wanted to build a garment factory first, but now he has changed his plan to build an office building for the rabbit research laboratory and a factory for making roasted melon seeds first. At this time, There were only 10 franchise stores open in Beijing, and Su Jiai and her two aunts were too busy to handle the daily consumption of melon seeds. In a few days, when the dozen or so companies that have signed contracts start operating, the daily production of melon seeds will double. In the cities surrounding Beijing, more than 30 companies have signed contracts and paid fees. They are now busy decorating the storefronts and installing the roasted melon seeds machines. Once they all start business, the amount of melon seeds consumed every day will be very considerable. When the time comes, we will supply them with goods, shipping out truckloads every day. The production workshop for melon seeds is imminent. When Meng Haisheng brought his children to see Grandpa Shure on the weekend, Grandpa Shure asked about his work. Haisheng, your factory in the suburbs has been under construction since the beginning of spring, and it's already April. How is the construction going? The construction team you introduced is naturally excellent, and the progress is very fast. The rabbit breeding laboratory has built a 2-story building and reserved 2 offices for me. It's being renovated these days and should be ready soon. I'll take you to see it when it's finished. Well, the rabbit breeding laboratory should be built first. Improving rabbit breeding technology is not something that can be researched in a day or two. As for your melon seed factory, building a factory building is much easier than building a small building. The melon seed factory has been built, and the equipment for cooking the melon seeds has been tested. We are just waiting for the production license, which I estimate will be issued soon. When Mr. Shure heard Meng Haisheng arrange his work in an orderly manner, he nodded with satisfaction. It's just a production license. Ask your 4th uncle to help urge it, and it will be available soon. Why would 4th uncle need to worry about such a small matter? He's usually very busy. I'd rather not disturb him. The more Meng Haisheng acted like this, the more Mr. Shure liked him. The younger generations in their family would ask their family for help whenever they encountered trivial matters. Only Meng Haisheng likes to handle everything on his own no matter what happens. While Meng Haisheng took the children to wash their hands and prepare to eat, old man Shure called Shure Rongjin. Ask him to help Meng Haisheng keep an eye on the production license. It is not easy for him to open a factory alone, so he helps him check all the procedures. Dad, how did you know Haisheng opened a melon seed factory? I didn't know anything about it. You're always on business trips and in meetings. How would you know these things? Haisheng brought Momo and the kids to see me today, and he only told me when I asked. He's a strong-willed kid. He takes care of everything by himself and doesn't like to cause trouble for us. Okay, Dad, I understand. I'll ask my secretary to help ask later. Sure, Rongjin, who was on the other end of the phone, was very pleased to hear that Meng Haisheng and Lin Muching often came back on weekends and brought their children to see the old man. The children, are all busy with their own things and rarely go back home unless there is a family gathering. The huge old house of the Shure family is usually lived in by old man Shure alone. Although Shure Rongfei also lived in the Shure family, she was elusive. Mo Peijun was almost the same. Often, old man Shure couldn't have a meal with them for a week. After the Chinese New Year, Mr. Shure canceled all family gatherings, and things became even quieter on his side. Now Meng Haisheng can often bring his children to see him, which is also a good thing for Mr. Shure, who lives alone. After Momo got acquainted with Grandpa Shure, she started praising him all the time, like a real chatterbox. Grandpa, look, this is the self-portrait I drew for you. After lunch, Momo realized that she had brought a gift from Mr. Shure. It was a colored pencil drawing. Although the lines were not particularly neat, when Mr. Shure took it and looked at it, he could recognize that the person in the drawing was him. Momo's painting skills are getting better and better. Grandpa likes it very much. It was said that the old man asked the nanny to find an unused photo frame, and he and Momo personally framed the portrait. 3 little kids gathered around them, watching old man Shure frame the paintings quietly. Meng Haisheng and Lin Mucheng, who were standing by, were very happy to see that the children all liked old man Shure very much. Haisheng, although I'm not very proficient in painting, I can feel that Momo has a lot of talent for painting. You must not be careless when it comes to finding a teacher. You must find the best for Momo. Don't worry, Grandpa. I will definitely work hard on this. Mr. Shure liked the children and would wait until mid-afternoon before letting them go home. And when Momo left, the two agreed that the next time they met, Momo would bring Mr. Shure a self-portrait of his. Not 2 days after Meng Haisheng returned from his grandfather's house, his production license was issued. The melon seed factory can finally operate at full capacity. At the same time, Meng Haisheng called Meng Halian and asked him to bring Grandpa Meng and the best breeding rabbits from the rabbit farm to Beijing. Chapter 341 Meng Halian comes to Beijing 1. Meng Haisheng wanted Grandpa Meng and Grandma Meng to come to Beijing to visit together. This was something they had agreed on before the new year. After the new year, the busy spring plowing season was delayed. Meng Haisheng called him, but Grandpa Meng also said he couldn't get away and didn't come to Beijing. Finally, at the end of April, Meng Halian brought his breeding rabbits to Beijing. Meng Haisheng drove to the train station to pick him up in person. Haisheng. Meng Halian was standing at the exit and saw Meng Haisheng walking towards him from a distance. He waved his arms happily towards Meng Haisheng. Brother, I finally waited for you. Meng Haisheng stepped forward and gave Meng Halian a big hug. Since coming to Beijing last year, the two had only been in touch by phone and had not seen each other for more than half a year. You look a little stronger than before. Meng Halian patted Meng Haisheng's strong back, and a big smile appeared on his face. That's right. I haven't been lazy since I came to the capital. Whenever I have time, I run a few laps around the school playground. The two brothers chatted and laughed as they went to the baggage area and loaded the checked rabbit into the car. A total of 20 rabbits were transported this time, 15 female rabbits and 5 male rabbits. Every rabbit was fat and plump. They had just had their fur sheared and looked round to the touch. Brother, you are quite good at raising rabbits. That's right. The feed formula you gave me is a bit expensive, but when our rabbits eat it, their fur is prettier than other rabbits. Meng Halian was afraid that Meng Haisheng didn't have rabbit feed, so he brought 4 sacks of rabbit feed from his hometown. The pickup truck was almost full of rabbits and feed. Let's go to the rabbit breeding laboratory first. It was still early, and Meng Haisheng pulled Meng Halian like an excited child, eager for him to see the factory he had just built. 15 acres of land is not big nor small, but it is more than enough to build 4 factories. Haisheng, you really brought honor to our Meng family. When Dad got home, he didn't tell anyone about the Shure family. Instead, he publicized your purchase of land and construction of a factory throughout the village. Meng Haisheng laughed out loud. His father was now very proud in the village. In the past, whenever his name was mentioned in the village, everyone would shake their heads. Now that he has been admitted to a prestigious university, he has enough money to buy property in Beijing and purchase land to build factories. His father really wanted to go to the village loudspeaker and shout it out to let the whole village know that Meng Haisheng had made it. The two chatted and laughed, and soon arrived at Meng Haisheng's factory. The factory buildings inside have all been built, and the workers are now building the walls and installing anti-theft nets. When Meng Halian got out of the car, he was completely stunned. He is a farmer himself and has long known that 15 acres of land is not a small area. But now when he really stood here and looked at the huge 2-story factory building, he was completely stunned. Haisheng, you must have spent a lot of money to build this factory. It almost emptied the family's savings. Meng Haisheng burst into laughter. Fortunately, he made a lot of money from his secondhand TV, otherwise he would have to invest all his working capital in building the factory. The purchase of the land cost 1.2 million yuan, and the construction of the factory has already cost more than 500,000 yuan. Including decoration and other miscellaneous items, it will cost almost 600,000 yuan. He had to buy another industrial sewing machine later, and Meng Haisheng suddenly became short of money. These days, he has been considering selling all the yellow croakers he has. He still had 66 small yellow croakers in his hands. If he sold them all at once, he would have cashed in more than 1 million yuan, which was enough for him to open a clothing factory. As for the 400 million saved from selling secondhand televisions in the past 6 months, it was prepared for the rabbit farm. After the beginning of spring this year, he asked Meng Halian to buy more than 10,000 Angora rabbits. Starting this year, his rabbit farm can shear about 90,000 kilograms of rabbit hair. With so much rabbit hair, he will become a big customer at the textile factory in the future. Maybe he can use this relationship to buy fabric in the future. Brother, let's put the rabbit in the rabbit house first. The rabbit hutch here is more advanced than the one we built at home. The melon seed processing workshop at Meng Haisheng's factory has already started operations and has recruited a lot of workers. As soon as he stopped the car, workers came to help unload the goods and put the rabbits into the rabbit house that had been prepared in advance. Meng Haisheng took Meng Halian to visit the rabbit house. The rabbit hutch here is much more spacious than ours, and they only have 2 rows. That's a rabbit farm back home, and this is a rabbit house in the lab, so there's a certain difference. Feeding the rabbits and cleaning the rabbit hutch are all semi-automated. Do you see that big bucket hanging in the air? It's for rabbit feed. Once it's plugged in, it will run back and forth on its own, adding rabbit feed. This one below is a sweeper. It runs back and forth twice, and the manure pit below will be clean. Meng Halian looked at such an advanced rabbit house with envy in his heart. Xiaoshan village has power cuts every few days, so he can forget about any equipment that needs electricity. It is better to do it manually. Haisheng, you said our Angora rabbit can really weigh 3 kilograms. I raised it at home last year with good food and drink, and the best rabbit was only 2.5 kilograms, and most of them were just over 2 kilograms. The rabbits raised in our village only produce about 2 kilograms of rabbit fur at their best, and most only weigh a little over a kilogram. If there are not many people raising rabbits in the village, they won't make much money in a year. After hearing what Meng Halian said, Meng Haisheng did not rush to explain, but analyzed the cost of raising rabbits to Meng Halian. Is our village still the same as before? I think raising rabbits only requires feeding them some bitter melon and peanut cakes to make them grow. Well, most people wouldn't be willing to feed their rabbits grain. A rabbit like yours costs 60 yuan a year, which is a bit too expensive. That's not how it works. The villagers only shear a little over a kilogram of wool from their Angora rabbits each year, which only sells for a little over 100 yuan. The grass they eat costs at least 30 yuan. It's impossible for them to have bitter melon to eat in winter. If I had another 30 yuan, I can cut 300 pieces of rabbit hair a year. Do you think it's a good deal? One rabbit makes an extra 100 yuan, and 10 rabbits make an extra 1,000 yuan. Among the uncles and aunts in our village, if anyone can save 1,000 yuan after working hard for a year, he is considered a wealthy family. Meng Haisheng nodded slightly. What Meng Haisheng said made sense. It was a pity that the villagers were still reluctant to feed the rabbits with food. There's no rush for this. Wait until our rabbits produce 3 pounds of fur a year, and you'll see if the villagers will be anxious. Then Meng Haisheng told Meng Halian in detail about his final plan. Selling rabbit feed is their ultimate goal. Meng Halian was stunned when he heard this. Haisheng, you have a quick mind. I will listen to you, no matter what you say. The two men were talking as they came out of the rabbit house. Meng Haisheng took Meng Halian to the laboratory upstairs. The second-floor building is very exquisitely built, and even has beautiful mosaics on the outside. Meng Halian was very envious. It was good to be educated. You could work in such a beautiful house and not have to be exposed to the wind and sun every day like him. Chapter 342 Meng Halian comes to Beijing too. Through the introduction of Mr. Shure, Meng Haisheng formed a rabbit breeding research team of more than 10 people. They bought 20 pairs of small Angora rabbits from Beijing and divided them into groups for experiments. There are 2 experimental directions. One is to develop feeds suitable for the growth of Angora rabbits, and the other is to study medicines to deal with various diseases of rabbits. Rabbits don't usually get sick easily, but when they do, it's usually fatal. An Angora rabbit is not cheap. If there is a large-scale death, neither an individual nor a rabbit farm like Meng Haisheng can bear it. Meng Haisheng took Meng Halian for a stroll in a laboratory. Looking at the researchers in white coats busy in the laboratory, Meng Halian's eyes lit up. Haisheng, do you have any great veterinarians in your laboratory? Of course. I still need to figure out how to deal with sick rabbits, so I'll have to call a veterinarian. Then can I learn from them? Of course. The veterinarians here are much better than those in Xiyang County. All the medical skills that Meng Halian has learned now were learned from a veterinarian in the neighboring village. Those who can work as veterinarians in the village basically have passed down the skills from their parents, and very few of them go to professional veterinary hospitals for training. But the veterinarian Meng Haisheng hired in Beijing was different. He was an old doctor from the best university, and the students he taught all worked in state-owned farms. If Meng Halian could study for a period of time, his medical skills would improve. Then I'll come in the afternoon and learn the techniques from them. Seeing Meng Halian so anxious, Meng Haisheng laughed softly. Brother, you've been on the train for such a long time. You need to rest. Just come early tomorrow morning. Meng Halian felt a little embarrassed. I'm not just trying to learn more skills as quickly as possible. You haven't seen that we have over 30,000 rabbits in our rabbit farm right now. That scale makes me feel uneasy. With so many rabbits, there's bound to be some that get sick or catch a cold. If I can detect and treat them early, the rabbits won't suffer as much, and we can save some money. Raising rabbits on a large scale is completely different from raising a few rabbits in a personal yard. Meng Halian still feels a lot of pressure. I understand. Big brother, you've been working hard at the rabbit farm. Meng Haisheng really trusted Meng Halian. With him helping to manage the rabbit farm, he could feel more at ease in the capital. When the two came out of the laboratory, they saw a large truck slowly driving into the factory yard, with sacks piled on top. Haisheng, what are you doing? These are the melon seeds I bought from out of town. Oh, and I almost forgot to tell you that I also opened several shops selling roasted nuts in Beijing. I'll take you to see that there's a workshop here that specializes in producing melon seeds. Hearing Meng Haisheng say this, Meng Halian was stunned on the spot. His thoughts were exactly the same as Lin Muqing's. Meng Haisheng has done so many businesses, opened so many stores, and set up a laboratory. He also has to go to school. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to handle it all. Suddenly, an idea popped up in Meng Halian's mind. Why did you suddenly open a shop selling roasted nuts? Haisheng, don't you have enough money? I bought so many rabbits after the new year. Their food and drink alone will cost me over 1 million. I don't have much money and can't give you much, but I still have 10,000 yuan in savings. I'll give it all to you later. From now on, don't pay me a salary every month. Save as much as you can. Meng Halian felt helpless. As the eldest brother, he had no special abilities and there was not much he could do to help Meng Haisheng. Meng Haisheng worked very hard to make money to run the rabbit farm. So as the eldest brother, he naturally couldn't hold him back. Meng Haisheng felt indescribable when he saw Meng Halian's worried look. It feels so good to have an older brother who cares for you. Brother, you're mistaken. I still have a second-hand TV to help me make money. The subsequent investment in a rabbit farm will definitely be enough. As for me opening the snack shop, it was simply because I saw a profitable business and couldn't help but want to try my hand at it. Come on, I'll take you inside to have a look. You really don't need money? There's really no shortage, big brother, you can rest assured. With that, Meng Haisheng took Meng Halian, who was full of doubts, into the melon seed processing workshop. The newly arrived melon seeds were poured into a large pool for washing. Meng Halian saw the first large pool as soon as he entered the door. Looking at the pool of dirty water, Meng Halian was completely stunned. No wonder the melon seeds I bought at the market during festivals used to leave my hands and mouth covered in black dirt. It turns out it was because I didn't wash them properly. My melon seeds need to be washed at least 3 times before being cooked. Do you still need to cook it? Can't you just stir-fry it directly in the pan? That's how we do it over there. Some of the old-fashioned snack shops in Beijing like to boil the melon seeds. This not only makes them more flavorful, but they can also add Chinese medicinal herbs when boiling them, making the melon seeds less irritating to the stomach. While Meng Haisheng was explaining, he and Meng Halian had already walked into the melon seed cooking area of the processing workshop. There's a row of more than a dozen huge iron barrels here. Each barrel is filled with melon seeds. As long as you get a little closer, you can smell the rich aroma of medicinal herbs. I saw a master in a white coat putting a pot of crushed medicinal herbs into a cloth bag and then putting it into an iron bucket. How long will this take to cook? The cooking time varies depending on the flavor. The shortest is the original flavor, which only takes 45 minutes. I can't cook much that day. A pound of melon seeds only costs a few cents over here and $1 at most in Beijing. So I only earn a hard-earned living a month. Meng Halian's accounts were calculated very carefully. After all, selling melon seeds was a small business. If he could make 2 or 3 cents from a pound of melon seeds, it was pretty good. My factory has just started, and I use the boiler 24 hours a day, so I can process a lot of melon seeds in a day. Also, the melon seeds I process every day are basically all sold out, so there's no inventory. So, if you calculate it this way, the monthly profit is still very considerable. As he spoke, Meng Haisheng explained the matter of the roasted nuts franchise store to Meng Halian. After cooking the melon seeds, he dries them briefly, repacks them into small packaging bags, and then ships them to franchise stores in Beijing and several cities around Beijing. Delivery is made every day in Beijing and every 3 days outside Beijing, so the sales volume in a month is still very considerable. Oh my God, Haisheng, how did you come up with this idea? You're applying the same method you use to franchise cram schools to a snack shop. Yes, we follow the path of small profits but quick turnover. Now people in other provinces who are well-informed have heard that my melon seeds are delicious and sell well, and many have already signed contracts with me. When the franchisees from other provinces start to grow, that will be when I make the most money. It's too far away. Is it worth it to deliver melon seeds there? Selling secrets is a small business to begin with. Won't all the profits be eaten up by the shipping costs? Meng Halian looked at Meng Haisheng with a little worry. Chapter 343 Meng Halian comes to Beijing 3. Meng Haisheng had already thought about it. He would definitely not deliver melon seeds to places that were too far away. Then you can only buy the seasoning recipe for cooking melon seeds. Even if the seasoning packets that have been ground in a powder are taken out and used in various ways, it is not certain that all the seasonings inside can be tested. However, Meng Haixing is not afraid that the recipe will be stolen. In this way, he made money from selling melon seeds and another from seasonings. He could also save on labor, and his profit margin expanded immediately. He can make about half the profit from processing a pound of melon seeds himself, which is 50 cents. But if he doesn't process it and only sells melon seeds and seasonings, he can earn 30 cents, which seems to be too little. But as long as Meng Haixing has enough franchise stores and opens his roasted nuts franchise stores in every province and city, the amount of melon seeds consumed every day will be astonishing. Don't underestimate this small amount of 30 cents. It will become a golden hen that lays eggs in the future. After hearing what Meng Haixing said, Meng Halian no longer dared to underestimate Meng Haixing's roasted melon seeds business. Speaking of your cram school, you're not in Xiyang County. Is it okay for Chu Daong to be the only one watching over it? I see that guy's always laughing and joking. He doesn't look like a big businessman at all. Daong's business ability is really impressive. In the first half of this year, he single-handedly negotiated the signing of 5 franchise stores. A few days ago, he asked me to open a cram school in Beijing. The college entrance examination is coming up in a few months, and a cram school for the college entrance examination will definitely make a lot of money. Hey, brother, how can you say that? You've been seeing Chu Daong quite often recently. Meng Haixing belatedly looked at Meng Halian. Logically speaking, Meng Haixing and Chu Daong should have little interaction with each other, but Meng Haixing always asked Chu Daong to help him with a lot of things. When Chu Daong was mentioned, Meng Halian's face turned a little bad. You haven't been home for the past 6 months, so you don't know how much hard work Chu Daong has put in to pursue our aunt. Do you know why Grandpa didn't come to the capital? Besides the fact that we are busy with farming at home, the more important thing is that Chu Daong comes to our house all the time. My aunt is now devoted to him. Grandpa is afraid that he will not be at home, so he stays at home to take charge. Meng Haixing looked at Meng Halian in amazement. He never expected that Meng Xian and Chu Daong could be together. If you remember correctly, Meng Xian was 3 years older than Chu Daong. Moreover, the Meng family's family background is very different from Chu Daong's family. Chu Daong's family is quite powerful in Xuyang City, and from what Chu Daong said, their family also has strong connections in the capital. The Meng family can't even catch up with such a family. As the old saying goes, marriage is about matching the social status of the two parties. If the gap is too big, it will be very difficult to have a happy marriage. Grandpa Meng probably took this into consideration when he didn't want the two of them to get along. What a jerk Chu Daong is. I didn't even know he was secretly pursuing our aunt. He doesn't want to be my brother anymore. He wants to be my uncle. I'm trying to treat him like a brother. Meng Haixing was extremely speechless. No wonder his father had asked him in a roundabout way about Chu Daong some time ago. He had even praised Chu Daong highly at that time. It turned out to be because of this incident. Brother, how far are they now? When your sister-in-law and I went to the county town to buy clothes, we saw these two people shopping affectionately in a mall, even breaking a piece of cloud cake into 2 pieces and sharing them. Meng Halian was also very conflicted about this matter. On the one hand, when he came into contact with Chu Daong, he felt that the young man was very nice. The other side felt that he was too young to be their uncle-in-law. I'll call Chu Daong and ask him about this later. This guy is quite bold. This was Meng Halian's first time in Beijing, so Meng Haixing naturally had to treat him well. He treated us to the first meal at a restaurant. Brother, just order whatever you want to eat. In the small, elegant room, Meng Haixing handed the menu to Meng Halian. Looking at the menu with pictures, Meng Halian was extremely curious. He had eaten out in restaurants before, and the menus they used only had a name on them, with no pictures at all. Haixing, this dish of yours only costs over 10 yuan. Is there anyone who dares to order it? What's the big deal? As long as the food is delicious, people will come to eat it no matter how expensive it is. Brother, it's not like a few years ago now. Everyone was living on a fixed salary. Those who were smart saw the opportunity to make money in business and started to be self-employed a long time ago. Just pick up any small business owner on the street in Beijing, and they'll make more money in a month than working in an office. Meng Hai know that? In the past, people had to do small business in secret. Now, not only do they not have to do it in secret, but the country also encourages everyone to start their own business and contribute to the country's economic development. Not to mention the distant past, even 5 years ago, I never thought that one day Meng Hai, would not have to worry about having a bun to eat let alone that I would have 10,000 yuan in savings. 10,000 yuan for Meng Halian, who was born and raised in Xiaoshan village. That is definitely a huge sum of money. Meng Haixing just smiled and said nothing. He wondered if his elder brother would be so scared that he would fall off his chair if he knew that he now had 4 million in fixed deposits in his account. Brother, let's try this Buddha jumps over the wall and the roast duck. The roast duck in our store is very good. Seeing that Meng Halian didn't dare to order food even with the menu, Meng Haixing had to do it himself. He ordered 6 dishes in one breath, and Meng Halian quickly stopped him. Even if Lin Muching comes later, there are only 3 of them. How can they finish all the dishes they ordered? It's okay. Each person only gets a small bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall and a little abalone too. Meng Haixing had just finished ordering the food when Lin Muching arrived late. Since the Chinese New Year, Lin Muching would learn fighting techniques from Duan Li after class every morning, which is why he was late. Brother, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. It's okay. Haisheng and I just got here too. The 3 of them started chatting. When Lin Muching heard that Meng Halian was dragged to the factory by Meng Haixing as soon as he got off the train, she glared at Meng Haixing fiercely. After dinner, let's send Big Brother home to rest. He must be very tired after being on the train for so long. Meng Haixing chuckled. Don't worry, I've asked the nanny to clean the guest room. After Lin Muching came over, he took the initiative to talk to Meng Halian about the rabbit farm. This way everyone has something to talk about while eating. Meng Haixing, who was standing by, felt very relieved when he saw his wife like this. You see, his wife is not only good at studying, but also has high emotional intelligence. Meng Halian stayed in the capital temporarily. He followed the laboratory's veterinarian Kai Lirong to systematically study veterinary-related knowledge. On Kai Lirong's recommendation, Meng Halian also went to Xinhua bookstore and bought several related books. So Meng Halian moved directly from Meng Haixing's home to the factory. The factory is in the suburbs, and it is inconvenient for Meng Halian to take the bus there every day. A round trip would also waste a lot of time. If he lived in the factory, he could use the time to study. The next day, Saturday, Meng Haixing was about to go out to find Meng Halian and take him around the capital. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Tang Xiaoqi wandering around his door. Is Meng Xian 3 years older than Chu Daong? I honestly forgot whether I mentioned this before. Let's just assume she's 3 years older for now. There is another chapter later, which will be updated immediately after the manuscript is revised. Chapter 344 asks clearly. Some time ago, Meng Haixing learned from Shure Ronglan that it was Tang Xiaoqi who told them the secret of Lin Muching's necklace. Meng Haixing didn't quite trust Shure Ronglan about this matter and always wanted to find Tang Xiaoqi to find out. But Tang Xiaoqi's sudden marriage some time ago disrupted his plans. At this moment, Tang Xiaoqi came directly to his door, and Meng Haixing simply asked for clarification. Tang Xiaoqi, who had been standing at the door, heard the door open. She looked up and met Meng Haixing's eyes. She walked quickly towards Meng Haixing. As soon as he came over, he wanted to grab his arm, but Meng Haixing dodged it. Boss Meng, please let our family go. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have been jealous of Lin Muching, let alone thrown dirty water on him. As soon as Tang Xiaoqi saw Meng Haixing, her eyes turned red and she started crying. If you didn't know, you would think Meng Haixing had done something to her. Don't cry yet. I have something to ask you. Whatever it is, as long as I know it, I will definitely tell you everything. When Tang Xiaoqi saw Meng Haixing talking to her, she thought he was moved by sympathy. She thought that if she had known Meng Haixing was so easy to talk to, she should have come to him and cried earlier. Maybe she wouldn't have been so anxious to be married off by his father. Sure, Ronglan once asked you about the silver necklace my wife Lin Muching has. I want to know if you have really seen my wife with it. Tang Xiaoqi not that Vigo du Xin. We were classmates in junior high school. We had a pretty good relationship back then, and Lin Muching often asked me to visit his family. She showed me the necklace. I was so envious at the time that I even asked my sister to buy it for me, but I couldn't find it in Beijing. Meng Haixing heard the same thing as Tang Xiaoqi and Shure Ronglan, and it seemed that there should be no problem with this matter. Then the one with the problem must be Lin Jinwei. Meng Haixing couldn't understand why Lin Jinwei pushed Lin Muching into the fire pit. In his previous life, because of this silver necklace, he misunderstood that Lin Muching and Meng Changhua were having an affair. It was really ridiculous to think about it now. How could her wife possibly fall for a piece of trash like Meng Changhua? Tang Xiaoqi, who was standing by, saw Meng Haixing lost in thought and didn't say anything. After waiting for a moment, he couldn't help but remind him, Boss Ming, I've already told you what you want to know. Can you please let our Tang family go? Now, my parents feel that it is because I offended you that the Tang family has fallen into this situation. Now, my father wants to divorce and marry another younger woman. Our family is about to fall apart. Boss Ming, please be merciful and let us go. You have so many chain stores in Beijing, so a few next to our store won't be a big deal. As long as Su Ji fried nut store moves somewhere else, my store will have a way to survive. Tang Xiaoqi in front of him was already in tears, with big tears falling down. Meng Haisheng, however, had a cold heart and didn't care at all. When he heard Tang Xiaoqi asking him to close Su Ji fried nuts, he was so angry that he laughed. What kind of idiot would make such a request? Your father came to me a long time ago, and I made it clear to him that our two families are now competing fairly. How can I let your family off? As for your father wanting to marry a young and beautiful wife, it's none of my business. That's your father's problem. Tang Xiaoqi stood there in a daze, unable to react for a long time. How could this be different from what she had expected? She is not ugly, and she begged Meng Haisheng so humbly, but he is so heartless and indifferent. Tang Xiaoqi thought about her current miserable life and wanted to go up and harass Meng Haisheng. Meng Haisheng's face changed, and his eyes looked at Tang Xiaoqi with a cold look as if they were frozen. I'm very busy and don't have time to chat with you here. Please leave now. Tang Xiaoqi felt uneasy when Meng Haisheng looked at her. She swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth and could only leave in shame. Meng Haisheng was just about to close the door when he saw Meng Helian walking towards him from the entrance of the alley with a puzzled look on his face. He passed by Tang Xiaoqi and looked back at her. Brother, why are you here? I was thinking of driving to pick you up. Meng Helian glanced again at Tang Xiaoqi, who had disappeared from the entrance of the alley. He pulled Meng Haisheng back to the yard and looked at him seriously. Haisheng, what's going on with that female comrade just now? You can't do anything rash just because you have some money. No matter how she looks, my sister-in-law's family background is first-rate. If you dare to mess around, I, as your eldest brother, will not forgive you. Meng Haisheng was scolded by Meng Helian and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Brother, you misunderstood. I have nothing to do with Tang Xiaoqi. If we really find a connection, I'm afraid we'll still be enemies. Meng Helian was stunned. It's okay. I saw you guys pulling and tugging at each other just now. She's mentally ill. She actually came to me and begged me to close the profitable Su Ji fried nuts shop. As he spoke, Meng Haisheng took Meng Helian into the car. While driving, he talked to Meng Helian about Tang Xiaoqi. Originally, I didn't care about the melon seed business, but Tang Xiaoqi came to me and got me into trouble. So I took advantage of the situation and opened a profitable Su Ji roasted nuts franchise store. When Meng Helian heard Meng Haisheng say that he opened Su Ji roasted nuts just to deal with Tang Xiaoqi, his jaw almost dropped. Haisheng, you are too reckless. What if you lose money? Meng Haisheng just smiled and said nothing. He had detailed information, so he would naturally not suffer any loss. I'm quite good at business. Okay, big brother, stop asking. I'm going to take you on a tour of the capital today. You've been in Beijing for several days now, but you've been stuck in the lab all day and haven't even come out for a walk. I'm really pressed for time. I've been away from home for a few days, and I'm always thinking about my rabbit. It's inconvenient to call home, and I don't know what's going on. Seeing that Meng Helian was worried, Meng Haisheng quickly said a few words to comfort him. Brother, stop imagining it. If something really happened at home, Mom and Dad would have called you a long time ago. Besides, don't I still have my sister at home? She's also very good at raising rabbits. That's true. Meng Helian was under a bit too much pressure. After all, there are more than 30,000 rabbits in the rabbit farm, with a total value of over 100,000. Meng Haisheng counseled Meng Helian for a while, and he gradually let go of the burden in his heart and followed Meng Haisheng to visit several major scenic spots in the capital. Today, Meng Haisheng specially bought a camera, and the two brothers took a lot of photos. The relationship between the two brothers Meng Haisheng and Meng Helian in this life is much better than in their previous life. In the past, Meng Helian always kept things to himself, was nice to his younger brothers and sisters, and was never good at expressing himself. Meng Helian has experienced and seen more things now, and his personality has changed a bit. He has become more lively and no longer as dull and honest as before. During the day, Meng Haisheng took Meng Helian to play in the capital. In the evening, he picked up Momo and Lin Mucheng and took the three little ones to the Lin family for dinner. Everyone is busy during the week, so we can only get together on Saturdays and weekends. However, this time when he came to the Lin family, in addition to visiting Lin Jianshun and Su Yayin, Meng Haixing also wanted to talk to them about the necklace. He always felt that Lin Jinhui could not possibly harm Lin Mucheng. Chapter Harum Sazne Venut, Sikh Folk. Meng Haixing brought his children to the Lin family for dinner, making the originally quiet Lin family instantly lively. Uncle, I haven't seen you for a long time. You didn't even come to see me. Uncle is busy, but for now on Momo will be able to see him more often. Meng Haixing was a little surprised that Lin Jinyan appeared at the Lin family. This person showed up once during the Chinese New Year and hasn't been seen since. Brother, are you planning to be transferred back to the capital? Lin Mucheng on the side looked at Lin Jinyan with a little excitement. Well, all my cultural courses have been completed early, and I'm just waiting to get my diploma. If nothing unexpected happens, I will stay in the capital in the future. With Lin Jinyan's current position, Meng Haixing knew with just a thought that his future development in Beijing would be rapid like a rocket. In addition, Lin Jianshun now had a lot of face in front of the big leaders. Meng Haixing is really looking forward to what position Lin Jinyan will reach in the future. Before dinner, everyone was chatting in the living room, and Meng Haixing asked about Lin Jinhui. I've been sending people to search for Jinhui in the Lingnan area, but there's been no news. He seems to be deliberately avoiding everyone. Lin Jinyan sighed imperceptibly. He really tried his best, but there was still no trace of Lin Jinhui. I originally wanted to find Meng Changyue to learn more about what he knew, but Meng Changyue is nowhere to be found. Some people say Meng Changyue seems to have followed a human trafficker south, while others say they watched him go to the Pengsheng Special Economic Zone. Meng Haixing sneered in his heart. With Meng Changyue's brain, he could probably only go to the White Horse Club to cheat rich women when he went south. He may not have any other skills, but his ability to fool women is unmatched by anyone. I did find out something. Then Meng Haixing gave a brief account of Tang Xiaoqi's situation. Tang Xiaoqi is such a troublemaker. Lin Mucheng didn't expect that Tang Xiaoqi had already started to be jealous of her when she was in junior high school. She had no recollection of this incident, but Tang Xiaoqi remembered it clearly. It was obvious that Tang Xiaoqi, at such a young age, had been blinded by jealousy. I'll protect you from now on, and she won't be able to cause any trouble. In his previous life, it was because of this necklace that his family was harmed. If Tang Xiaoqi had not told others about Lin Mucheng's necklace, perhaps in their previous life, although they lived a poorer life, their family would not have been broken up. There must be something hidden behind this. Jinhui used to take good care of Mucheng. How could he deliberately harm Mucheng? Lin Jianchun frowned. He didn't believe that Lin Jinhui would harm Lin Mucheng. I thought so too. Perhaps this hidden secret is the main reason why we can't find our second brother. Everyone agreed with Meng Haixing's statement. But I have no clue at the moment, and it is not easy to find out the truth. This topic was too heavy, so everyone talked about it for a while, and then moved on. Then Lin Jianshun talked about Meng Hailian again. Your eldest brother is visiting Beijing, so he must come to our house for dinner. When do you think a day is suitable? We can sit together. That's great, but you and Mom are usually busy, so it's hard to arrange this time. How about tomorrow? It's the weekend. I have something to do tonight, so I'll be free at noon. Your mom can just switch shifts. She's almost retired, so it's nothing serious. The bad thing about being a doctor is that there are no days off, and you basically have to work as usual on Saturdays and weekends. Okay, that's settled then. Meng Haixing agreed immediately. He didn't bring Meng Hailian to visit Lin Jianshun at first, because he was afraid that he was too busy and their presence would delay him for a long time. Both brothers don't like to cause trouble for others, so the matter was delayed. Today, Lin Jianshun took the initiative to bring it up, and Meng Haixing just went with the flow and agreed to it. Have you taken your eldest brother to see your grandfather? Lin Jianshun was silent for a moment and asked again. Not yet. My eldest brother is a little scared and doesn't know how to face Mr. Shure. Mr. Shure and Lin Jianshun are still different. Meng Haixing and Lin Mucheng are already married, and the Lin and Meng families are formal relatives. Meng Hailian does not feel much pressure to visit Lin Jianshun, but the old man's identity made Meng Hailian feel a little burdened. Mr. Shure and Meng Guangzhu just met each other before the New Year, and he came to see Mr. Shure just a few months after the New Year. He was afraid that the Shure family would misunderstand them, the Meng family, and that they were trying to curry favor with the Shure family and take advantage of them. After all, poor relatives are not welcome anywhere. Lin Jianshun also guessed a little about Meng Hailian's thoughts. Haixing, just take your eldest brother to see old man Shure. After all, He is his biological grandfather. Besides, the old man is a very upright person. He won't think of such messy things. You just need to take your eldest brother to visit him. Meng Haixing felt that what Lin Jiangchun said made sense, so he took Meng Halian with him. Anyone who dared to say something nonsense should not blame him for being rude. When he got home in the evening, Meng Haixing called Meng Halian, who lived in the factory, and told him that they would go to the Lin family for lunch together the next day. Haixing, what gift should I bring to the Lin family? I can't just go there empty-handed. That's easy. Tomorrow we can go buy 2 bottles of good wine and a box of snacks. Aren't just 2 snacks a bit too few? After all, this was Meng Halian's first visit to the Lin family, so he couldn't bring anything too shabby. It's okay. When visiting relatives in Beijing, 2 bottles of wine and a box of snacks are standard. Oh, and let's buy some more snacks tomorrow. Dao Waxiang snacks are really delicious. Big brother will listen to you. Meng Halian still has great trust in Meng Haixing. Brother, I have something else to tell you. You've been in the capital for a few days now. Have you ever thought about going over to see Grandpa Shure? Meng Halian on the other end of the phone suddenly fell silent. After a while, seeing that Meng Halian didn't say anything, Meng Haixing continued. Grandpa Shure is a very good person. He will definitely want to see you too. Haixing, our family is very different from the Shure family. After Dad came home, he only mentioned it to me. He didn't tell Meng Yu and Qian Qian. I feel like Dad means he doesn't want to be too involved with the Shure family. Brother, you must have misunderstood Dad. Dad didn't tell me because he was afraid that Xiao Shangdong would have bad intentions. You must have heard the saying that money can move the heart. As soon as Xiao Shangdong made more money, he started thinking about giving it away. If he knew about the Shure family's relationship, who knows what kind of trouble he would cause. As for Qian Qian, she's too young. Her current goal is to work hard to get into college this year. Knowing too much about other things will only distract her. Then Meng Haixing told him about how Meng Guangzhu called the old man Dad when they saw him off at the train station that day. Our father is admitting that it was Grandpa's. After hearing what Meng Haixing said, Meng Halian finally felt relieved. So, when are we going to the Shure family? Should we tell them in advance? I'll call Grandpa Shure tomorrow to see when he's free. Hurry up and update the next chapter. The author is still typing at a breakneck speed. There will be another chapter soon. Chapter 346, Visiting the Shure Family. The next day, before Meng Haixing called Grandpa Shure, he received a call from Meng Guangzhu first. Haixing, have you taken your brother to your grandfather's house? Meng Guangzhu picked up the phone and asked a little anxiously. Not yet. I'll give Grandpa Shure a call later and see if he's free. I'll go with my brother. Alas, I've been busy at home these past few days, and your eldest brother was in a hurry when he went to the capital, so I forgot to remind him about this. Meng Guangzhu on the other end of the phone was a little annoyed. Spring plowing, the rabbit farm at home, and the alfalfa cutting kept him busy. It rained in Xiashan village today, so he had time to rest at home. Only then did he remember that he had forgotten to remind Meng Halian about going to Shure's house. It's okay. Grandpa Shure won't care about these things, Dad. Everything is fine in our family. Everything's fine, just busy. I told you I couldn't handle cutting alfalfa, but your mom wouldn't listen. She was just upset about the wages. She's been so tired these past few days that she can't even straighten her back. She lay down all day yesterday. Dad, please persuade my mom. I don't even have that little salary in my hand right now. It's impossible to persuade her, but once she rests, she will definitely not dare to act stubbornly. Meng Guangzhu on the other end of the phone was both angry and amused. Chulan was determined not to turn back until she hit the wall. She was really exhausted this time. Meng Haixing was also helpless. Chulan had lived a hard life for most of her life, so how could she bear to spend money to hire workers? He planted dozens of acres of alfalfa, and no matter how busy Chulan was, he could not handle it all. Dad, there are so many rabbits at the rabbit farm now. We can't handle it with just a few people. You should hire some trustworthy workers. I think so too. I have over 30,000 rabbits. My arms ache after just one round of feeding. I also have to clean the rabbit hutch every day. How can I be so busy? Meng Haixing and Meng Guangzhu talked about family matters for a long time before hanging up the phone. Seeing that it was getting late, he quickly contacted Grandpa Shure again and finally decided that he and Meng Halian would go over for a quick lunch at noon tomorrow. Tomorrow is Monday, and the date chosen is noon. Mr. Shure is also thoughtful. He treats Meng Halian and Meng Haixing as his own grandsons, not relatives. He just wanted to have a simple meal and talk with the two of them alone. When he went to pick up Meng Halian in the morning, Meng Haixing told him about Meng Guangzhu's phone call. I said Dad wanted us to get along with Grandpa Sure, but he was busy and forgot, so he didn't tell you. Meng Halian scratched his head embarrassedly. I'm overthinking it. Brother, although our family is not as strong as the Sure family, we are still very upright and not inferior to them. If anyone from the Sure family dares to look down on us in the future, we will just not have any contact with them. We have a good life, and we don't need to curry favor with anyone. That's right, I think so too. No matter how much money the Sure family has, it's not as comfortable as the money I earn with my own hands. The two brothers went to Lin's house for lunch on Sunday and went to Shure's house together on Monday. Brother, relax a little. Grandpa Shure is not a tiger. Can he eat us? I'm not nervous. Haisheng, do you think my Zhongshan suit looks good on me? It feels a bit tight on us. Meng Halian said that he was not nervous, but he kept fiddling with his clothes, which betrayed him. I've worn it several times, and you never said it was tight. Could it be that you've gained weight in just a few days after coming to the capital? Meng Haisheng was driving and laughing, which earned him a big eye roll from Meng Halian. However, after being interrupted by Meng Haisheng, Meng Halian was not so nervous anymore. Finally, I've waited for you guys. Old Man Sure looked at Meng Haisheng and Meng Halian entering the house together, and a big smile appeared on his face. Grandpa Sure, I don't know what you like to eat. Haisheng said you can't eat anything too sweet, so I bought some low-sugar snacks. When Meng Halian met Mr. Sure for the first time, although Mr. Sure had a smile on his face, Meng Halian felt a little nervous when he thought about his high position. Okay, Halian, you're thoughtful. Old Man Sure looked at the sturdy man in front of him and felt extremely fond of him. If Meng Guangzhu had always been by his side, given Meng Halian's physical condition, he would definitely have let him go to the army to gain some experience. Meng Halian sat on the sofa a little stiffly, and the old man talked to him about the things in Shashan Village. When talking about Shashan Village, the rabbit farm, and the dozens of acres of alfalfa planted by Meng Halian, he obviously had more topics to talk about. My eldest brother is my most stable support. Without him to help me take care of the rabbit farm, I wouldn't be able to come to the capital and go to college with peace of mind. Well, Haisheng, I heard that you have opened a new Suji fried nuts chain store. Yes, I think the melon seed business is pretty good too. Yes, young people should be enterprising. I'll send you some melon seed from Suji fried nut shop someday. I spent a lot of money on the secret recipe. You won't get irritated if you eat too much, and there are many flavors. Then Grandpa will be waiting for you to give him some melon seeds. The atmosphere in which Meng Haisheng and Old Man Sure talked was quite relaxed, which also affected Meng Halian, and the tension in his heart gradually subsided a lot. When they were about to leave after lunch, Meng Halian had already agreed with Mr. Sure that he would come to visit Mr. Sure with Meng Haisheng's family on the weekend. Before they left, Mr. Sure packed a trunk full of things for them, including cigarettes, alcohol, snacks, and even an unopened new tape recorder. Grandpa Sure, you gave me too much. It's a waste to keep in my warehouse. As an old man, I can only eat and use so much. It's better to give it to you young people so that you can make use of your remaining energy. Meng Haisheng is a shameless man. He takes everything that Old Man gives him. On the way back, the two brothers talked about Old Man Sure again. Brother, I said Grandpa Sure is easy to get along with. Well, I didn't expect that Grandpa Sure, who holds a high position, would be so approachable. Let's hang out more with Grandpa Sure from now on. Meng Haisheng knew best that what Mr. Sure needed now was family affection. No matter how high his status was or how much money he had, at Mr. Sure's age, family affection became even more precious. The news that Meng Haisheng took Meng Halian to the Sure family spread among everyone in the Sure family within 2 days. I thought those poor Meng family members couldn't help themselves. It's only been a few months, and our dad has another grandson. I heard that when Meng Halian went to see Dad, he only brought 2 bottles of wine and 2 boxes of snacks, and when he left, he filled the trunk with stuff. These poor relatives are really annoying. Sure, Ronglan and Zhou Qiao sang the same tune at home, saying that the Meng brothers were worthless. Just wait and see. Bosun has already contacted a foreign supplier of industrial sewing machines and is now negotiating the price. Once he's done talking, I'll go find Rongjin. If this is done, the old man will definitely look at our Bosun differently. Well, you better tell Bosun to hurry up. I heard from my sister-in-law that Rongjin has met with the supplier several times. Chapter 347 Industrial Sewing Machine. Sure, Ronglan's family thought that Sure Rongjin bought a sewing machine to replace the sewing machine in Sure's garment factory. But they didn't know that Sure Rongjin bought it from Meng Haisheng. Meng Haisheng's garment factory has been built and the interior decoration and outer walls of the factory are nearing completion. If we don't order sewing machines now, the garment factory may not open until the end of summer. Haisheng, how many sewing machines do you want? I recently contacted several foreign suppliers for you, and the prices they offered are not cheap. One Wednesday at noon, Shure Rongjin took the initiative to call Meng Haisheng. Both of them are very busy people, and the last time they met was more than a month ago. Meng Haisheng, who was on the other end of the phone, was shocked when he heard Shure Rongjin say this. He never asked Shure Rongjin to help him buy a sewing machine. Uncle, those foreign suppliers quoted you a price of over 1,000 for an industrial sewing machine. They don't even export the better ones that are 3,000 RPM. When he said this, Rongjin sighed. Foreign sewing machine technology is 20 years ahead of domestic technology. In order to prevent the rise of domestic industrial sewing machines, foreign suppliers have been imposing a technological blockade on the country. Their most advanced industrial sewing machines are not exported at all. Even the sewing machines exported were discarded by them. But even so, they still have a technological monopoly in technical maintenance. If the sewing machine breaks down, we can only find foreign engineers to repair it. In terms of technological monopoly, it is not just reflected in industrial sewing machines, but also in televisions, refrigerators, and almost all large machinery. In his previous life, Meng Haisheng went south and saw many garment factories suffering because of the monopoly of foreign sewing machine technology. Especially for those engaged in foreign trade, a delay in an order may cause the factory to go bankrupt. In order to reduce the occurrence of this situation, the factory can only purchase more sewing machines. If something breaks, we'll gather them together, and when there are enough, we'll find foreign engineers to repair them. This invisible investment has squeezed the profit margins of garment factories and even forced some factories to choose inefficient domestic sewing machines. However, the technology of domestic industrial sewing machines is immature, and more problems arise when making clothes, which is even more frustrating. Meng Haisheng had already taken all these factors into consideration, and he wanted to overcome the difficulty of high-speed sewing machines. Only when the sewing machine problem is solved can his garment factory be worry-free in the future. Fourth uncle, have you ever thought about mastering high-speed sewing machine technology? How could I not have thought about this? The master craftsmen at the Beijing Second Sewing Machine Factory have been researching for 2 years, but we still can't fully understand the core technology of foreign countries. I do have a plan, but I don't know if it will work. Don't keep me in suspense, kid. Just tell me. I'm planning to ship over a batch of second-hand 4,000 RPM sewing machines from Hong Kong Island. Let's study them from 4,000 to 3,000 RPM. Maybe we can find something new, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to get through customs. As long as I can master the 3,000 RPM sewing machine, I can buy more second-hand 3,000 RPM sewing machines from abroad. Each one, including all tariffs and shipping costs, will only cost 400 yuan at most. Shure Rongjin's eyes lit up on the other end of the phone when he heard what Meng Haisheng said. On the one hand, Meng Haisheng can save himself money on sewing machines, but the most important thing is that it can promote the development of domestic industrial sewing machines. Ordinary household sewing machines only run at 900 RPM, and domestic industrial sewing machines are not much faster than household ones. If domestic industrial sewing machines can reach 3,000 RPM, the production speed of garment factories and bedding factories will have a qualitative leap. Okay, as long as you can buy a 4,000 RPM sewing machine, I'll put a call on the Pengcheng Special Economic Zone Customs for you and let your sewing machine come through unimpeded. Then fourth uncle, please wait for my good news. Meng Haisheng didn't dare to bring up this matter out of impulse. He knew that there was a powerful man named He Zhen in the mechanical engineering department of Jingqing University. In his previous life, he was the one who mastered the technology of high-speed industrial sewing machines, but that was 3 years later. Now He Zhen is still in college, 1 year older than Meng Haisheng, and is now a sophomore. Meng Haisheng had read the report in the newspaper at that time, and He Zhen figured it out after reading the structural principle of a 4,000 RPM sewing machine. He hoped that he could get the 4,000 RPM sewing machine back in advance and let He Zhen study it. Perhaps He Zhen could improve the speed of domestic high-speed sewing machines 3 years ahead of schedule. When Meng Haisheng hung up the phone with Rongjin, he called to Jai. Boss Meng, I haven't heard your voice for a long time. You've become so powerful now, becoming the big boss and leaving everything to your subordinates. Meng Haisheng on the other end of the phone burst into laughter. Meng Daniu is my brother, not my younger brother. Why are you unhappy working with him recently? Meng Haisheng was quite busy, And now that the secondhand TV business was on track, Meng Haixing gave Ajay's phone number to Meng Daniu and asked Meng Daniu to contact Ajay regarding the orders. Among this group of people, the only one Meng Haixing trusted was Meng Daniu. Although he is a bit naive, he will definitely be able to complete the tasks assigned to him by Meng Haixing. Happy, so happy. You need more than 10 cabinets a month now. I didn't have enough on hand last month, so I want 2 less. Hey guys, you guys make long-distance calls for free, but Brother Nyo called me over 10 times in one day and said I was untrustworthy. Oh my god, I really have no choice but to squeeze 2 out of my colleagues and give them to Brother Nyo. Ajay is a very efficient person, and when he meets Meng Daniu, who is so slow, he is almost going crazy. My brother Daniu is really awesome. Now that secondhand TVs are still going strong in China, I have to hurry up and order more. The price of secondhand TVs has started to drop in Pengcheng. How are things in Beijing? At least we can hold out until summer vacation, because then the best period for reselling used TVs will be over. Boss Meng, do you have any other lucrative businesses to recommend to me? Zhou Wenqi originally wanted to make tape recorders, video recorders, and other things, but when he tried it in Pengcheng, the sales were far lower than those of televisions. After all, most people can tighten their belts and grit their teeth to buy a TV, but they won't buy a tape recorder or a video recorder. Ajay and Zhou Wenqi, who are used to making big money, naturally look down on this small amount of money. I want to get some industrial sewing machines from the island country. The latest model has a 4,000 RPM. If you buy them there, they'll only cost 500 or 600 yuan each. If you ship them back to Hong Kong Island, I'll give you 1,000 yuan each. Making 400 to 500 yuan per machine is a very considerable profit. But Ajay didn't agree immediately. I'm not very familiar with industrial sewing machines. I'll have to ask around before I can give you an answer. There's no rush. We have the TV business already underway, and we'll slowly explore other areas. Ajay rolled his eyes silently on the other end of the phone. He didn't believe Meng Haixing's nonsense. If Meng Haixing was really not in a hurry, he could call him. Okay, I'll call you if I have news. Chapter 348 Return with a full load. After finalizing the sewing machine deal, Meng Haixing looked at the time and saw that it was still early, so he drove to the suburbs and happened to have lunch with Meng Halian. Brother, why are you holding a book while eating? I saw a thick book next to Meng Halian. The cover looked quite new, but the inner pages were slightly yellowed from being frequently read. It can be seen that Meng Halian has been working very hard recently. After dinner, I'll go back to read. I want to finish this book as soon as possible while I can still ask the teacher for advice. By the time I get home, I won't have such good conditions. You can also call the lab for advice after you get home, brother. Don't push yourself too hard. Seeing Meng Halian being so motivated, Meng Haixing felt a little sad. Meng Halian did this all for the rabbit farm. It's okay. I didn't achieve anything in the past 30 years. I thought I would be a farmer for the rest of my life. Now that I've finally found something I'm interested in, I want to give it a try. Maybe I can become a veterinarian in the future. Meng Halian had a simple idea. When he had learned enough, he would enroll in night school and get a veterinary certificate. Then he would no longer have to worry about any problems with the rabbits in the rabbit farm. Brother, I support you. If you want to buy any book, just tell me. If Xinhua Bookstore doesn't have it, I'll buy it for you somewhere else. There are still a few books I can't buy. Meng Halian felt a little embarrassed. He wanted to read university textbooks on veterinary medicine and had been looking for them recently, but he only found a few books here and there, and some were simply not available. That's easy. I'll help you find the seniors in your 4th year and ask them. They're graduating soon, and they don't have the textbooks they need. Okay, you have a lot of connections, so just ask for me. Haixing, you've started getting 2 truckloads of sunflower seeds every day recently. Is it because the franchise stores have been renovated and they're starting to order the goods? Yes, we now have over 60 franchise stores in Beijing and surrounding areas, and the daily sales of sunflower seeds are still very impressive. In the next 2 days, I will change to a bigger cooking pot and use the machine to make the seasoning packets for cooking melon seeds. 2 trucks of melon seeds weigh about 30 tons a day. I make 50 cents per pound of processed seeds, which means I can earn 30,000 yuan in gross income that day. Excluding workers, transportation, and losses, the net profit is no less than 25,000. This is one day's profit, and it will be even more as the number of franchise stores grows. Calculated in this way, the profit is about 700,000 yuan a month. Although it may not be as profitable as selling secondhand TVs for now, it still makes a lot more money than the rabbit farm and cram school. Even if the franchise store cannot consume 30 tons of melon seeds a day, The total profit for a month will at least be around 500,000. If he can increase the sales of melon seeds and ingredient packets in the future, earning 1 million yuan a month will not be a dream. Meng Haixing was secretly shocked. He never expected that a small business of roasting melon seeds could make so much money. As the roasted melon seeds business grew, Meng Haixing's Su Ji Roasted Nuts franchise company also recruited a lot of people. Previously, there were less than 10 people, but now it has increased to 25 people. With such a large team, Meng Haixing believed that he could definitely make the roasted melon seeds business a household name across the country. Haixing, you've managed to build so many profitable businesses in the past year or so. Aren't you expanding too quickly? A person's energy is limited. You're doing so much. Can you really do it all well? Don't worry, big brother. I'm fully confident in doing these businesses. But I can be honest for a while after the garment factory opens. Opening a garment factory is 100 times more troublesome than any other profitable business he has. Even if he wants to get more of this golden goose in his arms, he is powerless. Brother, I know you're cautious in your approach, but you can't chew too much. Let's take it one step at a time. Meng Haixing smiled bitterly in his heart. He also wanted to do it, but time waits for no one. If he could fully develop the cram school, he could then start the secondhand TV business. Not to mention the bonus period of secondhand home appliances, he is afraid that he won't even be able to get a share. If his secondhand home appliances were no longer profitable, Su Ji Snack Shop would have been in the hands of other people and would have flourished under their hands. So now Meng Haixing is racing against time and money. If he wins, all the golden hens will fall into his arms. I've been in Beijing for 2 weeks now. After another week, I think it's time to go back. I haven't been home for such a long time, and my parents are too busy to take care of me. Okay, what do you think of my lab? It's better than I thought. At first, I thought these educated people would look down on me, who didn't even finish junior high school for a few days. But when discussing their rabbit-raising experiences, the elderly gentleman listened to me very carefully and even took notes. When talking about the laboratory, Meng Hai's eyes lit up. In just over 2 weeks, he benefited a lot. That's good. After you go back, you can also communicate more with the research lab. Brother, when will we be able to install a telephone in our village? Without a telephone, you always have to go to the county to make calls, which is not convenient. I'm afraid our village won't be able to install a telephone for a while. I often go to the county to buy food, and I can also make phone calls when I go to cram school. Xiashan village is located in a mountain valley. Installing a telephone is not an easy task, and it cannot be solved with money. Meng Haixing had no choice but to give up. Time passed quickly, and the day for Meng Hailian to set off arrived. After he came to Beijing, he went to see Mr. Shure 3 times. Now that he was about to leave, Mr. Shure came to the train station in person to see him off. Hailian, we haven't had enough time together, and I feel like I have a lot to say to you. When you go back, please call me often. Grandpa Shure, I will. Meng Hailian was no longer as reserved as he was the first time. He even went forward to hold Grandpa Shure's hand, asking him to take care of himself and that he and Meng Guangzhu would come see him next time. Okay, Grandpa's waiting for you. Mr. Shure prepared a whole suitcase of gifts for Meng Hailian and asked him to take them home. There are not only some for Meng Guangzhu, but also for Meng Qianqian and Meng Yu. This is a small token of his appreciation as a grandfather. As soon as Meng Hailian left, Meng Haixing received a call from Chu Daong. Chu Daong, you're such a jerk. I didn't even look for you, yet you still dared to call me. Chu Daong on the other end of the phone chuckled. He guessed that Meng Haixing must have known about him and Meng Xian for a long time. What am I afraid of? Meng Xian has already agreed to marry me. From now on, I'll be your uncle-in-law. Hee, I'm a little embarrassed to suddenly become a generation older. Meng Haixing rolled his eyes silently. He didn't hear any embarrassment in Chu Daong's words. Tell me the truth. When did you have any improper thoughts about my aunt? That's a long way off. When we went south together to get a batch of wool sweaters, didn't you ask me to give them to Meng Xian? At that time, I felt that Meng Xian was a really good girl. She was clean and pretty. Meng Haixing was speechless. He didn't expect that Chu Daong had fallen in love with Meng Xian so early and had been hiding it well for such a long time. Wait, it seems like he often helps Meng Xian with work. Chu Daong used the trick of boiling a frog in warm water to the fullest extent. He made Meng Xian fall in love with him invisibly. No wonder his grandfather has to stay at home. Did my grandfather agree? Meng Haixing's words made Chu Daong, who was originally proud, feel timid. Grandpa Meng hasn't given in yet. Let's not talk about this anymore. I didn't call you to talk about love. Chapter 349, What is Coming Will Come. Chu Daong called Meng Haixing mainly to talk about the matter at the TV store. Meng Haixing now has more than 10 apprentices, some of whom are young people from the village introduced by Chulon. Several of them were apprentices recruited by Meng Haisheng in Xiyang County. They have been learning the craft for nearly a year and are now almost familiar with TV repair. So some people became jealous of Meng Haisheng's secondhand TV store business and wanted to split it off and run it on their own. Gu Liqing and Zhuxiang told brother Daniel they wanted to leave, but he didn't agree. According to the original contract, all apprentices who came to learn TV repair had to work in the store for 2 years. If they didn't work for 2 years, they would have to pay a penalty. But the two of them felt that brother Daniel was easy to bully, so they just took their things and left yesterday without even saying goodbye. Meng Haixing had long anticipated that some of these apprentices would be jealous of the secondhand TV business. This is what made them sign the contract in advance. This is easy to handle. You could just go to court and sue. It's clearly written in black and white in our contract that the breaching party needs to pay the other party 5,000 yuan in liquidated damages. As long as they pay the money, we won't stop them from leaving. Meng Haixing is not a fool. He has long understood the principle of teaching a disciple well and starving the master to death. That's why when he taught Meng Daniu, Meng Xiaomi and others who knew him well, he taught them his best skills. But he would not teach too deeply to those apprentices who did not know the basics. I can replace parts and repair simple TV problems, but with that little skill, I can't open a TV repair shop. If Gu Liqing and Zhuxiang had explained to Meng Daniu that they really didn't want to do it anymore, Meng Haixing would not force them to stay, and of course he would not cause them trouble with the contract issue if they wanted to part ways amicably. But they just left without even saying hello, which meant they didn't take him, Meng Haixing, seriously. He had to sue them to let them know that it wasn't so easy to take advantage of him. Meng Haixing. Okay, I'll contact them about filing a lawsuit. I'm afraid that even if we win the lawsuit, they won't give us any compensation for breach of contract. Don't worry. Since they're leaving, if they want to open their own TV repair shop, they can't open it in town. There aren't that many broken TVs for them to repair in town. As long as they open a store in town, they won't be afraid of not getting the money back. Meng Haixing is still very confident about the quality of current televisions. Even domestically produced ones are not easy to go bad. If they want to open a store, they can only do so in the county. And if they want to sell secondhand TVs, they must have the ability to get them. Meng Haixing, can get goods from Hong Kong Island, but they don't have this ability. If anyone could get goods from Hong Kong Island, the secondhand TV business would not be so good. Okay, I'll go and organize the materials to sue Gu Liqing and Zhuxiang. By the way, Haixing, why don't you quickly open a cram school in Beijing? It's already May, and all the classes in our school are already full with people signing up for the college entrance exam prep classes. As the city's top scholar, you're simply a walking signboard. I'm already looking for a place for my cram school. It's not easy to buy a decent building in Beijing. Brother, why don't you just buy it instead of renting it? Chu Daong was secretly shocked. Meng Haixing was too rich. Houses in Beijing were very expensive. He heard from his father that there will be commercial buildings in Beijing soon, and it is said that the price per square meter will be several hundred yuan. It's safer to use your own building. Okay, when you're done, I'll send you the information. You didn't come to the capital just to give me information, did you? Chu Daong on the other end of the phone chuckled. I'm mainly accompanying my father to visit the elders in the capital. Isn't this on the way? Okay, I guess it'll just be a matter of a few days. In April, Meng Haixing set his sights on a staff activity center near his restaurant. It was built last year by a large state-owned enterprise and has not yet been put into use. The company is wealthy and feels it is too small, so they plan to build a larger one next to it while they are building employee welfare housing. They wanted to sell this extra employee activity center directly and use the money to provide benefits to the employees. After Meng Haixing learned about this, he has been trying to contact them and buy it. But dealing with these large state-owned enterprises is quite tiring. It's been nearly half a month, and no one has given a specific reply. Meng Haixing, who no longer wanted to wait, took advantage of the lunch break and went straight to Shure Rongjin's unit. Haixing, tell me, you won't come to see me at noon. You just want to have a working lunch. Nothing can be hidden from fourth uncle. I have something that I would like to ask for your help. Then Meng Haixing told Shure Rongjin about his plan to open a cram school in Beijing. You're quite good, kid. You just made such a big fuss recently, and now you turn around and start tutoring. Your industry spans a wide range. Sure, Rongjin knew all the business that Meng Haixing did, and he always brought him a lot of surprises. These seemingly unrelated industries can all blossom into the most brilliant fireworks in Meng Haixing's hands. As a seasoned businessman, Shi Rongjin admired Meng Haixing very much. His business talent was absolutely maxed out. I'm just doing small business. I do whatever makes money. I started out by running a cram school in Xuyang County. After coming to Beijing, I saw that there were many cram schools there, so I didn't rush to start one. The college entrance examination was less than 2 months away, so I thought I'd take advantage of it and start a cram school. It was around this time when Meng Haixing started a cram school for Guan. It was really an accident that made Guan's cram school a hit. Meng Haixing wanted to replicate Guan's case and help him break out of various cram schools in Beijing. He doesn't care how much money he can make from the college entrance examination cram school. As long as he can make a name for himself, the summer camp is his main source of income. That's easy. I have some connections with their boss, so I'll ask him for you later. Thank you, fourth uncle. Why are you being so polite to me? By the way, are you going to your grandfather's house for dinner this week? Go ahead. Momo is already preparing a gift for her great-grandfather. That's good. Your grandpa hasn't been in a good mood recently. You should visit him more often. Chapter 350 Perfect Solution. Mr. Shure has been in a bad mood recently because one of his old comrades in arms died suddenly and without any warning. After all, these people are old, and half of their bodies are buried in the ground. No one knows when their eyes will suddenly close and never open again. But the Shure family is not stable in the capital now. With only Shure Rongqing and Shure Rongjin in charge, old Master Shure is very worried. As for his grandsons, except Meng Haixing, the others are simply unable to carry the huge foundation of the Shure family. With so many troubles happening one after another, how could Mr. Shure leave with peace of mind? He was depressed for several days, as if there was a huge stone blocking his heart. Shure Rongjin was a careful person, and when he came back to see old man Shure, he found that something was wrong with him. Even if the other children came back, no one cared about the old man's mental problems. What they always care about is how much property they can get from the old man. Fourth uncle, I'll take Momo and the others to visit Grandpa this weekend. Well, that naughty little Momo is very much loved by your grandfather. If you take Momo with you more often, you won't have time to think nonsense. At this moment, Rongjin finally understood why his old leader had tried so hard to use all the resources at his disposal to cure his illness and stay alive. There are few successful young people in the Chu family, so how could the old leader dare to leave? On Wednesday, Meng Haixing told Shure Rongjin about the Staff Activity Center. On Thursday, they sent him a reply, asking him to sign the contract and go through the transfer procedures. He waited for nearly a month and a half, but the problem was still not resolved. Shure Rongjin just made a phone call, and the matter was resolved for him. Meng Haixing spent a total of more than 600,000 yuan to buy the Employee Activity Center. He took the money from a second-hand TV store and did not dare to touch his bank deposits. As a result, his working capital was a little tight, and Meng Haixing wanted to find time to sell the yellow croaker in his hands. He could use the money to sell the yellow croaker while the money was available. As soon as the Staff Activity Center was transferred, Meng Haixing hired a decoration team to renovate the entire building into a cram school classroom. The price he offered was relatively high, but the time requirement was tight, so he only gave them 2 days. All standard equipment such as desks, blackboards, storage boxes, etc. must be fully equipped. The only thing to be thankful for is the Staff Activity Center, which has cement floors, large white walls, and existing windows and doors that do not need to be replaced. If all of these need to be replaced, it will take more than half a month to finish. On Friday, Meng Haixing rode his bicycle and started looking for teachers to teach. The senior students of Jingxing University and the university teachers became Meng Haixing's main targets. Although there are subsidies for going to school now, there are still many students who do not have money. For poor students, it will be very good to have a part-time job as a teacher. Of course, Meng Haixing didn't accept just any student. He chose those with outstanding academic performance. As for the teachers, there is no need to mention them. Other cram schools might not be willing to hire teachers from Beijing University due to salary issues, but Meng Haixing is different. If he wants to stand out from the many cram schools in Beijing, he has to come up with a gimmick. The professional teachers at Jingxing University are enough to attract the attention of students taking the college entrance examination. As long as the money is in place, nothing is a problem. Every 2 hours, he finalizes 2 teachers for the trial class on Monday night. They are all English teachers, and they are excellent in both teaching and speaking. That afternoon, Meng Haixing also went to the printing factory and printed 2,000 copies of the college entrance examination sprint version of the promotional advertisement. He plans to find a few students on Monday to distribute flyers on Donghua Street. Everything developed step by step according to Meng Haixing's plan. He was in a good mood on the weekend and took his family to see Mr. Shure. With Momo, the little chatterbox, and the three little ones who can already speak in short sentences, Grandpa Shure's house instantly became lively. The haze in his heart also dissipated a lot. Seeing that Mr. Shure was in a bad mood, Meng Haixing asked Momo to come to Mr. Shure's house for dinner after school when she didn't have painting class. This way, the old man's place won't be too lonely at this time. On Monday morning, Meng Haixing was still in class, so Chu Daong drove a car loaded with half a truck of study materials and delivered it directly to the cram school that had just hung up its sign. The big sign of Kaimingsing Education is very conspicuous. In addition to hanging it at the school gate, Meng Haixing also had a very large billboard made on the third-floor roof. You can see the 5 big words, Venus Education, from a distance. Chu Daong, who has helped to open several cram schools, is very familiar with how to run a cram school. When Meng Haixing arrived at noon, the cram school had already enrolled dozens of students. Daong, you're pretty fast. Seeing that everything in the cram school was in perfect order, Meng Haixing couldn't help but give Chu Daong a thumbs up. That's right. Running a cram school is like playing. The students you hired are very good at talking. I only need to give a general idea, and they know what to say. It's different if you've gone to college, and if you haven't. Chu Daong never went to college and started working after graduating from high school. Ever since he started running a cram school, he has been extremely envious of college students. However, he knew that his abilities were not enough for him to go to school, and he would probably only be able to envy others in his life. The cram school is only accepting students today, and there will be free trial classes in the evening. Just leave these matters to them. I'm treating you at noon today. We brothers haven't had a meal together in a long time, so I have to treat you a big one. Okay, I heard that the restaurant you opened in the capital is very famous, and the food is delicious. Meng Haixing gave a few instructions to the admission students, then drove Chu Daong to Zitoyuan. He ordered the best dishes in Zitoyuan to entertain him. During the year he came to Beijing to study, Chu Daong was almost the only one running the cram school in Xiyang County. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time and had a lot to talk about. I've already sued Gu Laiqing and Zhuxiang. Just as you expected, they both wanted to open a TV repair shop in the county. The court is mediating for us now. Speaking of Gu Laiqing and Zhuxiang, Chu Daong was simply too tired to complain. Not only did they not want to pay the penalty for breach of contract, they also brought their aunts and uncles to the small Western-style building to make trouble with Meng Dainiu. They just felt that Big Nyo was easy to bully, but Big Nyo wasn't someone who could be bullied by just anyone. No matter how they cried and wailed outside the small Western-style building, he remained indifferent. You didn't see the scene. Those old women were crying until their voices were hoarse, but Brother Dainiu didn't even give in. When talking about this matter, Chu Daong was very excited. To be honest, he was really scared of being asked to deal with those aunts and grandmas who came to cause trouble. They were totally unreasonable, and he couldn't be violent with them, so he could only endure it, which was extremely frustrating. But Meng Dainiu was not angry, and there was not even a trace of impatience on his face. He just stood at the door and watched them make a fuss. He was tired of standing, so he moved a chair over and sat down, watching them cry. To this day, Chu Daong still remembers the looks on the faces of the aunts and grandmas as they watched Meng Dainiu move the chairs. Their faces turned red and white. Chapter 351, Beijing Tutorial Class. When Meng Haixing heard Chu Daong talk about Meng Dainiu's wonderful past of dealing with people, he ate his food calmly with a proud look on his face. Meng Dainiu is a very serious person, or a little too picky. Gu Laiqing and Zhuxiang were wrong for not abiding by the contract. No matter how their family makes a fuss, Meng Dainiu will definitely get the penalty back. Even if their family cries until the small Western-style building collapses, he will not give in. We are not afraid of them making trouble. As long as this lawsuit is not over, they won't dare to open a TV repair shop. They're also afraid that we might cause trouble for them, so they're just wasting their time to see who gets anxious. Chu Daong thought so too. Gu Laiqing and Zhuxiang, who were waiting to open a store, should be anxious. They would definitely want to resolve this matter as soon as possible. After the two of them had lunch together, Meng Haixing originally wanted to let Chu Daong rest, but he refused to leave. Instead, he turned around and asked Meng Haixing to take him to the cram school. The cram school opened by Meng Haisheng in Beijing is still counted as part of the franchise store's profits, but he takes the lion's share and Chu Daong takes the smaller share. After all, the cram school building was bought by Meng Haisheng, and Chu Daong did not invest a penny in the franchise store. Chu Daong was most familiar with the twists and turns of the cram school. He held a meeting with the cram school staff in the afternoon and gave a general outline of the specific matters in the normal operation of the cram school. The booklet I just handed to you is the employee handbook of our Kaimingsing education. Everyone, go back and take a close look at it. This month's class schedule has been distributed to all teachers. Please take a look and see if there are any problems. If there are no problems, then it will be finalized. Tonight is a trial class. I hope the teachers can be in their best spirits. As long as there are enough students in the cram school, we will conduct an evaluation every quarter and reward all teachers according to the number of classes they teach. When everyone heard that there would be rewards every quarter, their eyes lit up. Currently, there are no incentives for small private businesses, and everyone generally receives a fixed salary. Only when it is linked to money will everyone be motivated. As the college entrance examination approaches, many former graduates in Beijing have started attending night school to prepare for the exam and take part in this year's college entrance examination. After Meng Haisheng distributed the 2,000 flyers, more than 400 people came to try out his English class on the first day. The term free trial is relatively new, and it is the first time for everyone to encounter it. It is unknown how many of the more than 400 people are just here to join in the fun. The teacher was quite excited to have so many people attending the class. Meng Haisheng has always been willing to spend money on teaching hardware. A big, beautiful tape recorder is essential for English classes. Listening to English reading on tapes is much more advanced than having a teacher teach you sentence by sentence. Many people feel that only schools like this can teach good English. Others only care about what is in books. Many people have studied English for many years but can't even open their mouths. After one trial class, more than 60 people signed up for the college entrance examination cram school that evening. The next morning, many more people arrived. Meng Haisheng's college entrance examination sprint class only accepts 12 classes with 480 students. At first, he thought it would take at least a week to recruit enough people. As a result, all 12 college entrance examination cram schools were full in just 2 days. I have to say that his gimmick of free trial is really attractive. In the next 2 days, people came to ask from time to time, but they were all rejected by Meng Haisheng. The reasons given for the rejection are also interesting. In order to improve the teaching quality, he can only arrange 12 classes, so he will recruit unlimited students. The more Meng Haisheng did this, the more Kaimingsing education began to stand out among the students preparing to take the college entrance examination. Even students in their second or first year of high school have heard of Kaimingsing education. Haisheng, why are you so cunning? Indeed, someone has come to ask about tutoring for high school students in recent days. Chu Daong had been attending cram school for the past 2 days. When he saw Meng Haisheng coming, he immediately came up to him happily. I have already had someone print the curriculum for the subsequent cram school. I'm sure there will be a lot of people signing up for the cram school this summer. That's because your reputation as the city's top scholar is loud enough. By the way, there's one more thing. Regarding the content of the study materials, should we update them? You are guarding such excellent educational resources in the capital, you can't let it go to waste. Daong, have you noticed that since you started tutoring with me, your brain has become much smarter than before? Chu Daong laughed out loud. Nephew, I'm finally getting it, okay. Kaimingsing Education is a franchise store. They can only make money if the learning materials are updated frequently. If there's only one kind, it is cheaper to print it yourself, so why buy it from them? Okay, I'll contact him soon and see if I can get the teacher to write new learning materials for us. Meng Haisheng needed to study the materials, which covered everything from the 3rd grade of elementary school to the 3rd grade of high school. This gap is a bit large, and as they have more franchise stores, the number of books they need to print has also increased. If you want to change the study materials, it will take at least 3 to 4 months to compile and print them. This is a big project, and someone must follow through. Meng Haisheng was wondering whether he should recruit an office director and a teacher specifically responsible for learning materials at Kaimingsing Education. He can't be the one to take care of all those miscellaneous things. He just needs to be in control of the overall situation. It is easy to recruit ordinary teachers and admissions reception teachers, but Meng Haisheng has a headache recruiting office directors and teachers in charge of learning materials. Anyone who can become a teacher now will definitely not give up his or her iron rice bowl to deal with learning materials for himself or herself. It seems that he can only find another way in the short term. Unable to hire young teachers, he could only find a way to find out who had worked as a substitute teacher before. During the reforms in the past few years, some very good substitute teachers were dismissed, and some were dismissed for other reasons. There must be some very good teachers among these teachers. Meng Haixing thought it would be great if he could find a few of them, but he needs time to find it slowly. It took Chu Daong less than half a month to help Meng Haixing get the cram school back on track. He was always elusive, and when Meng Haixing asked him where he lived, he just said he lived with a relative. Chu Daong didn't elaborate, and Meng Haixing didn't ask any more questions. Who doesn't have some privacy? The senior high school students are preparing for the college entrance examination, and Meng Haixing is also going to take the exam. The boss He Jun, whom he wanted to invite, could only wait a little longer until he finished his exams. The freshman courses were not difficult for Meng Haixing. In addition, he had classes every day, so he was not nervous when the exams were approaching. But Lin Muching was different. She started staying up late at night to read professional books. Mu Chung, are your freshman courses so difficult? It's okay, but I'm afraid of failing the course, so it's always good to take more classes. It's already past 9 o'clock. I won't watch it anymore. My wife is so smart. She will definitely not fail the exam. As he spoke, Meng Haixing hugged Lin Muching from behind, holding her hands to prevent her from writing. Chapter 352, Lin Muching Helps. Meng Haixing rubbed Lin Muching's neck with his chin, and the meaning was clear. It would be such a waste to spend the whole night studying. Behave yourself. If I fail the exam, you will help me take the makeup exam. Lin Muching rudely slapped away Meng Haixing's dishonest hand and continued reading the book at her hand. How could that be, wife? I still believe very much that you can pass. Look at me. I've already let myself go. Long live passing. How can I compare with you? You have so many things on your plate. Just passing is good enough. Having said that, Lin Muching sat up straight and turned to look at Meng Haixing. How's your cram school going? With Chu Daiyong's help, everything went smoothly. However, I want to find a teacher to help me organize my study materials, but I haven't found a suitable one yet. What study materials? Are they the ones you showed me when I was in cram school? Yes, the cram school will frequently update the learning materials. Since I opened a cram school in Beijing, I naturally want the famous teachers here to help compile new learning materials. It's easier to train a famous teacher, but I don't have time to focus on this matter, so I want to recruit a teacher in this area who will be my assistant. Lin Muching nodded slightly. She thought for a moment. Haixing, what do you think of me? Although I have an exam coming up soon, I still have some free time. If it's just to help contact the teacher and help compile study materials, I should be able to do it. You? Meng Haixing raised his eyebrows slightly. In his mind, a daughter-in-law should be loved by the family. She doesn't need to do anything. She just needs to love him wholeheartedly and take care of the family. If Lin Muching wanted to start a career, he would also agree. Just like the garment factory, he helped her set up. But now that she was coming to the cram school to be his assistant, he felt a little uncertain. This job is rather tedious and requires frequent interactions with teachers, and he is not sure if Lin Muching is up to the task. When Lin Muching saw Meng Haixing hesitate, he curled his lips in displeasure. Meng Haixing, do you feel like I'm just a flower in a greenhouse who can't do anything? Seeing that Lin Muching was angry, Meng Haixing quickly put on a smile. How could that be? Back then, I was always messing around and not doing anything serious. It was you who single-handedly shouldered the burden of the entire family. Just based on this, you will definitely be a strong woman in the future. Since you want to be my assistant, then come on. But I have to make it clear that being my assistant will require a lot of work. If it interferes with your studies and you fail, it won't be my fault. Why are you so long-winded? I can go to work tomorrow. Boss Ming, please tell me quickly what my current tasks are. Now we have only one thing to do. We need to cast a wide net in Beijing and find teachers who are willing to help us compile study materials. I have quite a few requirements for teachers. The most basic one is that they have at least 5 to 10 years of teaching experience, and of course the more the better. And the teaching level has to be good. You can't just find any teacher to write it. At least I can print the teacher's name on the cover. They also have to have some achievements. If it's just one person, it will be difficult to sell my study materials. Understood, Boss Ming, don't worry. I'll help you contact them tomorrow. Seeing that Lin Muching was serious, Meng Haixing simply handed Lin Muching the list of teachers he had initially selected. Allow her time to read it carefully and then visit each family one by one. Wife, you really won't delay your studies? Meng Haixing asked again worriedly. No, I definitely passed. I just wanted to learn better and get into the top 10 in the grade. I see, so that's how it is. Then why are we still studying? Let's go to sleep. Meng Haixing gave Lin Muching a surprise attack and directly carried him to sleep in a princess carry. Nothing makes him more anxious than a warm bed. Meng Haixing gave the task of finding a teacher to write learning materials to Lin Muching. To be honest, he was a little worried at the beginning. He thought that Lin Muching would not be alone and foolishly run to someone else to ask for study materials to be written for her. For this purpose, he even followed Lin Muching for 2 days. On the first day, after Lin Muching finished his morning class, he rode his bicycle to Venoming Education. In order to cooperate with Lin Muching's work, Meng Haixing specially hired 2 young girls to work with her. After Lin Muching came to the cram school, she had been discussing with her 2 assistants which school to go to and which teacher to find first. The next day, after class, she called 2 assistants and rode her bike to find a teacher. The first teacher Lin Muching found was Mr. Song, the head teacher of a senior class at a well-known high school in Beijing. Teacher Song was in his 40s and had gray hair. Meng Haixing had inquired about him a long time ago and heard that he was very rigid. Not only did he not want him to compile study materials, he would not even go to other schools for exchanges and studies. Lin Muching took on a tough challenge right from the start, and Meng Haixing was really worried about him. If he encountered difficulties on the first day of work, Meng Hai was afraid that Lin Muching would go home crying. Anxious Meng Haixing followed Lin Muching to see Teacher Song. He stood at the gate of the high school, feeling extremely anxious. After a long time, Lin Muching still didn't come out, and Meng Haixing almost rushed in to look for him. "Comrade, I've seen you standing at the school gate for over an hour. Are you looking for someone, or do you have something else?" The security guard at the high school gate came up and asked Meng Haixing. He was driving a car and standing at the school gate, which was so eye-catching that it was hard for people not to pay attention to him. It's okay, it's okay." Meng Haixing quickly waved his hand, got in the car, and drove away. If he stayed there a little longer, maybe the security guard would call the police directly. As soon as he parked the car far away, Meng Haixing saw Lin Muching coming out of the high school with 2 assistants, chatting and laughing. They separated directly at the high school gate, and Lin Muching rode his bike towards the school. Judging from the direction she was going, it seemed to be a martial arts gym. She didn't forget to learn fighting from Duan Li at noon. Meng Haixing drove along with Lin Muching all the way, and he saw that there was no look of frustration on her face. I thought to myself, Lin Muching can't be that amazing. He could convince someone to write study materials for him in just an hour? Meng Haixing hesitated for a while, but finally followed Lin Muching to the martial arts gym. "Muching, use some strength in your hands. If you don't use the right strength, you'll just be throwing a punch and killing someone." Duan Li stood beside Lin Muching and taught her how to punch. The sound of people hitting the sandbag was loud, but when it reached Lin Muching, the sound was obviously much weaker. Meng Haixing pursed his lips and laughed in his heart. His wife was indeed weak and had no strength in her hands. Lin Muching followed Duan Li in practicing boxing very seriously, and soon he was sweating profusely from exhaustion. She was just about to get some water to drink when she turned around and saw Meng Haixing standing beside her, looking at her with a smile on his face. Chapter 353, Touching Other People's Cake.